You got the StreamYard feeling. Oh, the StreamYard feeling. You got the StreamYard feeling. I feel strong, strong, strong. Whoa, 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 whoa. How are you doing? We got four in the mix. Who we got? Who we got? Who have we got? How are you doing? It's been a while now since I've been doing a live stream. I haven't forgotten about you. Do you know what I mean? I haven't forgotten about you. We got Rowan McCulloch. All right, Rowan, how are you doing, pal? Garrett 32. Hello, Martin, he says. We got 7 people in the mix tonight. I know sometimes Friday nights they can be fairly quiet with the old chat. If it was a Tuesday night, I'd be pretty busy. We got Chrissy J. How are you, Martin? I'm all right, pal. I'm all right. Talking like I'm some sort of like random Scottish guy. I don't know why I've been trying a few different accents out lately because I want to get into a bit of voice work, doing a bit of work with my voice. Maybe you can't see the face, but you can hear the voice. So we got Rachel Coyne. How are you, Rachel? Oh, the green and red of Martin. Actually, very, very well put there. Neil Eccles, like the Eccles cake. Very nice. What else we got? Rowan McCulloch. Smoking a fat doobie right now. It's lovely. Well, you know what, Rowan? I wouldn't mind if I had a bit myself. It's rather frowned upon over here in Scandinavia. For a little bit, they're ahead with startup technology and infrastructure, but in the fucking dark ages when it comes to calling up a 12 scanner. How are you, Mikey fucking Higgins, boy? Right, tonight's going to be an interesting one. Look, if you want to talk to the big man, boom, there you go, man. Fucking click away. If you want to appear on the live stream, this is something a bit different. It's like just fucking come on, have a chat, man. Do you know what I mean? Just come and have a chat. I'll let you in. Do you know what I mean? You're welcome. Rachel Coyne, jump in. Fucking Rowan, jump in. A couple of guests on there. I don't know who. It's basically I threw. I'm gonna have to throw it into the Discord group as well. And there's the Hardy Books Patreon job. And that's like the prime Discord. They're for the boys who pay, so they get first preferential treatment. Also, there's a lot of sound bastards who give me the old super chats, and they're very, very welcome as well. But it's just trying to differentiate them and get them all in one place. So I'll also be putting the link up on Sting's Digest on YouTube. Fucking Discords. No, let me see. I was watching a film there last night. Tom Hardy playing Charles Bronson. He said, if you ever listen to Charles Bronson talk, he's like, have you ever been in solitary confinement? But I think that's a good character voice to do. Shawnee and Thornton, man, any fucking quack, what you know? Andrew Keneally and the boys. Anthony O'Reilly, can you do a good old mean, do an old Cavan accent there? Like, you know, I was talking to Kevin McGahan from Cavan, and sometimes, you know, they talk up the side of their mouth a bit. Got a bit Dublin there aside from me, I don't know what happened, but oh no, man, can't be having that. Sweden needs to calm it and chuff a 12 skin. Fucking rightly spoken there, like a true champion, Rowan McKillop. I haven't had any Brunson doing James English soon. Oh, what does that mean? No, let me see. Bear with me. I'm just going to go into the Discord and get a few fucking skins into the mix. Skins. You bummed a fucking lizard. Prince Philip's a fucking lizard. Prince Philip's a fucking lizard or a crow. Crow. He's a fucking wrongin', man. I've heard stories about him. 1 second. I'll jump in for the chat there, lads. For the crack. Yeah? Right, I'm all yours. Liam Murphy. So I'm quite excited to be back on YouTube. I've been moving house, so it's fucking stressful. There has been many stressful. They say if you fucking move house, it's like someone's died, man, because you got to clear all the shit out of a gaff, I suppose. How are you, Greg? Any crack with your Durkin? Oh, bits and pieces, Greggy. Bits and pieces. Oh, ho, ho. I'm about to crack the first canine of the night. It's been canless in Seattle. I would fucking recommend any of you all who are in possession of a few looseners to crack open a cold one, sit back and enjoy the fucking pub talk. I got to check these Klims on fucking WhatsApp and see if they're getting back to me. There's a couple of heavy hitters in there, but they're soft as shite, man. No cunts answering there. Sure, cunts. That's all they are. I'm going to give the Kernsmeister a ring, aka Robbie O'Schnockter. My sister's going to be on. I'll ring him now. He obviously hasn't seen the message. You're not playing FIFA. You're not playing fucking Fortnite. No. Mikey Higgins, any crack? Chrisheen fucking Pez is in the mix. Man, Chrisheen fucking Pez. Living up in Boston now. He's up in Boston where the beer's cold. Sam Adams, lovely fucking drink. Ring up the Viper, hey, as if he'd answer. Do you know what I mean? He'd probably end up fucking sweating cobs if I called. Ah, fucking bastard. Right, looks like it's just me. Just me. How's the season 5 petition going? Sure, like, between you. I think it ran out of steam. I don't think I certainly don't have the I just don't have the reach, man. But if Colgan did that now, come here to me. Come here to me now. Right, I'll get on to fucking Andy Wallace for a second. He's good old Andy's good crack. I watched the film the other day, actually, The Big Short. Have you seen that yet? Probably have. But it's a good film. Good film. It's funny because you're watching it, you go, go on, lads, fucking get The Big Short, fuck over the American people. And then afterwards you realize, oh yeah, that actually affected my life and a lot of other lives. But a couple of fucking bankers got rich. And that's the moral of the story. Cunts, huh? I mean, I wonder how you become a hedge fund banker. That'd be a handy old job, wouldn't it? Just fucking getting loaded for ripping people off. Bear with me now. Bear with me. Oh, I was on the wrong fucking. I was on Facebook there. Bear with me now. I'll give this fucker a ring. I should have organised this a bit better, but you know what I mean. Me and organisation. It's been a long day. Got fucking sunburnt now. You can see that. Just a slight. How you, Jade Morton? Should get fucking stateside. I might give. I might give. What you call it? Hot tub finances. Oh yes, Bernie G knows the crack. No, bear with me now. Where is this fucking lad now? Where is this lad? She was only talking to there a couple of fucking days ago. Oh, here he is. Yeah, I think I need a second screen if I want to do screen sharing. But when I move into the new layer, I'm going to have a proper setup organized. So I was watching. How are you, Andy? Hey.
How's it going?
Not too bad. I sent you a link there. I'm live on the YouTube. We got 35 souls watching, and there was a lad saying, "Where's that fucking sound, East End Cockney?" And
all right, mate. I'll log in.
Lovely stuff, mate. There'll be a few other ringers in the mix as well. We'll just get chatting.
Sweet.
So, what would Reese say?
Yeah, I was going to log in.
What would Reese say? What would Reese say?
Oh, I don't know.
Sweet.
Oh.
Sweet.
All right, mate. I'll speak to you in a bit.
Good stuff, mate. Follow the link and in you get. Yeah, we got Andy in the mix. Right, just excuse me. Talk amongst yourselves there in the chat. I'm just going to go and get a canning for myself because it's fucking 10 o'clock somewhere, right? Oh, you know. Fucking sweetheart. Oh. Pretty sweet, pretty cool. Back again, guys. Kill.
So yeah, what's been happening? We had the Lovin' Dublin app, which was going really well, but then we changed it to Lovin' Lockdown, where basically we don't want the lockdown to ever end, because like, who wants to fucking go outside, man? The lockdown's fucking sweet. Yeah, man. Pretty fucking depressed sometimes about the lockdown, because I don't get to see Granny anymore. It's fucked up, man, you know? I was told the other day that pints kill Granny, and I was like, fuck's sake, man. I mean, if I could choose between pints with the boys and Granny, I mean, like, obviously I love Granny and whatnot, but like, you know, the pints, I'm talking Metal Man, Viet Now, Trouble Brewing, so many pints out there, man, and none better than just like kicking back with the boys, just having a few pints. But one of the best of all the pints is Rockshore, because Rockshore is it's corporate and shit, but really got a good groove on with the boys. Excuse to be lazy, said Tom Joe. Oh, fuck me. So tonight we got Brooklyn Lager. That's pretty sweet. It's like their flagship lager, and there's a local brewery down the road called Carnegie Brewery, and I've been there a good few times. I know Dave, the manager. He's pretty fucking sweet. I played his wedding with the guitar, and it was all good. It was that guitar right there, funny enough. Ben Daly asks, "What's awesome, man? If you're not going to hear Ben Daly, you don't hear the crack. Brooklyn Lager. I mean, it's from Brooklyn. Like, fucking Brooklyn's cool. It's like just outside New York City. I mean, like, it is New York City. It's the borough of Brooklyn. But it's like, it's not on Manhattan, which is the island, which was originally bought off the Dutch for a $5. She's tasty, says Daniel Foley. Oh, Paddy's Day. Pint's going to be, Mike. What's the crack with the Paddy's Day? Is that going to be a thing? Beer snobs are the worst. Yeah, great hops. Let me just. I got the smell of waterfalls. I got the smell of malware. With just a small little tinge of fennel. Rachel Coyne, see, the left are trying to cancel the right to protest now. I think people need to stop calling these people the left, because I would call myself left, center left, a little bit libertarian. Let people fucking make up their own minds and live their own lives. I watched an interesting video with Russell Brand today. Russell Brand! And he was saying about, he had this lad on who was basically saying how you have all these massive corporations that are just getting bigger and bigger, and they're backing governments into a corner to bring in deregulation and privatization, and they're basically taking away democratic process. So what do I think of the protests in Dublin? I don't really have an opinion at this stage, man. I'm starting to just get really despondent to it all. I'm really losing interest. I basically think at this stage, to be quite honest with you, if it wasn't constantly, if the news didn't constantly ram this down everyone's throat on a daily basis, would anyone even know anything was going on? And that is a legitimate question. But conversely, right, let's say tomorrow, the news comes out and says, it's official, the pandemic is over, go out. What do you think everyone's going to do? Oh, it's official. So the man on TV told me that it's now okay, and it's okay. So I can't understand how people can't just fucking open their own eyes and look around. Take a look around. It's Limp Bizkit fucking up your town. We're downloading the shockwaves so all the ladies in the cave can get the groove on. Some say life is fucked up. I'm fucked up. Generation X, Generation Strange. Some don't even shine through my window pane. So go ahead and talk shit. Talk shit about me. So go ahead and talk shit about my future generation. So that was a line from the great poet Fred Durst from Limp Bizkit there. I used to listen to that when I was 18 and be like, ooh, this is scratching some sort of exponential itchy spot. Here he is, Jared Lushner. Well, Jared, you're very welcome to the show and all, man. It's good to see you. You've got a nice little chappy cappy on you there, man. You're looking pretty good. You put on some lockdown timber around the jowls.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me just put this into the mic of Abraxos. Get in there, you slag, with my fancy pink headphones. You froze there, Andy. Are you there? Hello?
Yeah. Can you hear me? I can hear. Oh, wait. 1 sec.
Hold on, you'll have to turn the volume up. I need to
Yeah, can you hear me
figure
now?
out the system
How's
preferences,
that?
and I have to access the mainframe here for a second. The mainframe needs to be accessed like Hackers, one of them shit movies from the
And
90s.
no, mate, that was a great film. Angelina Jolie got all whaps out in that one.
Did she? Angelina, so there's a film about hackers and Angelina Jolie got her boobs out in it. Usually
a bad word
two
against
don't
that
really
film.
mix, do they? Or do they? Okay, speak up there, lad.
1 2 1 2. Can you hear me?
Oh, I love you. You're coming through.
My number one.
Like a fucking beauty, mate. Cormac Mulville and the boys. So, are you and Kira still together? Come here to be smashing back doors in like a fucking whacker plate, man. So, Andy, you're very welcome to the Dream Quad.
Thanks for having me. Just live.
It is live, yes. You're
How's
live
it work?
on YouTube
Nice.
to a huge audience of 39. I hope you can handle the pressure.
Yeah. Well, it's glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
It's good. It's good to see. We got Breffney Morgan all the way from Russia. We will also live stream him.
Now the huge audience has become 40. How are you doing, Martin?
Fucking Breffmeister General.
Come here. Look, it's been a long time, man. How are you?
I'm good, mate. Yeah, Aquarius Quantavius Jermichael. Junior. You're very welcome to the quadcopter. Are you drinking Jimmy out the bottle there, mate? Are you?
It's Jimmy coffee thing I bought. I saw it in Tesco's. And I thought, I'm gonna get a glass. Don't worry, I'm complete fucking animal.
Ref, can you turn on your picture there so we can see your beautiful visage over in Mother Moscow?
Go on. Come here. I'm not good with this tech stuff. But hang on 1 second.
Here, like, breath, mate. I mean, like, I heard you're over in Moscow and shit. Device is not connected. He will. And breath, you might have known him from his first foray into the world of TV was the 2010 Apprentice, where he was in with a load of suit and tie merchants. Here he is. How are you, breath, man?
There we go. I'm a fucking fleece man now these days.
Oh man,
no suit and tie.
Exactly. Hey, but look, you've got it. You've got the Kremlin right there. Can we show the viewers in the back? Can you show the Kremlin?
Yeah, there you go. No, that's Joel. It's Putinmeister. That's where he works.
Putinmeister. He's been developing the Sputnik version 7513.
I'm about to get it.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mikey Higgins, thank you very much for the super touch. And look, any of you viewers, if you want to throw a few fucking green queens my way, it's greatly appreciated. I should. Sorry about that. Just doing a bit of side hustling there, Bref.
I missed. What are you sniffing there? What, Jared? What is that bottle of stuff that you had?
Jared Lushner.
Jameson's cold brew. I saw it in Tesco's. I couldn't resist. I was like, I like whiskey. I like coffee. They've twinned the two worlds. The circle's been squared. So
is it a beer, Andy? Is it? It's a whiskey, is it?
It's whiskey, yeah.
Yeah.
This is a can of goose.
Oh, two geese. What is it? A tale of two geese, Bref?
The other goose is asleep in the bed now.
Is that a Russian tipple?
It is actually. It's lovely. Come here. I got an awful land. I was drinking this thing called Mr. Lees. It's a cider. It's big over here. And I was thinking, this is delicious Russian cider, right? And I was on the chat with my buddy Kieran in Dublin. And he goes, come here, man, that's Orchard Thieves. It's the same logo, the same branding, just different words written on the thing, like. Right. Orchard Thieves. Heineken, taking over the world. Mr. Lees means Mr. Fox, as you might know yourself, Martin. You're no stranger to the Russian language. Mr. Fox,
as Danny Dyer would say, interesting. Very, very interesting. Well, you know what? Is Orchard Thieves made in Cheers and Nostrovia, comrades?
Nostrovia.
Is Orchard Thieves made in Tipperary, like the old fucking Clonmel champagne, also known as Magners and Bulmers, which does confuse me quite a fair bit of the time.
It's made in multinational land. That's where it's made, man. Yeah, it's all the same stuff. Fair play to Heineken, tastes good, but my bubble was burst when I was told, it's all the same stuff. So there I am thinking it's Russian apples.
Bastards.
But it's just.
I was the same about Morrow bars in Ireland. I used to love Morrow bars, and then I just realised they were just boasts. Yeah, I thought they were different for years.
I was going to say, lads, Tom Joe just blew my mind. I don't know if it's true or not. And you can check the comment section there, lads, in the right-hand side. He says Dutch Gold is Budweiser.
Oh, I don't know about that, man. It's a bit heavier on the palate. Dutch Gold is...
Yeah.
Can we fact check that? Can we get your team, Martin? Get your team of fucking
Can we get
gnomes,
some
man,
fact
on that
checkers
case.
there? We do have some solid fact checkers here in Golden Wonders are potatoes, said Liam.
Yeah, that's controversial. I'm not sure about that. Is that true? Is that real?
I hope it's not a golden blunder. I like the way we're like sports pundits without a sport to be watching. I would like to have
Drinking's a sport, man. Drinking is a fucking sport now and again, man.
You know what? We're I'm limbering up here with the warm up, which is the Brooklyn brewed only down the road. I have actually enjoyed piss-ups in this brewery a little bit too much at times, and I have to say, great team, great staff, and I left there feeling very, very satisfied. My liver took a hell of a pounding, but the next day I was glad I went.
Good fucking man. Come here.
Not made in Brooklyn, then, though.
No, unfortunately.
What's
Yes,
the
Brett.
story, man? You're moving house. You said you're moving gaff. From where to where?
Literally fucking up the street, but still a pain in the arse.
Yeah, moving stuff. It's very good for the abs.
Yeah, it's good for the
Boxes
quads and the lumbar.
And when you were moving, did you get rid of stuff?
I haven't actually got that was the intention, but I just fucking moved all the. I've moved most of the things, or half the things. There's still. I'm halfway there, living on a prayer, to be honest. But Graham Russell. But yeah, it's there is a.
Well, get pleased.
Sorry for cutting you off there, Briff. I get excited when I speak to people because obviously when you live in Stockholm, you don't really see anyone, and that's even without the pandemic. To be honest. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. I mean, it's like 12 years on and off of accumulate. You'd be amazed the amount of shite you accumulate in one place.
I had a teacher once. He had a great line. He said, "If in doubt, throw it out."
Good advice.
So
there's a Japanese woman who has some sort of rule, which I've completely forgotten. It was like
Japanese are good. Actually, no, I worked in a company. They implemented this thing called 5S. Basically, take all the shite off your desk, clear the whole thing, and be as lean as possible with your stuff. No mercy for it. Just nostalgia. It's for weaklings.
No, you need stuff. Sometimes you need stuff on your desk, though. Sometimes you need a bit of mess so you know where everything is. You can't have everything to. The amount of times I've tied it up and then I can't find anything after that.
Yeah, actually,
We can also get Tyler Schuler into the mix if Tyler Schuler jumps onto that link there.
Yeah, the link is complex.
It's a bit of a process, all right.
Yeah, you gotta let Safari into your life.
Lulu says, "Howdy from Texas, lads."
Good stuff.
Where in Texas, Lulu? Tell us where.
If they're in Houston, they're snowed under, or at least they have.
Is it still snowing in Texas?
I don't know. Would you type in there in the old comments?
Yeah, someone.
Actually, it's crazy stuff.
Willie Heenan knows the crack. Marie Kondo. Marie Kondo. That's your one's name, is it? The one who yeah, I obviously didn't. So I mean, it was such useful advice. I actually forgot it. Yes, he's added to the stream.
The gaff. Are you in the gaff?
No, I'm still in the old gaff. I'll be here for about another 2 weeks.
Okay.
Oh, Zach Quinn. He's we got our resident teenager here in the mix. He's coming to discuss life in the teen sphere. Zach Quinn, good to see you.
Hey, what's
good to see your face, baby
How's
boy.
Zach?
How's it going?
Shall we haze him just because he's young?
I'd say he's more clued up than any of us.
Push-ups. Lots of push-ups. What's your max push-ups?
I am actually turning
Lots of
17 in
push-ups.
like 2 weeks, so I'm looking forward to that.
He's looking for 17 in 2 weeks. You're like the age I was in 21 years. Fuck me, show me age there, man. Not only did I show it, I bloody told you it. How's life as a 16-year-old?
Grand. I mean, lockdown's obviously a bit tough, but getting through it, doing the online work, surviving.
Good stuff.
Will you become a hedge fund banker? Do you think?
God only knows at this point.
What are you studying?
What what do people your age want to become, actually?
Most of them just probably want to get drunk in fields like everyone's doing now.
Nothing's changed there then. Same as my day.
Personally, I want to make movies, I guess. I want to be a director. That'd be pretty cool.
You know, with the old drinking in fields, you know, they say brain cells are wasted on the young.
I've only got drunk in a proper field once on my 16th birthday, which was such a blur. I can't even remember that night. It was a mess.
It's probably for the best.
Yeah.
Usually, to be quite honest with you, when you compare your mid-20s to kind of early 30s to your teens, you're basically in the dark, man. Do you know what I mean? You're going to be drunk and you're going to be hanging out with lads in gaffs and shifting, and you know it's basically, what am I doing? You know, and then when you get seasoned, then it's like the old bull and the young bull parody, as Breffney will elaborate.
Well, it's
on.
interesting. Like at that point in your life, man, you should have sport in your life. Absolutely, you should have a sport that consumes you.
Oh god, sport! I cannot do any sport. I mean, I do a bit of arts and I do a bit of game coding. I've been doing a bit of that recently. That's good crack.
But you can see he's a powerlifter.
I guess in terms of sport, I do swimming a bit. I actually swam a few days ago, and it's so cold. Like,
You swam in the sea, did you?
Yeah, it's actually so hard swimming in like the actual ocean.
Yeah.
Where are you, Zach? Where in the world?
Good old Dublin City, the best place ever.
Not at the
Great, man.
moment.
Lived a few years there in Booterstown. Lovely spot.
That's a grand old place.
Yeah. And
the cracker is unreal.
come here now, not to just ruin the crack, but like, what's the story with the leaving cert?
I have no clue at this point. Like, I just keep hearing the news, like leaving cert this, and like how we have to cancel it, and how it's affecting students. Like, I have no clue what's going on. Like, I go do my online classes, do my work, and that's it. That's all I do. No, I am in fourth year, so I don't have to worry about exams or anything.
Right, so what, you just get your predicted grade, whatever the teacher decides your grade should be?
Yeah, I remember my junior cert. I was absolutely shitting myself. I was absolutely shitting myself in the junior cert, but I ended up, just getting predicted grades, and I coasted through them.
Nice.
So
Tom Joe says state education is over. I think people fucking educate themselves. Do you know what I mean? Just like go out in the world and just be like, sorry, can you teach me some stuff? And people are like, nah, fuck, that's my first lesson, man. No, it ain't free. We got Tyler Schuler in the mix, all the way from Oklahoma City.
What's the crack, Martin?
How are you doing there, Tyler?
I'm actually in my shop right now.
Oh, you're in the barbershop, are you doing some illegal hairstyles?
Yeah. Trying to.
What kind of hairstyles would be illegal?
Nah, we ain't on lockdown here, so.
Brilliant, man. Nice. What do you think of Texas, Mississippi, Florida, all those lads?
Oh, yeah. I think it's great, man. I think it's great. The data speaks for itself, so. Yeah, man. So go ahead and lift it and keep on living. Protect the vulnerable, but we got to live.
Ships are safest in harbor, but that's not what they're built for, as the old saying goes.
Yeah, a lot of folks will disagree, but like I said, it is what it is.
Yeah, well, look, a lot of people are fucking idiots, so that's the easiest way of basically talking about that one.
Yeah, I have friends in Ireland, and I guess the lockdowns aren't very good over there right now. I mean, they shut down the pubs, I guess. So I'll never agree with that.
Lockdown over here is really fun. We're actually supposed to have lockdown today, I think, on the 5th of March, but they delayed it by another month, I think. So that's
I think I can confidently say. I mean, obviously, this is just me thinking that suicide has killed more people over the lockdown. Controversial, I know, but Andy, thoughts?
Suicide's killed more people than COVID.
Directly.
Unless it's killing like 20 odd a day. I don't know what the figures were today, but it was around that. I think 20 odd people a day kill themselves. I don't know. I'd need to see the data. I don't know.
Yeah, I think basically.
I think it's more long term. The mental health issue that's going to come from this is going to present itself further down the line. People are still in shock a bit, I think.
Now, in terms of inflation, because Andy, I don't know what happened to Bref. We've lost Bref for the time being, but we'll get him back later on. Oh, he's here. He's down here at the stream. He's back. Sorry, I lost him there for a second. Obviously, yourself, Andy, you work in finance. You were working for the old Goldman boys, and Breffney is also our resident financial business. I suppose Breff's more in entrepreneurial, and Andy, you'd be derivatives, let's say, and this is my limited, fucking scope on the financial world. But like as Tyler would say, in the States at the moment. The Federal Reserve has been printing. I saw a graph on Ron Paul Liberty Report the other day, and apparently the graph has been kind of very gradually going up in terms of currency inflation in the States, and since 2020, it's just gone right up on a kind of a hockey stick style, I suppose vertical ascendance. Can you see problems down the road, Andy, with massive hyperinflation in this kind of thing happening?
Yeah, I mean the dollar's a bit of a unique case, though. Really, it's not like any other currency. It's as long as people are still buying and selling oil in dollars, the price of the dollar is safe. It's never gonna. As long as it's the de facto currency for oil transactions, it's always going to be. You can print as much of it as you want. It's like a magic checkbook. That's my take on it anyway. I don't know.
It is a magic checkbook. I think from what I gather, right, from what I seem, how I perceive it is basically since Nixon took America off the gold standard with, if you scale it back further, if you go way back to the beginning of the Federal Reserve under Woodrow Wilson, where they basically privatized the Federal Reserve, which is basically a bunch of private mystery shareholders, and they actually apparently took gold bonds and gold off people under punishment of $10,000 fine at the time and 3 years in prison, I think it was. So they took physical gold off people, and then that was the beginning of the fiat currency. For years before, I think it was like for over a century, the value of a dollar was pinned directly to gold, and if you were to deface a dollar, it was it punishable under death, or I don't know, but basically then you had World War II, which the English pound was taken off the reserve currency at Bretton Woods, and then fast forward to the 70s under Nixon, he took America off the gold standard and therefore linked the American dollar, which is the global reserve currency, to nothing. So it's now a fiat currency. So it's worth the paper it's printed on.
Have you read The Wizard of Oz?
I saw the film, man. It's fucking mad shit.
It's all about it.
Yeah, there's a lot of
thing encapsulated, man.
Yeah, the man behind the curtain pulling the levers is actually a fucking soft cock.
Yeah, it's actually.
It's. No, I'm not shy talking. It's.
Yeah,
it's a real allegory to it. Like
apparently, if you play Dark Side of the Moon by Pink Floyd, it all links up. I don't know if that's just some lad smoked a few spliffs and saw a few coincidences one night.
How fucking stoned have you got to be before you figure that one out? Yeah. Let's put on Pink Floyd. And is it Pink Floyd backwards, or is it Pink Floyd forwards and The Wizard of Oz backwards, or is it the other way around?
I think it's just.
I don't know.
I think just watching them. Andy got some props from Lick Out Beached here. Good man, Andy. Bang on. Deficit myth. Stephanie Kelton and the boys.
Lick Out Beached. Like
Dark Side of the Rainbow.
I forgot what I was saying. I'm a bit stoned. What were we saying?
Yeah, the Federal Reserve, though, I've done a lot of research on it, and so a bunch of very, very wealthy business interests and very aristocratic individuals all met up off the coast of Georgia. There was a place called Jekyll Island. It was a Rockefeller estate.
Oh, Rockefellers.
And they did it in November of 1910 because nobody was there, because it was off season.
Christmas.
So all these folks got together and basically they struck a deal. And the deal was that these private bankers would print or loan as much money as they wanted, or as much as the United States government needed, but there was collateral, but they had to have collateral. And then the collateral was the United States government said, well, we'll create an entity that will tax the United States citizens and we'll pay you the interest off the backs of their labor. So the same year the Federal Reserve Act was created, which was 1913, was the same exact year the Internal Revenue Service was created.
Oh, right.
So
Nice.
100% of what is collected through the Federal Reserve, through the United States, the Internal Revenue Service, 100% of it goes straight to the interest of the Federal Reserve bankers. You can look up the Grace Commission report, and the Grace Commission report will tell you everything that I just told you.
Yeah, but
So-
it's interesting,
so-
you know. There was that young fella there a second ago, and I said, what do young fellas want to get into these days? Film making or something. Get into banking, man. That's where the money is. Or get into politics. That's where the power is. Get into something where there's action, like. Instead of
You know,
just,
it's funny you say that because I've you know, it's Andy probably. I mean, you well, both yourself, Pref, and Andy have been working in, you know, financial or business sphere, and it's only no one told me this when I was younger. I mean, my uncle Martin, who was an entrepreneur, but he works with plant machinery. He was always trying to, you know, teach me things about money. But if you want to make money, go where the money is. I mean, and it's fucking and obviously there's a lot of very long hours, and like, you know, like our friend Mark, who isn't on it, like he was working. What was that? Actually, we shouldn't name the company, but he went to a trading company where he'd have to do a full year of working for free, you know, and he'd be doing like 15, 16-hour days for nothing. And you know, when like Andy, have you done anything in terms of trading?
No, I escaped all that grad scheme stuff, but I've been working in places like Goldman where the grad scheme rotation comes in, and it's just fucking the most bizarre thing to see these kids you could practically stepping over each other to, you know, they make them come in at 6 o'clock, work till like, you know, 8 or 9 in the evening, and none of them go home when they're supposed to. You have to tell them, you have to bribe them to go home. Like they don't have any discernible skills. All they have is that they just like money, and they're ready to, you know, cut anybody's throat that gets in their way. I mean, they don't actually have any technical skills or a particular interest in finance. They just show up to this cunt factory where they just get shown how to be bigger assholes. Basically, that's what it is. I sat with this one girl I had to sit with, and I was like, so, you know, I had to explain to her a few things because she was just out of uni. I was like, so where's your level? What do you know? Like, you know, that kind of thing. And she had
it's a good
absolutely no
disclaimer
interest
for
in
anyone
finance
listening,
whatsoever.
except for this one bloke and this one Bjor, who are friends with everyone else is right. No, I like the movie Boiler Room. It's a great view. Obviously, Wall Street, the original.
Vin Diesel,
a whale
is it?
here.
Yeah. No, but I'll tell you a funny thing. When I mentioned the movie Wall Street over here, they all say, oh yeah, the Wolf of Wall Street. I'm like, no. Wall Street, the original.
The original.
Belfort, man, he's a smart man. He co-opted the entire brand in terms of the movies, like the Wolf of Wall Street now is synonymous with Wall Street. It kind of ate it. But I was thinking of putting on that now tomorrow, Wall Street. The original now. With
Margin
Sheen.
Call's the best one of that lot. Margin Call, Boiler Room.
Yeah. Jeremy
What's the
Irons.
other one?
Great.
Jeremy
great
Irons,
lad. Yeah, brilliant. And The Big Short.
Yeah, that one. Yeah. So Margin Call, Big Short, and Wall Street. They're the main three.
Yeah, I watched Big Short the other night. Actually, it fucking make you angry at the end of it. It just like it hits the nail on the head, especially in the States. Education, politics. You know, fucking throw media in the mix.
Have you watched the new Adam Curtis thing?
No, I haven't seen the new one.
Oh, mate, definitely watch it. It touches on what you were just talking about, the gold standard. They spend a lot of time talking about that.
Yeah, but when you think about it, everything hinges on it. You know, like if you look at like the only reason that America is still it's still going on a fiat currency the way it is expansionism, and the fact that every international transaction is done in the petrodollar. It's done in the dollar. And that's the only reason how it's still going. But an interesting message here from Dave. It says, decentralized finance is literally a money printing machine. Any thoughts on that?
I gotta go, lads. Got a customer.
Take it easy, man. I heard the bell go.
Listen.
Bye.
No, man.
Excuse me. Sorry
You're
for
upside
the.
down.
Yeah, I'm upside down, am I?
Yeah.
I am.
Yeah.
Come here, no,
It's
I
'cause you're
went
in Russia.
moving around. Nah, man, we're in the old northern hemisphere here. I did a bit of moving around there. Am I right side front now?
No. It's all right, leave it. I've gotten used to it now.
Oh, he doesn't. He's the right way up for me.
Is he?
Oh man, that must be
My
strong,
fucking-
Jameson. About this currency change, right? I just whipped this out. I'm in Russian they say plushkin, a hoarder. I take stuff. I don't follow my old teacher's advice. Some
That's
people
what
might
Putin- that's what
remember
Putin
this.
is.
File the facts. Well, the person organized, was it?
No, this was posted to everybody. Celtic Tiger era thing. This is a Casio euro converter. And when we moved from the pound to the euro, everyone was posted one of these things. So you type in whatever you like, bang, 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 with the current exchange rate, and there you go. It was to mollify the people into accepting the euro and putting away their currency. And it can be used for doing all sorts of currency conversions. But the old euro, man, you'd miss the punt.
Yeah, you would. You know, it's funny. I remember hash when they changed from the euro to the pund. I can't understand.
You can't talk about hash, man.
No, I'm talking
This
about.
is the internet, man.
Marcus
Hashtags.
Vapes is right.
Yeah,
Hashtags, like fucking hashtags.
I remember
Remember
hashtags.
hashtags, they're a big craze.
Hashtags.
Early adopter, yeah.
Let's say the hashtags went from the pound sign being, let's say, an ounce of hashtags.
To make Martin shut up, press the pound key.
Yeah.
Do you remember
so-
hash with plastic in it? That was weird. What?
Straight up.
Why
yeah,
was there plastic in it?
I'm not saying anything from personal experience. What I'm saying is there was for some reason people selling it didn't get with the currency. Say an ounce was, let's say, 100, and then the euro came in, and next thing it was like 100 euro. So it just became the equivalent of the 27p. Was just knocked off the price of it. So,
Come here. So
So
a 10 spot changed. 10
yeah,
spots.
it became. I think it came about 20%
Mitzi
cheaper.
turbos.
Mitzies. Oh, we
Tell
got
me.
Chris. We got this lad here. He likes chatting. Here we bring him on.
Oh,
We got fucking live from the center of the
named-
sun.
how come
Jeez,
it's
am I
not?
am I the only Klim who put my right name on?
We got fucking Jerry Edie in the mix as well. Just some heavy hitters.
Hey.
Crack, lads.
We got Edie of the
All right. Welcome.
Getting on, lads.
Welcome to the crack.
Chris. We
Not
can't see you.
bad.
Resin.
You have a very small door there.
Here we
Here
now.
he is. How are you
And who are
fucking
these
Christine?
How you guys
This-
doing?
These boys.
That
They're
lad was
warm.
in the army and he
Warm
blew
lads.
shit up for a living.
Fair pleasure.
Preston, you got quite the view behind you.
Brev, oh yeah, he's got the Kremlin
Hello.
right behind him, man.
That's unbelievable. I'm in Newburyport, Massachusetts right now. It's a big cold.
Lovely.
My friend Katie.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello, how you doing?
Hi.
Hello.
Good to see you.
Ooh, hello. I'm lucky. I actually look
Connection
cuter
ain't
than
great.
this. Put my hair down.
Breffney, you got a fan in Massachusetts. I'll tell you that now.
So Chris and I never slept together. We're just really good friends.
Now there's 45 people in the world that know my game is weak, but that's all right.
The game is weak.
Yeah.
You got
Don't
Jerry
put
in the
yourself
mix.
down there. I'm sure your game is fine.
Yeah, the night is young.
She's my barber. I don't want to shit where
I'm
I
not
eat.
actually I have my skills are hairstyling and yoga. If you look at my business, it's brought
So pushing the business. This is
You have,
my.
nice, you have nice hair, so it's a good sign. If if you see a woman who works as a barber and she got bad hair, then it's kind of like, ooh, don't know if I'll go in there. But you do have nice hair. It's nicely layered. It's a nice texture there.
He's saying he's got nice hair. Martin, I saw pictures from when Cowboy is out there. You with your face shaved is almost like a totally different person.
What was this?
Cowboy sent me some pictures when he was out there in Sweden, and you with your face shaved. I don't know if that was.
Yeah, I've actually trimmed the beard, man. I was just the other morning. I got up and I was like, this is getting out of hand. You know, I was just like, time to just. I had to turn down a national lottery advert the other day for because of the fucking Rona and the fact that we're moving house. So lost out on a substantial few fucking chain gangers. So I'm pretty fucking miffed about that. But that's life, man. You know what I mean? I was going to play a Viking.
They offered it to you, and then
no, I got it. But I couldn't go because of the COVID and just the situation of things. So it was a real pain in the ass. But hey, what are you going to do? Could be all for luck, right?
Yeah.
So we got Jer Eady in the mix as well. Jer, how are you getting on, mate? How's things?
Doing good. I was doing an interview and I seen like you post a link to StreamYard and I was like, I'll speed this up now. Yeah.
Good lad.
Yeah, did a speed round, yes, no, only. But
a speed round. What's your favorite color? Blue.
Yeah.
Can you show us the Kremlin in more detail there, please, Bref? Just for the we'll put the production value up here, and just see if we can get you on the full screen here. I'll put you into solo layout for a second, so the pressure is on. So we want to see where Putin and the boys hang out. We want to see what the deals are made with the oligarchs.
Putinator lives down there, yeah.
The Putinator.
So he works there. He flies over in the helicopter.
There it is. Hold still. Let's have a look. There it is, man. Right there.
Can't see him now. He's asleep. He's getting asleep.
He's in Bobos. What are those two buildings? Are they? He is, man. He's the hardest working man in politics.
Why should you never wear Russian underwear? Chernobyl fallout.
So dumb.
It's like that other one, which was this is like the other old one. What you call a Russian with three balls? Oh fuck it, 3 balls.
Ujnikov.
Yeah.
Oh, we lost him there. But that's a hell of a view, Martin. How long has he been living out there? That's some prime.
I've been out there for about six years now, I think.
Wow, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
Imagine waking up to that every day.
Yeah, and just thinking, what shadowy dudes are in there today? You know, I was watching BBC News
to a man in that building.
The Brotherhood of Man. I was watching BBC News last night, and I was. Who's your man? The guy who came out with the budget. He's just one of the weakest looking dudes.
Rishi Sunak. He looks like one of the Ferengis off Star Trek. You know, like the ones that love the money.
Yeah, he really does.
He looks like a fucking Ferengi.
Can you imagine him trying to kick a football like?
I want to know,
yeah, mate.
do you guys have any idea what happened in Dublin this week? What was that about there? Anti-mask protesting?
Don't know.
Yeah,
shut up, rocket.
QAnon job.
It was almost like Los Angeles there with the car chase and that woman in her Mercedes getting chased by like 50 guards.
Oh yeah, what was that about? That was mad.
Yeah, it was live streaming. It was awesome.
Live streaming while being chased by about 50 squad cars.
She's not going to see the light. She's probably in Kilmainham Gaol right now then, right?
Yeah, she's in jail and she's getting 3 square meals a day and she's got a bed and she doesn't have to worry about anything for the next few days.
Well, I guess she's ahead of me then, but cheers, lads.
Cheers. To the power of the Lord.
Those two lads from Limerick. At Dublin Airport, they boosted one of the shuttle buses.
Did they really?
Yeah. I heard about it on the news. Someone can correct me in the chat. Let's get a fact checker on that. I could be talking complete bollocks, but I heard a bit of it.
Can we get Snopes in here to?
It sounds like people are playing real life GTA in and around Dublin right now.
Yeah, mate. Grand Theft Dublin.
Grand Theft Dublin, yeah.
That's what we should come out with there.
What's this thing here? William Eaton says, "Did you see the Coca-Cola thing with Sunak? What Sunak?"
Yeah, he's Rishi Sunak. He's the Ferengi-looking geezer.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, the Ferengi guy. You know, it occurs to me when I was watching him giving some fucking absolute waffle of a speech about the budget. I was like, the worst people get into politics, man.
Oh, absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more there.
No, they're just fucking. It attracts a certain Weasley type of fucking spineless prick. That is great with hollow platitudes and political speak, designed to bore someone and deflect any questions.
Well, I always wonder though, because back in the day, a lot of the presidents had like good grades and they were like solid students and whatnot. And then George Bush comes along and he basically paid his way through Phillips and Yale, I believe he went to. So whatever. But I think since then, man, in terms of the presidents here, it's like, what's going on?
Well, I mean, if you believe Biden is autonomous to make his own decisions, I'd say you're on another fucking dimension, on another plane of reality. Do you know what I mean? Like, he hasn't done a press conference since he's been on, or since he's been in the office. So
that's fairly weird, isn't it?
That's a bit weird, yeah. And the fact he was going to do something the other day, and it was like, well, what's going on here?
Hello, I have something to say. Biden, I think everything presidential and everything with the U.S. I think is skewed. I think everyone wanted to get Trump out of office, which was like a good call. I don't know. Actually, there was a point in time that I actually really liked Trump because he actually got shit done. And I don't like who he is, but I like what he stands for. And then I think the Democratic Party and then the Republican Party, like, why is it so constantly fighting? We're all Americans. We're all here to do the same thing. We're all here to live, free or die, right?
Well, like, I guarantee you, these same people will be in the bar afterwards, just having beers with each other and doing backroom deals. It's show business for the ugly. Even saying that though, there's a couple of nice. I think the South Dakota governor, she's nice.
Which one's that? The Hispanic one.
Oh, what's her name?
Are you talking about AOC?
Oh, mate.
Cortez there.
So honestly,
Pure fire.
Talking about, because I thought I could just step in.
You can't step in. This is Martin's show.
Right,
She's welcome, man. Join. What's your name? Sorry.
Her name is Katie.
Katie, you're very welcome.
Katie.
So, do you want to hear what else I have to say?
Yeah, go on. Throw it into the mix.
Okay.
Yeah, Friday night, right?
I house this fucking asshole. I'm just kidding. He's one of my friends. I live in Newburyport, Mass, and he lives in the West Coast. Chris and I grew up together. We're good friends. We've always been friends. So anyway, yeah, this world is really fucked right now. I think that 2020 was a hard time for me personally, and I know it was a hard time for a lot of people, and I know because catastrophic. Like, there are so many people that got affected. Let's think about it. Kobe Bryant and his and his daughter. Like, God, when I heard about that, my heart still like.
Let me ask them. What did you guys think about Kobe passing away overseas? Was that a thing or?
Yeah, it was all over.
Was he the lad that has AIDS, or is that?
No, that's Magic Johnson.
Sorry.
It was.
His helicopter went down in Calabasas, pretty close to where I stay on the West Coast, and you could see the smoke. But the thing,
yeah, it was hovering.
Some guy came and took pictures of like the burning bodies and stuff. So they made a national law now. You're not allowed to do that and like profit off it.
You know, this is humanity these days. There's so many grifters out there, and you know, that kind of taking pictures of burning bodies, man. It's you know, this is the kind of mindset these people. I mean, like, sometimes you'd see the Kardashians walking through LAX, and look, yeah, they're famous, they're on TV, but their fucking privacy should be respected. You know what I mean? It's like there should be a law against these fucking assholes taking. It's the media that's driving it, and these people are doing it for a living, and it's basically bottom feeding. It's the worst, one of the worst forms of income you can do. You know.
There's two ways to look at that, though, because some celebrities do call like TMZ or whatever and say, "Hey, I'm going to be here at this time."
Oh yeah, the setups. Yeah, you know, a lot of these beach, like these long lens beach photos of women on the beach, and it ends up in this sidebar of the Daily Mail going, "Such and such has a great beach body." And most of them are set up because their PR agencies get onto the press, and then they'll throw in some story.
Jonah Hill went off on the Daily Mail this week talked about how they took a picture of him when he was swimming with his shirt on, and how that caused him like some serious body image issues, and he was a little bit depressed because of it. So,
Well,
Yeah.
might be worse if he had the top off.
I did actually read about that. Yeah, he
Was this before or after he lost the weight?
it was this week that he wrote about it,
Because he's usually very large.
but I think the pictures were old. Yeah.
Yes, so
He's rolling. He's doing jits. He's doing the jujitsu now. He's
he's had a distorted body image for a while because, honest to God, he probably only gains roles from fat guys. Like he, and now he's like, excuse me.
Well, I'm not defending the media in any way, but he did initially make his money playing the roles of fat, funny people. Like that was his whole character. Like being a fat bloke on film was his character. That's why he got paid.
Yeah, but we don't like
to turn around and say, "Stop filming me being a fat bloke."
Well, we don't like typecasting here, right, Martin?
Don't look at me.
So when he gets like roles where he has to be thin, he's like, oh crap, I have to shed pounds, because he only gets roles for that position that he's been getting roles for main scripts, right?
Yeah.
He was just saying like, now that's based on he's a human being. Imagine like just eating Wendy's every day because all he knows is fat boy rolls, like.
Speaking of once large gentlemen, the guy from Butterfly Effect, I forget his name, but I follow him on Instagram. He was like the fat goth dude. He's apparently lost it all. Now he's some sort of jacked power lifter, and he has a podcast about it. He's jacked. What is he, Joe?
Fucking fair play to him, whatever he is.
He's jacked, man. Do you know another person who actually followed me back on Instagram, who you got to check out, is Aaron Carter. He's just live streaming the whole time. He's actually got a white collar boxing event against. Can you one of you guys look up the guy he's fighting? He's Lamar or something. He's ex LA Lakers.
Lamar Odom, Mr. Khloe Kardashian, the one that OD'd in the whorehouse there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was at that whorehouse outside of Vegas there, the Bunny Ranch, and they had to call the police and the paramedics to get him out because
Jesus Christ,
OD'd on crack. But he was an amazing basketball player.
Some night out, man. That guy sounds like a fucking riot.
Right. Well, listen to this. Right. Lamar Odom is going to be fighting Aaron Carter, and there is a foot in the size difference.
What, the pop star Aaron Carter with the curls?
Yeah. He's going to be fighting an ex, professional athlete who is 7'1".
He's a monster.
Oh no, he's not 7'1". I think he's
about 6'11", 6'10", because he played point forward for the Lakers when Kobe was there, and he would like set up the offense.
Hold on, let me see this. Shit, man, he's 208 centimeters. So what's that in? I think that is about 6'8", if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, good luck.
It's
what was it? I was
006824146. Yeah, so rounded off to 6'8", and Aaron Carter is 5'8". So that would be like that would be the equivalent height difference between me and the Big Show from WWE. So just fucking getting close and work the bits and pieces. Work his giblets is what I would say. Aaron Carter. Dr. David's in the mix. Dr. David, jump in for the chat, man. Jump in for the chat.
What about Dane Bowers? This guy's coming asking the real question. What about Dane Bowers?
What about you're out of your mind? Gonna make this really easy. I'm not wasting my time, but you're playing for free. For Jerry Eady, who would have been a bit young back in those days. Actually, I don't know if he would have been born back when Dane Bowers got together with Victoria Beckham for her first foray into the solo artist world with a collaboration with Another Level's Dane Bowers. And there was a lot of speculation thinking, okay, we're singing, it's not great, but yeah, it wasn't fucking, you'd be out of your mind if you weren't impartial to it.
I
What-
don't even know who
I
that
don't know
guy
what to
is.
say. Like, same here.
Yeah, but shit like that, I told you wouldn't. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
Dane Bowers, man. Isn't like Dane Bowers is going to fucking Mantra and Castle Ballare. Breffney Morgan's back in the mix. Welcome back, Breff. He's got the Russian internet, man.
Oh, there he
Does
is.
anyone else see him as upside down, or is it just me?
Just you.
He's the right side up. So yeah, basically that will
something's
be an
going on
interesting fight between Aaron Carter and
Back in the mix.
Well, the last
Lamar,
NBA
very
player
bad
got
connection.
knocked out by that
Russian.
Paul brother, so hopefully this NBA player shows better.
It's just you, I think. Man.
Revney, you need to become friends with some oligarchs and get better Wi-Fi, man.
How you doing?
someone's got an email.
That was me.
Who is hoarding all the Wi-Fi for himself?
What is the crack? What I
So
need
Joseph,
now is a better device.
would you have a device handy?
Come here, look at. I'd like to bring it.
Sean
back
Pellegrino
to normal.
says, "Brett,
Back to normal,
watch
where
out
we
for
have
the
CDs
killer
and iTunes. Just rip them.
I'll go over there so you don't have to.
Dr. David in the mix. How are you, Dr. David? Any crack? Hey?
Yeah, too bad we're on.
Would I have a device handy?
Good
Yeah,
lad.
I probably do, yeah. Maria, can I borrow your phone?
Raul Duke says, "Where's Johnny Utah?"
Raul Duke sounds like the kind of guy we need on the chat, to be honest.
Raul Duke.
That's
Who
what we
was
need.
Raul Duke again?
He was in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. It's some,
That was a pseudonym.
yeah.
Raul Duke. Great name, man. Great name. Great question. Great question. Dave Howie. Dane Bowers versus Simon Webb. Who's Simon Webb, man?
Simon Webb. He was in
Just-
Blue. He was the black lad from Blue.
Oh, right. They going squaring off. I was going to say, I've been watching a lot of Simon Cowell lately, and I mean, guys, come on, that was crazy bad. I've just started. One of the funniest fucking things I know is bad X Factor auditions. Any great bad X Factor auditions, lads, to talk about? Over to you, Dr. David.
The best bad one I ever saw was, I'm fairly sure, was a plant. It was a lad who didn't look well, and like I actually wonder whether they genuinely exploit people who aren't well and just go, yeah, we're going to put them on. Like, it's really cynical.
Well, funny enough, Jeremy Kyle had to be cancelled because one of his guests committed suicide after just basically being lambasted across the, after being on TV. But if you, do you ever remember this girl called Ariel Bardet? Her name was, and she's like, "This is an academic piece to show my vocal range." Don't care, sweetheart. And basically, I don't think she ever recovered from her appearance on X Factor, and fucking stabbed herself in the neck and killed herself, and was found dead in a flat in Leeds. So there are.
That's
Axel
not Simon
Corning.
Cowell's fault, though, is it? Like,
No, I know. Look, I mean, but at the end of the day, there are fucking risks with wanting to appear on TV, and people, there's a certain level of, we've all grown up with film and TV and this perceived vision of glitz and glamour of stardom, and basically everyone thinks that they have the X Factor, and they go in. I mean, they're probably singing with headphones on. They can't hear themselves singing, and they're going, "Futures made of virtual insanity," or whatever. And they can't hear themselves, and they go on. It's like 1 out of 4, 1 out of 4. Still got the confidence. I mean, just awful. Have you got any advice for me?
Humans-
Just leave.
Humans have always loved public executions, and they used to be public.
Yeah.
And then they went behind the bars. They went into prison, and it became a more exclusive kind of public execution. But then mass media and a kind of a postmodern sort of sneery irony brought them back into people's homes, to the point where we're now seeking them out very, very readily in various different forms, like even on live leak and stuff like that.
We got someone needs to put headphones in.
That's me, man. I was right now, and I'm.
Oh,
back.
no worries, no worries. You know what,
Where?
Dr. David, that's a very good point. Actually, it's there seems to be a kind of a weird inbuilt thing in the human psyche that people like to see. Either you get this is a whole different strata, I suppose. You have people who are like, "Oh, I thought I had it bad. Look at this poor fucker." Then there's genuinely sadistic people who will watch you and go, "Yeah, I want to see his head come off," kind of shit. And then you have like just people who are like indifferent, and then other people who kind of have an empathetic view to the whole thing. But yeah, I mean, like it's a conversation I had with my daughter today. I was telling her that she really needs to be careful with what she's looking at on the internet, because if you compare the internet to the roads that we travel on, it's the information superhighway, and if you look at the internet as a whole, it's like a motorway in LA. It's huge, and then you go off and you go into main roads, and then it's by roads and streets and cul-de-sacs, and some of those places have houses that have fucking nutters living in them.
And it's the boring with a bunch of lads.
It's like going down a boring with a bunch of mad bastards with cudgels and pickaxe handles.
Yeah, right now we're behind a Centra in Ballintool.
Yeah, just standing there, just punching himself in the face, just wanting to do damage in front of the mirror.
All right, I have a quick question. Jared just asked. Oh, sorry, Breathy, go ahead.
No, you go on. I'll go there.
This Ballintool, when I was in Ireland and I've Googled it, what is Ballintool? Is it a real place?
It's not a real place, man. It was like a joke place.
Oh, yeah.
Shelbyville, isn't it, basically?
We've lost Andy.
Yeah.
We got Mark Shortall. We had Mark Shortall.
Where what I wanted to ask was that young fella
Martin
who's doing his
Shortall.
leaving.
All right,
Would he be
Eddie.
doing
Sorry,
Macbeth?
Martin.
Yeah.
Who's this
How are you,
kid?
buddy?
We got to welcome Martin Shortall into the mix.
Oh,
Are you blazing up a 7x2? Are you, Mark?
I know. Only a rollie now, unfortunately, at the moment. I've been off it for about a week, Can you hear me? Can you?
Oh, hey, loud and clear, man. Loud and clear.
Can you? Yeah. Stay out in Dublin now at the moment. I was on the Late Late Show there earlier on today now.
No way. What were you doing?
Yeah. Well, it was pre-recorded there at about 6 o'clock. I was playing guitar with Una Healy. So
nice.
Just thought I'd
Good
fucking back home. Just thought I'd pop on and say, all right,
Did you get any nice few claw? Did you get your claw?
Do you know how much I got? Do you know how much the fucking musicians on it get? €110. Not fucking shocking, isn't it?
And how much is fucking Tuberty getting for waffling on?
What's that in punch? What's that in punch?
You wouldn't fucking know, would you?
I'd say it's a good 132.
Yeah,
Patrick T says, swanning around with Tuberty, were you glad?
Listen, Tuberty's all right. Tuberty's grand. Tuberty's grand.
He's a great man for
very nice today now, actually.
He's lovely, like he sounds to talk to, but very Fianna Fáil though.
Yeah, I heard a story there. Talked to one of the engineers. He was saying that he was looking up in one of the sound engineers. He was looking up in the ceiling of the Late Late Show, and he said apparently they were using microphones that for those they were using Neumann U87s to mic the audience. And
they're excellent.
For those that don't know about microphones, they're about 15 grand each. And they had tons of them up just to mic the fucking audience, shows the fucking money they have, and then they pay their fucking musicians 110 quid, But it was a fucking laugh anyway,
How much do you think the entire production cost, Mark?
Oh, I wouldn't know now. I mean, it's hard to say, It's very hush hush, They don't really tell you much, But
you're rushed in and rushed out, and you do your job.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, there's a lot of people running around with clipboards, so you wouldn't fucking know, A good few, I'd say a good few quid anyway.
If you'd like to take your time, you could join the studio here.
Yeah, this is it, How are all the lads anyway? He's all well?
Are fucking grand, man, grand. Stressed with general life, but grand. It's nice to moving, and that will be the super layer where the base of operations, where things can just really take off to the mesosphere in terms of live streaming and having the crack. I've been watching a bit of TV lately on IPTV, just watching fucking English TV, but quite enjoying some mindless shite like EastEnders. Yeah. So I was thinking. Lovely rendition there from Brett there from
Thank
the.
you.
Martin, do
Lovely
you have
hurling
a
there, yeah.
dog?
Did
Sir,
you see
But
the
I'm thinking-
drums earlier? Did you see the drums?
your
A
drums.
second ago. My
Are they, is
my
it a
my buddy
Coil
Kira,
S4?
he gave me these drums. I play them now. I negotiated with the neighbours up, down, left, and right, and we came up with this regime: Wednesdays, Fridays, 2 to 4 p.m.
Nice.
So I can blast on. No, come here. I'm working on a new song. The last one came out a while ago, and after it didn't land, it was called
Lockdown Blues.
song. Lockdown song, COVID blues. Yeah, but like, look, I just
nice.
stuck it out on YouTube, and you know,
Well, you
there's
know what? We'll give that the
hundreds of
touch.
hours.
Yeah, because you know, I know only too well when you labour over something and you put fucking everything into it and then it gets like 60 views and it's like, oh, fuck's
Oh,
sake.
yeah. I fucking know about that.
Yeah.
Anyway, the
fucking
next one,
heartbreaking.
the next song coming out is called the Beta Male Blues. It'll be much better.
We can give us a little rendition tonight, maybe. At some point. Yeah, that'd be alright with Martin.
I'll give you the first verse. I sent her a message. She didn't reply. I sent her another to ask her why. She didn't reply. There's no excuse. Now I've got the beta male blues.
Very good, man.
Thank you.
Can we get it again?
Savage.
We get it again. We get it again in green,
more
please.
song.
I think I might get a schmack from the girlfriend. She just woke up.
What's the name there, Bref? Of your channel again?
Just Breffney Morgan.
Yeah, I've been trying to put it up, but I've got Breffney's best bits here from a collection of Breffney Morgan's best bits from the year of Apprentice Ireland. Fair play to it. When I have to say when
Lockdown song.
oh yeah, we got your channel here now, and you can subscribe to and there's the Awfully Irish podcast with Jay Reedy there as well. But Bref has he's only got 51 subscribers, so give him a dig out there. He's a good lad, man. It'll inspire him to do more stuff.
I did it.
More stuff. Oh, Jared Lushner's back in the mix. Hold on, we get.
Martin, do you have your dog?
Yeah, he's here, but he's nice and quiet at the moment. So
just checking in on the old lad.
Unfortunately, Dr. David, if you hang tight in the lobby there, mate, there's only enough room for 6 people at one time unless I upgrade, and so.
Well, I can get out of here if you want.
Right, yeah, you jump out.
I can jump off. I might join back on in a while or something.
Yeah, we'll be here for a while. This will be like we might give another fucking hour and a half, 2 hours out of this and just talk. You know, think of this as just like you're in the pub with Eddie Durkin, man, and you can just jump in and have the crack. Cyber pub. We should have got fucking Oculus Rifts in the mix and be like, I can see the fucking grains on your rolly, man.
Yeah, no, look at that. Fucking
Dr.
small now, isn't it?
Hey, hi. And Dr. Dave, in fairness, I have the feeling that you're a very cerebral and creative man.
I'm a teacher.
Good. What are you teaching?
Contemporary dance.
Nice.
I teach English literature.
Good man. Yeah, you can tell you've definitely got the sign of a learned man.
Of a lush merchant. I was thinking you
Hey,
could call it.
we're all friends here.
You could call it Oculus Shift, and it could simulate being in coppers.
Hey, I'd buy that for $1.
Yeah, you definitely would.
Andy Wallace, thoughts on RoboCop 1?
It's actually a really good film. It's like when you watch it, it's like Starship Troopers. Because
brilliant, man. Starship Troopers. Apparently, and Chris Perez will probably answer this. Oh, fucking Shawnee, man. You got Shawnee from Chicago. He definitely blazing it up. First of all, there's Breffney's link there in to his channel. Please give him a subscribe. It'll get him fucking chat-charing in the heat of the night. Starship Troopers. Apparently, if Christine Perez can verify this, is it true that in the American, I don't know if it's the Marine Corps, they give you a book, or they used to give them a book of Starship Troopers to read? So
right.
Yeah.
My mic's been off this whole time, so I just realised.
Yeah, you sound brilliant now, man. You're crystal clear, like Crystal Swing, the mother, daughter, son skiffle combo.
But RoboCop
Sweet.
is a fantastic film about libertarianism. Like what happens when you just leave people to their own devices, like how society just completely crumbles. And I think it's a comedy more than anything. I think it's a black comedy.
Yeah, when there wasn't a whole video about like the guy RoboCop shot in the dick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a perfect moment.
Paul Verhoeven, though, isn't it? You know, he was a man of his time. Was Paul Verhoeven is great. There's a great when you're watching Total Recall and you watch the director's cut, the commentary, and it's like it's me, Paul Verhoeven, the director, and hi, this is me, Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's like, this is me running towards the camera, and it's just got like the TriStar Pegasus horse, and it's like. Yeah, we took Sharon Stone. We took her to a hotel in Mexico to go over these lines in the hotel room, and yes, it was a nice time. Yeah, Arnold really had a good time down there.
There's a great thing about that when you buy The Exorcist. William Friedkin has this introduction. It's about 15 minutes long, and you go and hit the skip button on the DVD, and it doesn't work. You have to watch it.
Yeah,
you've got to watch the full 15 minutes of him talking about the film. Before you watch the film, I love that.
Oh, really?
I love that level of arrogance. Like he just sits there like Garth Marenghi, just lays it all out for you. Like
Dreamweaver.
Yeah, plus actor.
I'm Garth Marenghi, Dreamweaver.
Apparently, he was identical to Alan Partridge when he first came out, and they had to actually separate him from Alan. So like they had to just completely disentangle him from that like tyrannical influence of Alan Partridge, that he was just so like him at the beginning. And but those
Garth Marenghi.
Yeah, those things at the beginning, like only someone who really understands writing could write something that that bad. Those sections he reads out from Slicer and Black Fang and piss, shit, and bits of sick. Like, it's just perfect stuff.
Your man Matt Berry is brilliant. Dag! I love the way they just deliberately badly overdub. Actually, Richard Ayoade, he directed that, didn't he?
No, it was another guy, Paul King. I think Paul King directed it. Weirdly, he hadn't directed anything yet, I don't think, at that time. But I just love that moment where Todd Rivers is talking about, like, Saturday night, go to the NHS, you try and treat people. Most of them are pissed. I don't think doctors have guns, but I think they should, because if you were to flash a bit of steel, I think that would soon separate the men from the boys, as it were. Just like such a bizarre person. Great character. Basically Oliver Reed, I think.
Oh, Oliver Reed, man, what a fucking legend. One of the best. I mean, like, if I could. When I get a monitor, I think I'll be able to do this and then be able to share a screen and, 8 gigabyte processor permitting. I'll have to just fucking upgrade and get a proper. Just take the plunge, as Andy's always on to me. Just get a Windows. But
got a refurb MacBook.
Just sort yourself out, Martin.
Yeah, I will, Chair. Yeah, I will. I've just got it. Once I'm up there, it's gonna be fucking sweet. It'll be sweet deals all around. But I would like to. I fucking have to, man. I have to. It'll be fantastic. But the thing is, I would like to be able to share with you in real time such videos as when Oliver Reed went on to Michael Aspel and drinking a jug of vodka and orange with his shirt fucking completely open at the collars, going, "I was known as the wild one. Take me down." And then, he's caused this big scene, and I don't know, some of you might be too young or to remember, or
I know.
Not from UK and Ireland, but there was Clive James. I'm Clive James. He was an Australian cha-cha host, and he used to always do the BBC One countdown for New Year's. But he's quite a smug guy, and he goes, "Oliver, yes, why do you drink?" "Well, I believe some of the finest people I have met in my life have been in pubs." I was just like, what can you say to that, man? It was a real mic drop moment. Yeah. See, that's one thing I've figured out in life, when people try and hold you to standards, to try and get a rise out of you. sometimes it's best just to give them exactly what they want to hear. Just like he was trying to make Oliver Reed look like a cunt, but Oliver Reed was like, "Touche! I already bet you to it, old boy." So like,
we're back to the public execution thing. They got him on TV and made sure there was booze in his dressing room because they wanted the publicity. He did it on the Late Late Show. He did it on Parkinson. But the sad thing was, I mean, he did a lot of shit films, some good films, but some really shit films. But like, he could have done stuff at the Globe if he wanted to, but. He got put in that Hellraiser box. He was considered for James Bond.
Really?
In after
Clive James.
Clive James.
No,
was 16th in line for James Bond.
Oliver Reed was considered.
Oliver Reed, he was considered, but
he would have been brilliant, man.
Well, Eon said that they felt that they would have had to spend too much money trying to repair his public image in advance. So instead, they went for, I think it was George Lazenby, who had never acted in anything. Service. Yeah, who had never really acted, and I don't think he really wanted. Like once, like Michael Gambon was offered it, but he felt he wasn't good looking enough. Timothy Dalton was offered it 3 times, and then eventually accepted. Loads of people. There's a whole Wikipedia page of people who were nearly James Bond.
Got a license to kill. Timothy Dalton, sung by Gloria. Is it Gloria Gaynor?
Roger Moore was a shit James Bond, right?
It was like a piece of balsa wood hopping about the place. I think it was
60-year-old man karate kicking.
Yeah, and just getting off with like 25-year-old women.
You know he couldn't run.
Yeah,
he couldn't run. He had this sort of strange gait, which meant that you didn't notice it when he walked, but when he ran, he looked really kind of strange. So they had to sub in a stunt double. Every time. So when you see him running, it's not him actually running. Yeah.
I was convinced that was him running across the alligators in Live and Let Die, man.
I don't think I'm not even sure they're real alligators.
They were very sedate alligators, in fairness. Yeah. They ran some stuff.
David Niven played him first, though, which is really strange.
Who?
Like David Niven played him in the 50s.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what was...
Casino Royale was the first one. It was a comedy. And then they did Dr. No after it, I think.
Dr. No, vocal cords.
It's so refreshing having someone with actual knowledge in the chat, like just appealing to someone with facts and figures. You could be the fact checker. Man. That's what we need.
Lovely.
That's just what you need. I'm so used to just talking up my ass.
It's really leveled things out nicely.
I know.
I'm Martin's Jamie. I pull things up.
Oh mate,
exactly. Speaking of bringing things back down to facts and figures and reality. I did wake up the girlfriend, and she was very angry.
I mean, like,
how angry? Wake her up.
Listen, but that blast to the beta blues. No, fuck's sake. The singing.
Bring us into the room. We'll talk to her.
Would you stop? Would you stop? No, listen.
I'll just talk like
there's 50 people watching you.
Hey, Bref, what if I just go in there talking like Dev from Coronation Street?
No, do nasty Nick.
What's going on here?
It's all nice, Charles Woodson.
Just like 6 lads, like at the end of Superman 2, just the thing spinning through space, 6 of them.
I think there's far too many accents. There's far too many accents in the mix for diplomacy to rule. It would just be pure violence if that happened.
It's like the UN of crack.
Come here. Might as well say it, man. Russia's class. You should all come over and have a look.
Yeah, I really want to go to Russia.
Let's all go. Let's go.
We put
Russia
a package
right
holiday
now.
together. A whole gang of us off the Maloney's Digest
50 of us.
diaspora.
If I get engaged, the Malchushnik.
Is that on you, Martin? Is it?
Hold on. Oh man, we're only down to 40 viewers, man. What's going on? 8 people dropped off. What's going on here? It's funny because you look at Graham Russell, mate. Can you please come on, Graham Russell? I would love to talk to Graham Russell.
Yeah,
come on here.
Some of these headers in the chat. Some of these guys posting.
Yeah, because Graham Russell, he's a long time listener, first time caller. It'd be brilliant to get him into the mix.
If anyone wants to join, just write it in the chat, and I'll fucking jump out for a while and jump back on later on or something.
Yeah,
I don't mind at all, you know.
Plays
Yeah,
Martin
I do
short.
the same.
Mark, you're in the gaff now.
I'll jump out for now, right? I'll be back on in a few, all right, lads?
Yeah, we'll keep the fair play to you, Mark, man, and jump in
no worries.
anytime.
And good stuff
man.
today in the old late.
Yeah,
fair play, man.
Yeah, sure. I'll be watching. I won't be going anywhere anyway. Sure, I'll be watching.
Good,
I'll jump in. All right, lads.
What kind of guitar is that? Oh, you've got a nice little Vox there. We'll have to put you on full screen so we get a little look at your before we go. But before I look at your gear rundown, I just want to highlight Graham Russell's excellent comment. Snapping at the heels of those crops. So he was taking Stephen French, and absolutely beautiful stuff there as always from Graham Russell. So go on, is that a Vox AC30 there in the back? Is it or Pathfinder?
We have an AC15. We have orange bass amp. We have another Marshall bass amp. We have the newest edition here, which is a Fender Blues Junior, the Tweed edition.
Oh, they're brilliant, man.
Oh man, the fucking sound off the spring reverb is fucking unreal.
Watt, is it?
And yeah, 15 watt. Both the amps, both the guitar amps are there, and then the guitars. We have a fucking baritone job. Don't know if you can see that.
Gretsch, is it?
Yeah, it's lovely. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a Gretsch. It's a baritone guitar with a whammy on it, which is with a whammy job, which is nice. Then we have the one I used tonight on RTE, which is this fucking hollow body job.
335.
He's a fucking
335, is it?
Well, it's actually an Ibanez, but it's pretty much a 335. Then
lovely satin sunburst finish you got there.
Yeah, it's a nice one now. It's great old sound. No, it's actually an American jazz job here.
Nice one.
So she's it's a smooth job.
As Graham Russell would jump in, as Stevie French would say, she's a Fender Jazz Master. She's a workhorse.
Yeah, this one's my main axe now. It's a Strat. This is the one I've had for fucking
American
years
Deluxe.
and years. Yeah, it's actually only a Mexican, but it has 1962 pickups in it. And the last one I have here at the moment is just
what a delightful man cave you have.
Just for the crack. Yeah, that's the old banjo, you know.
Man, that's a real man cave. That is. And I'm not talking about that weird. I'm not talking about that weird fucking Facebook group. I don't know who added me, but there was like people just wanking on people from staircases and blowing the beans on people. I was like, what is this? How did I get added to this? But that is a real man cave. The musician's man cave. The musician's lair.
Sure. You even have the fucking duvet in the ceiling there for the sound. You know. You gotta have that. You know.
Oh yeah. I recorded my vocals for the my EP. If any of you haven't heard the EP, it's up on fucking Spotify. Breath is a big fan of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it was a microphone with a sleeping bag around it, and me fucking screaming into that thing. But it's not bad, man. It's not a bad first offering. It's pretty good. It's catchy if you listen to it about 70 times. It's
Ziggy the Cat is an actual great song, man.
Ziggy the Cat was actually a story about.
I was folding clothes at the time. And when your vocals blasted in, it just hit me, man. I just, you got a good voice, man. Wasted, man. You can get big.
See, my problem was I wanted to be a musician so much that I'd fucking put too much pressure on myself. And then after a while, I was like, fucking man, this is what it is. If you're shite, you'll know about it, and if you're good, you'll be all right, and I've been all right. Andy Wallace here is as in Jared Lushner. He's done a few. He's had a few high-end gigs, been playing with the Libertines boys.
Oh yeah,
it was good fun.
Yeah,
class.
Yeah, I don't play at all anymore. I'm looking to get a band together in Ireland, but at the same time, I'm kind of done with it.
Can someone please put a link to Lulu into for the Spotify link for me for the EP, and spread the word on that, lads? Because
we can do that.
Yeah,
is it on Spotify? Yeah,
I'll throw that in. Yeah, I have.
There was a guy who's this fucking Nyler9. I remember someone told me to go onto that website, and I
know him. All right.
What a bell, man! He took me a link off.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. Yeah,
but if I was like, cool, we're the funky fuckwits from Clacla Town, and we play synth guitars, cool. Hot Press Magazine. Hot Press.
Oh, man.
Hot Press.
I don't know whether to be careful about my opinions or not on that crack. He's
not even going to be watching.
I'm fairly cynical now about everything.
I'll bend him over and put me dick up his ass.
That's a bit rude now, Marcus.
Yeah. Oh, man, I met him in college before. Yeah, he's a fucking... He's a bit of... I don't know, I'm fucking hesitating a little bit, but...
He's the kingpin of fucking online music bloggers, man. I don't give a fuck about him. Like I've my own world over here, and he's like a. I don't know him personally, but I got the when it mightn't have even been him. It could have been some kiss ass moderator, but whoever that lad is, he's gonna get fucking sleeper hold.
There's a weekly.
I wouldn't mind. I'm only a beer and a half
on.
in, man. Do you know what I mean? I'm a
An
beer and a
ox-jaw
half in.
hand.
Ox-jaw.
Ox-jaw hand there.
Be nice
There's
to
a
I'll see
weekly
if I can.
centerfold on Jape.
Oh, yeah, I know the drummer.
Jape had a
Jape
huge
actually,
head.
well.
Is that true? People said Jape's head was like fucking like this. What was all that Jape shit about back in Ireland, man? It was like one of these people who were like, you know, these bands that were massive only in Ireland, but people talk about them.
The
like, it was
Frames.
The Frames were big outside Ireland, though, weren't they?
Yeah,
or were they?
Were they?
You know what? They're such a.
I could be wrong, maybe.
Like it sounds really fucking, really ignorant to say, but in terms of big fucking sounding bands, we had Rory Gallagher.
Rory Gallagher,
man. In it.
You like Rory Gallagher? Look at this guy.
Ooh.
Oh, let's have a look at that.
That's the genuine copy.
Dave said I forgot about Jay. Is that Mexican or is it a Japanese job?
It's an American neck. And as Rory said, if you have a good neck on the guitar, everything's grand.
Sure, isn't it like life
that's
itself?
true to life in general, isn't it? Have a good neck.
I'm gonna bum Jade.
Come here, no, I had
out by Stateside.
Oh, Stateside!
I had
to get him on sometime.
I had
you couldn't
to
get him on tonight, Martin, could you? Or would you? I don't know. He might be up for that, but
you know what?
He's a bit of a he's a good man, though.
I think I had to kind of let it go with him when he sent me a picture of
his knob.
Of his girlfriend, right?
His girlfriend's knob.
I remembered it.
Yeah, basically it was a picture of the girlfriend, and underneath going, "Don't you text my girlfriend," a woman I don't even know. I've never seen her before, and he goes, I get awful violent, man. And then he goes, if anyone fucking calls her or goes near her, they're gonna get this. And he just sent me a fucking screenshot of his boner, and I was like, oh. And after that, I was like, nah.
Come here, nah. He needs a good strong dose of Jordan Peterson, man.
Jordan Peterson, he needs to clean his room, man.
Clean his room. Don't worry about.
I'm a clinical psychologist.
Future authoring program. If I've ever seen a man that needs to do a future authoring program, it's him.
Stand up straight.
Stand up straight, man.
The thing is, in the case of Stateside, he has a lot of cognitive obstacles to overcome, and I don't think self-introspection. I don't think he really is prepared to move into a sphere of self-introspection for fear of the dark things he must, confront in his life.
And it's going to see this. He's going to watch this. And he's going to come after us all if we don't clear to the air. Look, Stateside is a legend. He's a fucking national.
He's a National Geographic.
He's
cool man. He's a cool man.
You're going to say treasure. He's a National Geographic, though. That's the best way of describing him, all right.
I wouldn't be taking threats now, no.
Does he, what if, I actually think this pandemic has been bad for people because they have too much time to sit and think and go on the internet. And that'd drive, it's not good for some people, I guess.
No, it's not good for me. My thoughts are just an unending show reel of all my undealt with trauma now. It's just like,
I finished Netflix yesterday.
You completed Netflix?
All of it. Not a bad show on it.
There's other countries. Do the Russian Netflix.
Yeah.
No, look, my thing is music. And we were locked up fairly hard last year. Like, very hard. You couldn't go 100 meters outside your gaff, kind of. And I just got the guitar. And I got this then. As well, got the two of them. And my buddy gave me the drums. And I just descended into music for the lockdown. That was brilliant. Like, you don't go too far into your thoughts. You just start pumping stuff out.
It's a form of meditation. It produces alpha waves in the brain, apparently.
It's rhythmic, man. It's
I believe that, all right, yeah.
Yeah, but so where's all this good music, like this good post-lockdown music? I thought that'd be great, content.
Well, apparently the Coronas have a new album coming out this year, so that's going to be a cultural landmark.
Is that a joke? Is it? Is that a joke?
thing is, right,
Fergal Dorsey gives it 5 out of 5.
to sleep all day and
Vaccines as
drink
well,
all
they're doing
night,
some good
right?
shit, like.
To sleep all day and drink all night, that requires a huge change of lifestyle and a realignment of your values. And I, for one, applaud those lads for their dedication. I mean, it doesn't show itself in the music.
Say that again.
Yeah, because the thing is, right, there's a sus chord and then there's a sus chord, right? And
Suspicious
you
chord.
know, yeah, really, and you know, like it's. I mean, fair play to them in a way. I was in a restaurant a while ago. Well, before lockdown, and he was there, and I was really. We're
You're
four of us
showing off
sitting
there now.
Yeah, I was at a place where someone made food for me, and I was sitting there, and we were just thinking to ourselves, like, what could we do to really piss him off? Because he was desperate to be recognized. Like, he was sitting there with the sunglasses on, and we were just sitting there and just imagining going over, just two of us, kind of like meek, and just about to open your mouth, and then just scream, "Sleep all day, drink all night," and we wussed out in the end, like. Just because I actually don't think he'd laugh. I don't think he could take it.
He's sound though, to be fair. I've met him a good few times. He's, you know, they're sound lads. Big fans of Hardy Bucks.
Lecturers in college, actually, funny enough.
Yeah,
they're fucking BIM. They're
BIM,
fucking.
yeah.
I think it's them, or it's one of them. Fucking.
That's right, teach as well.
Cool, come here.
You teaching BIM, do you?
Yeah.
No way. Are you a
Yeah.
musician? Are you? Did you say? Sorry, I must have missed that if you said that.
Not really. I'm their internal examiner as well. So you know, making it big.
Is this in Dublin or in the English one?
Yeah. No, the Dublin one. I mean, pays.
Oh, no way, I went there.
Pays hundreds of euros a year. Did I teach you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
sometimes
what's
enough
that
to
in
pay
plus? What's that?
I finished up there in 2017, maybe.
I think I might have
taught you around that time.
I think I might have taught you analytical perspectives or cultural perspectives.
Yeah. Oh god, yeah. If you were doing them, really, yeah.
I probably marked.
I don't think I necessarily. Yeah, I might not.
What's an analytical perspective?
Ask Mark. Of course.
No, I had a shit teacher.
To me, cultural perspectives was smoking joints and staying Stephen's Green. That's what that class was.
La. I can't.
It was not being there.
I think I would have marked your final year thesis.
You probably would have though. It was in fairness, it was actually really interesting. It was fucking fascinating. It was basically just like kind of seeing how, like, the music of like starting around say the 20s, around Robert Johnson, like around the time of Robert Johnson, you know, and then maybe in the next week would be in the 30s, and you just see kind of how the music reflected how the culture was changing, and just really getting into that side of things, and how, you know, it was a really intense like lesson on how music shaped, or how music shaped society, or how society shaped music. But you get what I mean anyway.
I'll tell you a massive one, and it's huge over here in Russia. You might not believe it. Hosier, take me to church. Everyone knows
sure, he's fucking huge in Sweden as well, man.
Is he?
Oh, he's huge everywhere.
That lad likes abortions.
No.
Actually, that's interesting though. That's fairly an anti-Russian kind of song, isn't it? Like, that was deliberately a reaction.
In fact, there's a frame in that song. It goes about for 3 seconds, and it shows a pro-gay rally in Russia on the TV screen. I'll tell you this over here. As I said, Hosier is popular, and especially that song. And the best club on a Sunday night, or the best club during the week on a Sunday night, it's gay night. It's a club called Propaganda. It's very good. That's gay night on Sunday night.
Would that be known as Gadies night?
My Russian is not good. I'll tell you something. No, like, they get a very bad rep over here. Maybe across the country in the sticks it's different, but in Moscow, man, gay is fine. Like, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Don't believe what you read, man.
Yeah, but look,
it's funny. You never know the full story.
Very anti-Russian, man.
Like.
Yeah, I mean, look. At the end of the day, most of this
an evil fucking force and antagonist.
Yeah, of course.
And
at the end of the
everywhere you go, everywhere you go is never as bad as it's made out in the media. Every time I went to a country, I've always expected it to be like real fucking like anywhere I went. Like I've always thought it would be really like fucking negative in some way, and then you arrive there and you realize everyone's just fucking normal and sound, and it's
Say
just
that,
made
but
out that way.
I was once burned in a wicker man in Cove. So,
Burned in a
What?
yeah. So it's but the thing is, you have to respect local customs. I always thought that Hosier.
Hope you left a
looked
bad
like-
TripAdvisor review to that.
two stars. 2 stars.
Yeah.
I also always thought that Hosier looked like a King Charles dog got its wish to be a real boy.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, he's a hairy
He's
man.
got no earlobes.
He's the only person I know who can cross his legs 5 times.
Yeah.
He wraps himself around himself with like, I'm just real relatable. Like, I don't know why I'm even famous.
They call them lattice legs.
Yeah.
Is he
If the taste of Sambuca was a musician, it would be Hosier. Like, it's just
it'd be rock.
Some people love it.
Rockshore.
Rockshore.
Rockshore. Listen, guys, can I just give a shout out to our sponsors, Rockshore? Because if you're like a young, professional Dublin guy, girl, you just want to meet your mates in Rossnell at the weekend, just get a surf on, and just chill me, hang out by the fire, bring your acoustic, bring your DSLR camera, send it, man. The chance will be going Rockshore.
That
in
sounds,
Rockshore, we trust.
Chorus play.
That sounds way too close to my accent, and I find that offensive.
All right. I'll tell you something. I'm drinking a bit of whiskey here. Normal old stuff. But I'll tell you, what's popular over here?
Ocean
Proper
colour scene.
12. No, proper 12. Conor McGregor. And you know what's popular over here too? Conor McGregor. He's massive.
He's popular everywhere.
He's bigger than Habib over here.
Yeah,
and I don't understand why lads back home don't support him.
We like alcoholic fighting men.
Hosier, everyone can agree on. He's cool.
Like fighting man who sometimes does the cocaine. We love this guy. He does the cocaine and he fights and he drinks.
He is true hard man. We like him. He is very good.
He is real man.
In Sweden, is McGregor big or is he not?
We go out tonight, we drink and listen to watch the music videos of the McGregor when he say he fucking crazy, fight smashy, fuck up times.
Yeah.
He good.
And say sorry to no one.
Absolutely. He no apologize. Sometimes he take a powder.
Is he big over there or is he...
He's about 5'8".
He's 5'8" everywhere.
Right, a tough crowd. All I say is he's got mad respect over here in Russia. They love him.
I'm sure. Putin, man, and Putin was like this. He's like, I have met Putin, and he is a very remarkable man. He gets things done. I have maybe a couple of backroom deals of my own. Proper 12, what?
Listen, I'll tell you, both of them size each other up and thought they could both take the other. All right.
Hey,
don't ask me to I'd back.
Man, they wrestle well. Do you know what I mean? Putin's a good black belt in judo, ex-KGB. He's a fucking lunatic.
Yeah.
And
who would you put your money on, actually?
McGregor, man. He's I'd say fucking Putin would have a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He'd be a dirty fighter. Do you know what I mean? He'd like go, your cup is actually
non-standard.
Have you ever seen an interview with Putin speaking English?
Massive Irish cocks.
Yeah, I have actually.
I bet it was on CNN back in 2001.
CNN, exactly,
yeah. That's the only one you'll ever see.
He can speak English perfectly, apparently.
Of course
he just doesn't want
Why
to.
wouldn't he?
Have you ever seen an interview?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen an interview with Conor McGregor in English?
Yeah.
Can I say something about the Putin interview? Right? There's only one interview that is on the internet about Putin, right? Because when he speak like this, but when he's speaking, when he speaks in English, he's so
Martin, don't make me. Come on, stop! Don't make me.
I know. Look. You know,
I'll tell you this.
I really
your man Medvedev, the prime minister, our former prime minister, Medvedev, Russian prime minister dancing. Have a look at that. That's a clip online to watch.
Stick a link into the chat group there.
The best of ours.
My phone's going to die here, right? So I'm going to hop off, charge it up, and come back on in a while, all right?
Sweet beans, Marking Shaw.
Great
chat you on, mate.
All right, lads. I'll chat to you in a few. I'll still be on. Yeah. And so should everyone who's watching this as well. Should stay on.
Yeah,
right?
and listen, and everyone who's watching this, tell your mates to jump in, man. Do you know what I mean? Let's get this live stream over 100 tonight. You know what I mean? There's got to be some hard body doubles out there who just want to get into the mix and just woof woof stuff.
I read a
So put that
story
up there.
today
Absolutely.
that Noel Gallagher.
All right, boys.
told
Chat to you in a
about-
few. All right.
All right, Markin. Good night. All right, talk to you soon.
See you in a while.
Stories
See you in a while,
Noel
boys. Right?
Gallagher
Good
when
luck.
they were
Down.
doing Roll With It on Top of the Pops, and Noel Gallagher said that it's like this is the reason he loves Liam. And he said that they were in their dressing room, like ghetto blaster, everything, like just smoke everywhere. And the door opens, right, and in walks John Bon Jovi. So like four manclads sitting there just like looking at him. And he walks in and sits down. He's like, "Hey man, you guys are Oasis." And Noel's like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Hey, you guys are on the cover of Rolling Stone, man." "All right, yeah. So here you go, man. And when you go to America, you can say, John Bon Jovi gave you your first copy of Rolling Stone. See you guys." And he left. And Liam turned to Noel and went, "Who the fuck was that then?"
Clash of cultures.
Oh man,
Clash of cultures, like
Who the fuck was that? He already said, "Who the fuck was that?" Right?
Yeah. What was that shit? What was your shit?
Who's that gobshite?
I don't know what fucking decade you're in, mate.
Yeah, man. I actually, speaking of Bon Jovi, do you know what's what's a really disappointing radio station is Radio Nova.
Yeah,
because it's just like local Dublin radio, and you're like, it's gonna be playing nothing but fucking hard rock and it's just instead what it is A-sides from bloated fucking stadium soft rockers like U2 and Bon Jovi, AOR, adult orientated rock.
Come back on, Yellow, and carry on playing.
Come back and sing another song.
I'll tell you a great one. Kicks FM Wellington. Brilliant mix. Absolutely great. Kicks FM Wellington. It's what the local bar down here, Sally O'Brien's, plays. It's great stuff. Just get your radio.
I love that there's a Sally O'Brien's in Moscow, man.
Sure,
and it's a convincing name as well. It must be owned by Irish lads.
It's a tough spot. It's brilliant. Yeah, it is indeed. Yeah.
And the pint of harp and the way Sally O'Brien might look at you.
Yeah. And the Russian Bjors, the way they might look at you too. So, come here to the last cause, man. There'll be no until they open the borders. There'll be no Irish over here.
Tell me this, but
75 of us in Moscow right now, and the whole of Russia, like it's nuts.
There's no lockdown there now, is it? Inside?
Yeah, not inside, but the borders are closed. Like
Ukraine's the same way. Apparently, I met this Welsh lad called Steve there on Sunday. He was like, "Oh, I'm going to Ukraine, man. I'm gonna go over there, and I'm gonna just fucking rent a flat. You can rent a flat for €2, or you get a bed for like €2 a night." I was like, €2 a night, man. I'll have a bit of that. Raise a toast for Toasteen's birthday, says Jade Elwes. Thank you very much, Jade. Lovely Jade.
Yeah.
Jade, would you care to come on for the crack? If so, jump into StreamYard.
Yeah,
how'd you find StreamYard?
Paul Joyce.
How'd you find it?
It's fucking grand, man. I don't have to fuck about with OBS, which was just draining this is all done online. It's perfect. Right. It's brilliant.
And the mic quality on your end is okay, is it?
Well, I bloody hope so. I'd want to be.
That's all right. And the delay is fine. There's no
that's fine, man. It's brilliant. It's I often seen people using it, but I was like, oh, what kind of fucking mystical tech shite is this? But no, it turns out that it's it's actually pretty sweet.
The problem with Zoom culture is that like they have to put passwords on mass now because
those Glaswegian fitness thing where there was like a aerobics class going on. There's just like two naked lads, two old naked lads who were just wanking, and then there's like, come look at this, it's fucking disgusting, and like they had their faces on, you know what I mean, and they're like this. I actually, what I thought was funny about that is I thought they were two guys who were actually part of the gym and didn't realize they were on camera, which would have been even better. But they might have just been two lads who just fucking hopped in somehow.
But like, I mean, you're not going to be like people are bored on the internet and they're drinking and all the rest of it. Like, I just like the idea of the priest desperately trying to like, do the consecration while with the other hand trying to mute people on Zoom. Like it's just you were warned before. Like just the opportunity.
Well, they're not standing for any of that in Israel. If you look at what they're doing, they're going at it, congregating.
Yeah, man.
I think they're mostly vaccinated, though. Are they?
Oh yeah. No. Come here. What about civil unrest in all their respective places? Is there any there back in era?
Yeah.
Well, we had one there. With,
Yeah.
You know, there's a few.
I wasn't
One-
much like. I mean,
one-
in
what
terms
happens?
of like Paris
few
levels,
fireworks. That was it.
Fireworks.
a couple of lads got a few slaps from love truncheons on the floor. And it was. If Reese was here now, I go, yeah, it's pretty basic. Just like
That is real voice.
troglodytes going up, and yeah,
It's
like,
actually his real voice.
just a couple of troglodytes from like the north side came down to Grafton Street, just fucking, had a bit of a barney with the guards. Fuck all, man.
All right,
It was a fucking non-starter.
that sounds like an impression of me, all right, and I take personal offense to that.
Yeah, the thing is, David, you don't have the depth. He's got a very deep voice. He's kind of got more in the mid range, whereas he's more like this. It'd be great to get him on for chat. Tommy Joel says Philadelphia Eagles, but probably not anymore. I missed that there. I love that, as William Heenan said, priests were complaining about people mass surfing. It's like the mass equivalent of like going on a porn site for the first time and just being overwhelmed with the variety of choices. It's like, no, but Father Derek Gormley's saying mass, but have you seen in Ballahadreen? It's Father Quaqua.
Your own parish is best, in fairness, like.
Yeah, you see, there's local.
In terms of wanking and mass,
Mass wanking, just loads of lads. Probably, I mean, when you consider it right now in the world, right, how many people are wanking right now? I mean, it must. I'd say 73 million.
What's that French movie with the one with the round face and black hair? She had a line like that. Not Emile.
Jared Depardieu.
No, a girl.
Marion Cotillard.
No, what was it called again? Emile or something like that.
Oh, Jesus, that film.
Sigourney Weaver.
Why did everyone fucking love that film, man?
It was dog shit. It was in Peep Show.
Think of all the people who are having orgasm right now. And you have to make it about.
Not in Ireland, anyway. I love that scene in The Snapper when, for the first time, Desi goes down on his wife and she like grabs him by the hair and she's like, "Where did you learn that?" And he's like, "Read it in a book."
Read it in a book. Colomini's
a legend.
He is, man. I've had the pleasure of meeting him a few times.
I'm talking over you. I'm saying exactly the same thing.
Yeah. Have you met him, Brev?
Okay. 3, 2, 1. I met Colomini in Hodges Figgis, Dublin. Off you go.
Yeah,
I
remember. I was on a film with him. The Yank. It was what it was. It was a film with Colomini.
Was it a porno?
You mean in the sense of American?
Every time I meet him, I can't stop talking about his performance as Jerry Lynch in Intermission. I'm like, look, Colin, you don't understand how much I love your performance in and eventually the last time I met him, he was like, look, I played more fucking roles and I was in fucking Star Trek, for fuck's sake. I was like, all right, yeah.
He was in Die Hard too. He was brilliant.
He's in a load of Hallmark movies as well, man. You're like,
Intermission is the greatest one because
I would have said the same thing. Intermission is brilliant, like.
How's your sister, Cahill? She's all right, Cherry. Would you give her a riding? She might. She's not a whore.
But like, he plays.
Never give less than 100%.
Suppose a ride is out of the question, says Mark Knight.
But like that film is so fantastic because it's like what that film is to me is about a little bit of power. Like it's the same.
Oh yeah.
It's the same with the manager. Manager in that Tesco. That's the Tesco near my parents' house.
Is that a Tesco? Is it?
Boy.
It's a Tesco near my parents' house, and it's like it's just a little bit of power. No, in Rathfarnham.
All right, like no Grove job.
But that manager is just an amazing.
Owen Rowe, isn't it?
Actually, he gets it in.
Owen Rowe. Hey Henderson. I think that's a reference back to the Snapper. Like, hey Burgess, he just like fucks the
I am the
right.
Was it? You are the minions, and I am the boss. And you listen
as they say in the States.
A little bit of R&R, as they say in the States.
Come here. Fair play to Cillian Murphy, though. He's massive, especially over here.
Well, he's actually 5'8". I checked that stat last night. For real, he's 5'8".
He went to my school.
Did he?
Praise, Cork. Yeah.
Got great bone structure.
Yeah. He's a good man. He's He's great. No, Peaky Blinders is massive over here. It's really well respected and translated into
Oh,
Russian.
fucking Peaky Blinders. Have you tried this stuff from fucking Asia or something? It's got cocaine, it's called. You put up your nose, you got fucking trash it all for Shelby.
What I don't like about Peaky Blinders is they have the likes of contemporary music as a backdrop.
You'd like it if they were playing Ziggy the Cat.
No.
Cheerios kind.
I was really impressed. I rewatched
Curtis
Cracker there. I rewatched Cracker there the other week.
Oh.
That's fantastic.
Can I tell you a funny story
Robbie
about Robbie
Coltrane.
Coltrane? Whoa,
Yeah.
snap. Tordov's dad, right? He was working painting Leeds Hospital, and Robbie Coltrane pulls in a big fucking Jag, and Tordov's dad goes, "Nice car, Robbie," and he goes, "Fuck off." But I think I was also in it was Tordov who was telling me that in Viz magazine, some readers' letters came in. Some Irish lad said he'd served Van Morrison in a pub, and he was like, "Oh, Van, I'm a huge fan, man. Can I please get your autograph?" And he's like, "Just get the fucking pints in."
Yeah, but he thrives on that though, Van Morrison. Like he's actually an attention seeker in one sense.
He's brilliant. He's the most relaxed Irish singer after Hosier I've ever listened to. That.
Astro Weeks is really untouchable as an album, but the thing is, it comes at a price, which is you have to like his band. He tortures his band. He's like
James Brown.
He's like nearly on that level. Like actually, that film was really good. Did you ever see that film? Get On Up.
He's the white James Brown.
The one where Chadwick Boseman plays James Brown.
I haven't seen it.
It's really good.
Get On Up.
I was surprised that his voice. He gets the voice perfectly. I was really surprised about it. And it doesn't idolize him, doesn't mythologize him. It's not like that's what I didn't like about Love and Mercy.
Who plays him?
Chadwick Boseman, the guy.
Sorry.
He was in one of the superhero films. I can't remember which one he was.
Speaking of music documentaries, Martin, you put me onto Muscle Shows.
That's a great one.
Absolutely great.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
What's your man who owned Fame Studio? Like the adversity that man overcame through his life. I mean, it's just
brilliant stuff.
It's fucking unreal, man.
Yeah.
You know, and it's a testament. It's a testament to just fucking keep going. You know, obviously, if something fucking terrible happens, you have to give yourself that allocated amount of time to grieve and to collect your thoughts and shed tears. But the way he just fucking gets up, smashes it, and just a fucking heavy dude, as Paul.
Actually, Martin, can I ask something?
Yeah.
Do you work despite things going on around you, or do you work because of those things?
Interesting question. I'm a bit of a fucking anomaly, man. Like, for example, I mean, I don't know if this is going to answer your question, but this is just an insight to how my fucking mind works. Right. I spent about a month doing, maybe a bit over a month, doing like 90 minutes of content, like pure, you know, edited sound effects and all that for the last 2 parts of the Hardy book.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, I started writing, I get really fucking easily distracted. I started writing another piece about how Buzz's great grandfather had started the first Irish bar in Plymouth Rock, escaping the New Model Army siege of Clonmel. So I was getting really into that, and then I got distracted, and then I was just like, oh, fuck, I've got to get round to it. But it's quite turbulent. But in what aspect do you mean? Do I do it in spite of things? If someone tells me I can't do something, then I'll be like, right, fuck you, I'm gonna, it's shit or bust.
And I will do it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
But the problem is myself is the obstacle, because it's
Your
really,
own
man, it's
worst enemy.
yeah. Like, for example, I was on a roll there with the Hardy book, and I should have just kept going, but there is a lot of, like, I was kind of like, right, I've done that, leave that on the shelf for a while, but it's just to kind of keep that fucking sustained focus on one thing, and I think that a lot of that is the fact that it's ADHD. It's maybe as well, or the fact that I've got 2 kids and I'm a single parent as well. You know, there's at the moment I think work output's going to fucking increase big time when I'm like, it's the first time in my adult life I've actually lived in my own place. So that's going to be a huge, because obviously I was living with girlfriends and wives and mates, but to actually have your own property, have your own place, I think that's going to really, it's going to ground me, and then I can focus on getting stuff done. I really love doing this, but what would your insights be on that?
Well, I mean, like, for a start, I think the prose is really strong, in the sense that there's a very clear voice that comes through it. That's partially probably because you know that character quite well, but there are real kind of flashes of lyricism in it, especially in the scene with Topaz McNulty. But it's just like, I mean, some people are plotters, and the way they write is that they do it consistently over a long period of time. And some people basically fill up like a Hoover bag and then explode. And I just wonder about that process, like which is the best one to stick with, because it's an anxious process, to create a process. It's not a comfortable one. It's like trying to dig a bullet out of you or something. And I'm
Funny
just interested in that.
Do you ever remember on Charlie Brooker where he was interviewing Graham Linehan, and he was asking him how he writes, and he made a really good analogy. He just goes, it's basically like trying to have a poo. It'll only come when it's ready.
Yeah, Chuck Palahniuk said the same thing. Like it's
yeah.
But like the thing is that,
so at the moment I'm eating a shitload so I can have one big fat literal turd.
Well,
what H are you doing?
But like, I just like, I suppose the question that interests me is like, do people write to get away from something, or do they write because of that thing?
Yeah, well, I think like I was thinking about this the other day. Like, first of all, I don't really have a huge audience. As Tim Dillon was taking the piss out on that sketch recently where he goes, content is king, but marketing is queen. I think there's nothing wrong with my content, but it's the marketing side of things I struggle with. And it's just having the time to learn the tools. But, with doing that, the recent offerings of the audiobook, it's just getting to grips with editing and sound produce, like rudimentary sound production and whatnot with the audiobook. But yeah,
I think the hard part is doing everything on your own.
Yeah, I'm doing everything on my own. Yeah, I like it that way, because then I don't have to compromise. Then I just do exactly what I want to do, and if it takes a long time to do, then fair, so be it. But I think
it's yours, you fully control it.
So do you work in bursts, or do you work in?
For me, basically, it's if I get distracted, I could be on a roll and then I'm distracted and then I forget, and there's so many other things coming in, and then once I get back onto it, boom, I'll hit it again. But
so do you find that the same thing that sustains your work is the same thing that distracts from it?
Probably, yeah. It depends on the environment but like the thing is, I get really easily distracted, but once I'm in the zone, then that becomes center stage. Sometimes the nice thing about when I was writing that, for example, or anything that I write, you're mentally transported. So like it's weird. Like when I was writing about the other lads, it was like I felt like I was hanging out with them. I had that feeling like I'd been in their company, because you're going to a place in your head, and even any other character. If you create a character from scratch, and then you get to know that character as you're writing it, you feel like you've been in the presence of that character. So the insight. Well, one sec, Bref. I just want to, because I've forgotten this. Whatever the case is about that, right? That is something that has been, and this is the great thing about creativity. When you create something, no matter if it's like you make it, you cross that threshold of doubt, because like what fucked me up for years was self-doubt. Can I do this? Can I have a podcast? Can I have a? It was the fear of failure which really stops a lot of people. But if you don't try, you'll fail anyway. So
absolutely.
And the other thing is about creating something like the Hardy book, for example. There's not a lot of listeners on it, but it's out there in the world, and if it stands on its merits, then all it needs to do is get into the right person's ears, And then
It's probably yeah. I mean, it's probably a bit like sort of sending your children to school or something for the first time. Like, will people like, because it's a part of yourself. Like I think that's why writing is difficult, because like it's that blank page like reflects you in some way.
Yeah,
about the Hardy book, I think once it's done and once it's out there, the next step would be for it to get printed in hard copies and into Waterstones and the likes. And then that might be something.
I can edit it if you like.
Yeah, I mean, like that'd be. Man,
here's the question I was gonna say.
The editing was the toughest
bit. A journal by your bed?
No, but I'll write notes into the phone
for good thoughts, because I'm telling you, you get great stuff when you're waking up. Brilliant stuff, and well, it's twofold. You get good thoughts about what you want to do, and you also here's a little hack. Write down your dream that you just had, right, and put a date on it. Go back to it a year later. Your memory of reading that will be as clear as your actual day was that day. It's amazing if you just capture that dream when you wake up. It stays.
I had a really weird dream, but you know what? That's a good point, man. Because I had a really weird. I woke up kind of disturbed the other day because I had a dream, and in the dream I was bitten on the finger by a kind of a brown and white rat. Kept biting me on the finger. And I don't know why it was so significant, but then I was like, what's the meaning of this? And it was like the sense of you're being betrayed by a loved one or a friend. So there was that, you know, but there was also, there was also another thing saying, depending on what the rat looked like, is it a black rat? Is it a brown rat? Does it have red eyes? You know, the white rat was a sign of hope and whatnot. But there's also an interesting thing about it was neglecting something in your life, and I felt like sometimes with you know the Patreon and you know the fucking Hardy book, the podcast, you know, sometimes I'm like, even the live stream, it's like, oh fuck, are people, you know, I like to kind of keep sharp and doing this kind of thing, and you know, that was in my mind, and it's just at the moment it's a very transient time, so I kind of felt a bit, you know,
no, but that memory, what I'm saying is two things about that dream journal. If you write down that thing about the rat and the finger, right? Go back a year from now and read what you did today and read about that dream you just had recently. It'll be just as vivid. It's insane. Your memories, if you capture them from your dreams, they're actually just as vivid as your memories from life. But the second thing is you get some great rhythms as you wake up. If you've noticed, when you're waking up, just have a notebook there for your music writing, your songs, you know, it's very useful, I find.
Well, it's funny you say that.
Window. I don't think you need drugs or anything. I just think you need a good sleep and need to know how to harness that sleep. And
as Limmy would say, I've been doing a pool of dreams lately, dreaming like a mad cat. What were you going to say, Dave?
The rat is like, what a rat is it gets into a house. That's kind of what it does, and so it represents a threat to that. But it also, biting your finger is a kind of a castrating image as well. So I guess the point is in psychoanalysis is that, like, it's not what these dreams have a categorical meaning of. You've got your system of signs in your head and your unconscious that you've worked out what these things mean unconsciously. So those dream Bible and stuff like that, they can often sort of be a power of suggestion, but there's definitely a sense of treachery in it. There's a sense of being I guess betrayed probably in one way, but there's also I think there's a sense of castration.
What would Freud make of trigger warnings then and safe spaces? Do you think you'd be in favor of them?
Well,
nowadays probably would.
Well, I guess
justice.
I don't know really. I mean, I think he felt that process probably was an uncomfortable one to begin with, and our reactions to uncomfortable things tell us a lot about ourselves. But I don't really know. I'm
just trying to see how some of the greats would slot into modern psychology.
Well, they created it.
Psychiatry.
They kind of created it to some extent, like, because a lot of our thinking now is shaped by the post-war thinkers who kind of broke down all the boundaries that we made for ourselves. So yeah, I don't know. It's a big question.
You're in Ireland right now, yeah?
Yeah.
What do people kind of believe in over there? You know, is there like a
Bitcoin.
God-shaped hole, or what's the crack? Like,
Yeah, they believe in Bitcoin, and
yeah, I'll tell you about Bitcoin. Bitcoin's
runs
great,
on
right?
belief.
But Bitcoin's great. People think it's great while they're comparing it to a dollar price. Like nobody said, like, oh yeah, get a load of Bitcoin, it'll get you 5 guitars. They say, no, Bitcoin
No worries,
equals
yeah, just
X
have some
dollars.
times.
Like they keep comparing it to the dollars. So it's an irony. It's like, oh, Bitcoin is better than the dollar. It's worth this amount of dollars. That's not, that's...
I think as humans, though, we only understand things in relation to other things. That's kind of how we understand things, like,
buy a load of gold and bury it where only you and your loved ones know.
Gold has value because it's worth more than silver and stuff like that. So
yeah,
it's probably just how humans understand things. We need a point of comparison and perspective to make sense of it.
Did any of you get into the AMC stuff and all the GameStop stuff?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Fair play if you do good on it. Good luck to you if you do bad.
Yeah, the only bet what you're willing to lose.
I'm not even totally sure what happened with what that GameStop thing was. It's like when I watched The Big Short and had to have it explained to me, and then have that explanation further explained, and then I put the subtitles on.
I won't be explaining it, but it's just people who figured out what was going on, and they just got together and made it happen, and then they had a reaction to it. Yeah, but
they could
there's
see
loads
the
of companies now being shorted, loads of them. It's,
was it AMC
scared,
and
Yeah, AMC's the big one at the moment.
Yeah.
What's the story with all these lads who have held on to the GameStop stocks? Are they
gone?
Are they basically
fucked? They're gone.
Yeah. So I think it was Melvin, which was a hedge fund company, went, and who's the man who was like a hedge fund banker, who was crying on I care.
Bill Cullen?
No, it wasn't Bill. He was an American guy. He was Len something. Bill Cullen. Now, I've gone bust. My Renault company's fucked. Actually, Brev, were you on with Bill Cullen, were you?
He's sound. He's grand.
What's he at now? What's his portfolio looking like? Has he got good asset managers?
Yeah,
Taking
I'm
care
in
of his
Russia.
portfolio?
I'm gone. I tell everybody.
Did Jen Maguire start? Was Jen Maguire on the same year as you?
No, different year.
Was that after you? Was
it? No, man, I'm gone. Apprentice is good stuff, and the other TV stuff is nice, but Era TV, you know yourself, slippery snake.
Oh, it is, man. Like,
you want to get into writing? That's
I was ringing him,
man.
Yeah, no, I was ringing Brett the whole time, and it was on the celebrity. When I was the first one off, I didn't like it, man. I don't know how you put up with that, Brett, for as long as you did. I was
count to 10, cover your arse.
Yeah,
sounded like a warning.
Yeah,
no, not too.
Count to 10 when you're under the pressure, like just.
Yeah, count to 10, man. Not before you say anything.
Yeah.
Just hold your beans, man. Don't blow them. Like, just count to 10, man. Just don't say what you want when you want.
Yeah. It's interesting when you talk about, like, sometimes, like, I'm a great man for just fucking blurting stuff out. I think it's like a nerves thing. But like, you know, when you got people who are just, they can sit in a room and they're great at just awkward silences where like they're like, "How are you getting on?" Good, yeah.
There's none of us here now. Who are you pointing fingers at?
Let's face it.
We're your friends, man.
The problem is when you...
No, not of you lads. I'm just saying, like, I was watching Bronson, for example, last night, and there's a scene where he goes to his uncle's gaff, and he's just sitting there, and he's like this. And he's just, you know, people who are just weighing everything up, but they're disregarding the, you know, I mean, obviously a person like that would have been such a fucking nutter That's called Asperger, says Kieran Cummins.
Yeah, listen, I said count to 10, not to count to 100. You know, like
Yeah, exactly.
wait till the fire fades and then say what you want, because you can't take them back. Those words.
That's true, man. Words, you know, they can get you into trouble.
Yeah.
And then they can get you fucking laid. So, yeah. I was watching some weird thing the other night. It was some fucking shite on YouTube. It was like unbelievable love stories on Barcraft. And there was Barcroft. There was this lad who was 26 years older than his girlfriend. She was like some cam model. And this
You didn't
dude
do the
looked-
half your age plus 7 thing. Go on, what did you say?
Half your age plus 7. Yeah. He was just like, he gets around on a mobility scooter. He's about 4'3", and he had this girl riding around on the back of his mobility scooter. And I was like, nah. And then there's this bit later on. I'll see if I'll just describe it. So the whole big gambit, right, was like, now he's got to meet his girlfriend's friend. And I was like, well, this is it. So it's basically, so they're in. He's like, I don't know. You know, I heard that she's had these significant others sometimes before, man, and that's I see what he's like. And then it's just like this long-haired, dude who walks in like some rocker, and he's like, cool, man, and how did you meet? Wow, that's crazy. Wow, and everything good with you guys? Cool. Yeah, he seemed really nice. They really seemed like they're together. And then there was uplifting music, case closed. It was just such fucking shite. But some weird fucking people out there, man.
Yeah.
I think.
Cheers to the claw wedge there, Marking Shortall.
Like America more so seems to be this. Like it's like the prospectors went digging for gold and the world went digging in America for mad stuff. Like everything you see, like Louis Theroux's Weird Weekends is probably that's kind of Gonzo, I guess. Probably.
Hunter Thompson, before you just said Gonzo, I was thinking Hunter, yeah.
Yeah,
Fear
like
and Loathing in Las Vegas.
There's another guy, Gay Khaleesi, who was kind of also he was like a more middle class Gonzo guy in the late '60s, and there's just so many crazy subcultures in America. Like, did anyone ever see that banned episode of the X-Files?
No.
I don't want to say too much about it because it's really good, and I don't want to ruin it for you. But it's like a Southern Gothic thing, and like when you watch it, you're like, that's not actually too far from the real truth. Yeah. It's a really great episode. It's never getting shown again on television.
Back to Hunter anyway. I'll tell you a funny one. Myself and the girl, we were watching Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Oh, it was brilliant. Mad into it. And we checked in Wikipedia. That day was his birthday.
Mm.
Whoa.
Nice. Whoa.
Many fine books were written in prison.
What were the odds? 1 in 365.
365, yeah.
Still, big odds.
I know.
I love that bit where Benicio del Toro's in there and Cameron Diaz in the elevator. He's like, man, what are you saying? He's got the knife. He just goes, but your monkey's doing this. Like, flinches every time he...
No, man. The Gary Busey scene for me is the funniest.
Gary Busey?
Gary
was he
Busey
playing?
is the lonely sheriff.
Oh, yeah. Did you think
Baker.
you could get a kiss?
Baker, I always wanted to go there. The scene at the end with the pie is where it all comes together.
Oh, Backdoor Busey.
No, the scene in the cafe.
Oh,
where the Duke is like, how much for the whole pie?
Yeah,
and she's like, you can only have it by the slice. That's the whole thing comes together in that.
There was a scene at the end of the book.
Lisa Marie. Sorry, one second. Lisa Marie, who played Vampira in Ed Wood. That's who that is.
Yeah, and but she's carrying that significance with her. It's great.
What was the bit in the book? The last time I read the book, Andy, I think it was 2004.
There's an epilogue in it, isn't there?
I didn't read it until I saw the film first and I read the book. There's one bit at the end of the book that's not in the film where he tries to buy a gorilla in a casino.
Yeah. Oh, in Circus.
Yeah. I can't remember the exact details, but I just remember being on the floor crying, like laughing. He buys the gorilla and he tries to get his money back from the guy because the gorilla does something like throws its shit or doesn't do something that it was supposed to do. But the guy sells him a gorilla, tells him it's going to do something. He doesn't do it and he wants his money back.
Vegas always just seemed like a kind of a hell to me, and I always wonder whether the film
it's awful.
I just wonder,
awful, man.
It's the sleaziest place I could imagine.
Yeah, but if you go there expecting that, you can have a good time. If you go, I'm not going to expect this to be a nice place. If I just
but I expect it to be a nice
sleazy
place. It's basically like Blackpool in the desert, and everyone's out to do you.
Yeah.
Like,
You
and just like, can you imagine? Like, whatever about being a lad, like being a woman there must be really, like.
You mean a waitress or like a fucking?
Yeah, or just a woman generally, because like it seems like such a male, like ego kind of place. Like but like I always wondered, was that film about like you just couldn't sober up in Vegas because then you have to face the reality? Do they have to keep themselves like even with the ether on the American flag, which is like, it's a pretty important part.
The bit where he's in the police convention, like, you can tell that one of these drug users because they have crusted semen stains on their pants. I'd say Hunter S. Thompson used some fucking sketchy people, man, who were into bad shit. You know what I mean? I'd say
there were rumors, about various different things, but like, also like, I mean,
the shootout with his neighbor, where he's got like a Luger. He's just fucking...
Don Johnson is his neighbor.
Don Johnson.
Don Johnson is his neighbor. Yeah, or was his neighbor.
What was he? Is that who he's firing the gun at?
Apparently, that was They used to have gunfights for the crack.
It was the only thing that was missing out of the Hardy books: gunplay.
Yeah, that's what Trailer Park Boys really fucking zinged, was the fact that they just had all these shootouts.
Yeah, the car chases, bit of skimpy ladies.
Yeah. Could you imagine Ireland if they had guns? Could you imagine how fucking mental things would be? Like, instead of lads getting a hammering up the tone, which is fucking bad enough, they'd just be, lads coming out of pubs going, "Hey, I heard you fucking talking shit about me the last day of Dunleavy." And then there's this. My brother-in-law Mike said he used to live in South Africa years ago, in the 90s, and apparently, like he was telling me, him and his mate had set up bringing in European acts like Two Unlimited and these kind of big. Big European
Chris
contemporary
Morris
acts at the time.
Certificate techno rave. We got the techno rave in certificate.
Yeah, the certificates. Yeah, it's all right. But he was telling me he was
Unlimited.
Two Unlimited, yeah.
Two Unlimited is a great band.
Yeah, Dutch music.
Underrated.
But they apparently he was having this meeting and the business was going really well, and he was doing this like event organizing, gigs and whatnot of a promoter company, and they were sitting around and they were talking to some big African guys, and they're like, "Oh mate, so we got a couple. We got Erasure, Fat Shop Boys up for doing it, fucking the Out There Brothers, but so you might
Out Here Brothers.
Oh, the Out Here Brothers. I thought it was the Out There Brothers.
I don't know, it might be. I have no idea.
But so basically he goes, yeah, very good, Mike. Yeah, I really love what you've done with your company. And then he feels this little thing poking in his rib, and he goes, it's a gun. And he goes, right, mate, I think we'll take it from here. He's like, yep, no worries, mate. See you later. Just took the whole fucking lot off him.
Yeah.
But anyway, consider like what the country is built on.
Limit.
Like,
no limit.
No. Like it was kind of built on.
Oh, Mikey Reinhardt, man.
Ace of
Thank you very much. Jump in here for a chat. Go on.
I tell you what.
Thank you, Mike.
Go on, jump in and I'll jump off, man. It's bedtime over here.
I'd love to meet the legendary Mikey Reinhardt face to face. Fucking legend.
I'm new to that. We're signing off from Moscow.
You going for the night? Yeah. Ref, you're a fucking legend, man. It's good to see you.
It's good to see you. Now, before I go, to introduce the old Schwarzenegger. And there's my own little thing there that I made.
Fight for what we make.
For ourselves. Good night. And thank you, Martin. Thanks, everyone.
Ref, it's been legendary, man. We'll do this again.
You're on hard box. Good luck. Good night. Bye-bye.
Good night and good bless, Ref. Say hello to Putin and the boys. Yeah, Putin. Oh, he's still there, is he? Still there. He's gone. Right. Good stuff. So we're up to 2 hours and 23 minutes. This is fucking good crack, man. I mean, I don't know if many people will be listening to this later on, but as John Joe McGonigal says, back to Bobos. Here, John Joe McGonigal, hey, or Kieran Cummins, or Shawnee, fucking, or Thornton, jump in. The floor is yours.
Oh.
What the irony when South Africa brought in thumb recognition to reduce ATM crime, then people started getting their thumbs chopped off. Fucking hell, man.
God.
You know, I seen a
That's so
film.
fucked up.
Yeah, that one backfired.
It's backfired.
That's precisely what we did
scary
not
Irish
want to
man.
happen.
It was the one thing they didn't want to happen.
I was watching the bureau there yesterday from the Day Today, and it just, I don't know, for some reason the phrase bureau de change makes me laugh so much.
I
Trying
actually
to run a
remember
hot-
watching that when it came out on TV as a 12-year-old, and I was like, "There's some fucking mad stuff going on here." Wasn't that the one where Alan Partridge? Yeah, he was also a sports
Hennessy,
commentator.
yeah.
Was it?
Know Me Knowing You came out, was made, I think, first. It was like Abbey Road and Let It Be. They were released in reversed order.
Ah,
So like Know Me Knowing You was made first, and then they made the Day Today, released the Day Today first, then Know Me Knowing You came out. It was weird.
riddle-dee-dee-dee.
I didn't know that was-
ladies.
Let's talk about your show, because I've got to.
Sony has I think the Christmas special is brilliant. He goes, "Can you peel my bell?" I think we should be talking things like masturbation. Whoa, don't say that. Okay, well, I think we should address onanism. What does that mean? Masturbation. Oh, for God's sake! So tell me, Father Christmas, what have you bought for Christmas? It's a Rover Vitesse fastback.
I really love that moment where he's where he's talking to the Christian, and it's kind of like he understands what she is but doesn't really care at the same time, and he eventually says to her, like, "Listen,
Feel my
love,
bell."
you must remember you are a peripheral guest." Just thought that was an amazingly
And it's
dismissive line.
Thomas. Outrageous.
Hilarious. It's getting quite tiresome now.
Do you want Fanny? What was his name again? Or was it
Do you want
Mick?
Peter or do you want
Peter,
Fanny?
that's it. Do you want Peter? Or do you want Fanny?
I liked
Fanny.
so he's like ready to take on all comers. Don't.
I actually watched a couple of months back. I watched 24-Hour Party People.
Yeah, I just watched that the other day. It's so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know the thing. If I'm honest, right? If I'm honest, I think because Baby Cow, I don't know if it was like the director and the writer had basically. I think they kind of could have chopped 15 minutes off for pacing's sake.
The problem with Michael Winterbottom films is that he's desperate to show you how smart he is. All the time, it's just a thing he can't not do. Like,
Yeah.
and he tries to cram as much in, and I just think like, but then I suppose like that film's supposed to be about chaos anyway. Like, Manny's in it, isn't he?
Yeah,
He's
he
the
is.
sound man,
He's
isn't he?
yeah, it's Soundman. Yeah. Apparently, my mate Tud, a guy called Darren Tudgay, was in a band called Menswear. He was the drummer in Menswear, Britpop band. They said he goes, "Oh, no, I was fucking knew Manny and the boys back in the day, and we were, one of my mates, he just got married, and showing us the pictures of the wedding and all that. And next thing, Manny pops over his shoulder, he goes, bummed her." He goes, "If it was anyone else, he would have got fucking decked."
He was just in Primal Scream though. Like he really, they needed him. They really
Him and
needed
Bobby
him.
Gillespie, man, when they're on the Glastonbury with Edith Bowman and
I'd rather watch Dave Lee Travis play Macbeth.
And he goes,
John Michael Vincent.
Are you going to go and see any? Are you going to see any of the headline acts?
Basement Jacks.
Basement fucking was it?
They're
Basement
cocksuckers, man.
Fuck off. Yeah. Well, I've got nothing against cocksuckers, man, but they are fucking shite. And it's like at the end, we are so sorry.
Ian Brown on T4
T4
great as well.
with Steve Jones.
Do a bit of Aikido, yeah, and then like
Capoeira, yeah.
Capoeira, yeah.
They used to hide the fight inside the dance. Yeah, it's great. You can do a bit of that here for us. He goes, "Do you want me to knock you out for me, or do you want me to come over there and do it?"
It's a shame because like I love his music. Like I think is Golden Greats the album A Monkey Business? Golden Greats, is that the one? His first one.
I have to say, he's fucking sound, man. When we were filming the Hardy Books in Amsterdam, that was the beginning. That was the first tour of the reunion gig, and we were in this cafe called the Grey Area. And it was a Sunday, and we had the day off, and I was like this, looking out the window, going, "Is that fucking Ian Brown?" He had this massive dude with him, and he walks in, and he goes, "Right, lads, how you doing?" I'm like, how you doing, Ian? He shook her hand and said, do you want to be in our film? We're filming a film called The Hardy Books, comedy show from Ireland. He's like, I'd love to, lads, but fuck, got a gig on tonight, you know what I mean? I should have said, can we get tickets? Should have asked, but...
I was at it. It was pretty good.
Apparently they had a big fight that night.
They did. John was really, really good. Though.
Were you the one in Amsterdam, were you?
Oh, sorry. No, I thought you meant the Dublin. I saw them in Dublin twice. John was great, but it's very clear that John doesn't want to be there.
John's quiet.
He's an amazing guitar player, but like it's very clear he doesn't want to be there. He's doing it because I think his studio burnt down a few years ago.
The Wedgeners.
Well, I mean, he's got a studio in Macclesfield, but it burnt down, and he'd been in exhibitions for years and stuff. But like Rennie, I think had done nothing since they broke up.
Really?
I think Rennie had been a stay-at-home dad for like 20 years.
Actually, I remember my brother-in-law Mike telling me a story about when Manny was broke. He said he went to the ATM machine one day and there was just a massive check for like 300 grand in his bank. He was like, fucking hell, where'd that come from? Not nice if you can get it.
Well, I think he made more money for Primal Scream though, because like when they were on Silvertone, I don't think they got paid anything.
Yeah, you see, this is the thing with pie chart. When pie chart merchants meet artistic genius, there's fucking man, the twain do not mix well. You know, that's what I like about Factory Records. Obviously, Tony Wilson got shafted at the end, but he was, the artists are free to just walk whenever they like.
I mean, like, I don't know if there are many. I mean, Sub Pop was kind of like that years ago. Like, I think it's probably got much more money in it now, so they're less likely to.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
And tell me this, Andy: does Carl and Pete from Libertine still have that bed and breakfast going in
Margate,
East Anglia or something? Is that East Anglia?
Brighton, isn't it? All right.
Is it still open?
Yeah, probably not at the moment. They're in lockdown, but I'm sure when it's
we should go there.
When the lockdown lifts, yeah, we'll go there anytime we want.
Their puppet show was good. The new puppet show they have out.
Who's that?
Libertines, the new puppet show they have out.
I've seen it.
Yeah, it's great. It's really good. from skin to minted, I think it's called.
Did you remember that in Spinal Tap where it's like, if I said it before, if I've said it once, I said it 1,000 times. It should have been Spinal Tap and puppet show.
I just love. We're not playing a 50-minute jazz odyssey in front of a festival crowd.
You know, I've always wanted to do Jazz Odyssey. And yeah, Jazz Odyssey. We should definitely do that.
Do the musical of The Life of Jack the Ripper.
Oh, Jack the Ripper. He's a saucy one.
Saucy Jack.
Oh, no, he's a naughty one. Saucy Jack.
Jack.
But the brilliant thing, have you ever seen the extra tap that comes on the DVD?
There's loads. They filmed 48 hours of it or something and had to whittle it down to 90 minutes.
It's so good. But the bit on extra tap, David St. Habbins, he meets his son, who he rarely sees these days. And he's just, here he is. And then when Nigel Tufnell meets him, he just walks up and does this. And then like he goes, what happened to you? I remember you used to have hair like a Viking. You had great blonde hair, and he's just a pure like geek. And he's like, thanks very much, Martin Shortall there. Another pint there, Martin. Can't be drinking at the Dirk Inn. You're right there. Should hop on again if you want there, lad. Hop on again. Do you know what I mean, mate? I was expecting more people from the WhatsApp group to come into the mix, but the bastards didn't. Oh, we got fucking poor old Chris Perez has been in and out here. Didn't see him. Can I ask the YouTube page if they maybe pitch in if I put up a GoFundMe for the Martin the Cowboy do? So, man, Chris he's trying to get me and Cowboy to do a thing in America, man, and see how it goes. See if the fuckers will even let us in. You know what I mean?
Like the two Johnnies.
What are they up to now?
What they did, like the show, like the two Johnnies do America or something like that.
Everyone wants to do America, man. It's like, you know what? The thing is with America, it's great production value.
check out what this idiot did in America.
but it is. What to say? Ollie Reed drink Martin under the table.
Oh,
Yeah, pretty much.
yeah, but yeah.
Well,
We
would
had
he
a
though?
show.
Would he? You know, I'd fucking hold my own with him, man. Like I come
would,
from a
but
long
you'd
line
do
of
it
lush
eventually.
monsters. I'd probably cave when the old gorilla tranquilizers come out, and there's like, get Keith and we'll take this helicopter for a spin. Nerd Vision, just after binging all the Hardy books on Netflix, the movie and the webisodes. Thank you for your brilliant comedy. Hey, I didn't do it alone, Nerd Vision, but I appreciate that. I like your well moody avatar you got going on there. Any words on Russell Brand lately? Russell Brand seems to be doing a lot of commentary on the Great Reset and all this kind of stuff. He seems to be getting into. He seems to be very critical of our Billy Boy Gates lately, which is good to see. Someone
There's a GoFundMe being, I think, in the process being set up to get the surgery needed to remove his head from up his arse. Apparently they have to get special tools. Like, he's just shut the fuck up, Russell. Like,
yeah, you know what? I think it's really nice. It's really nice that he's abandoned this like walking thesaurus routine he had going on. Russell Grand, more like, says John Joe McGonigal.
Russell Gland.
Shawneen says Russell got bummed by the Trilateral Commission.
I think that's true.
Yeah, he was. I mean, he had this. You know, the book he had out a couple. Was it like Messiah Complex, where he had him as like Che Guevara with all these different religious iconography around his necklace. I think he lost the run of himself there for a while. I think he seems to be a bit more grounded now. But it's good that people are definitely, you know, picking up these subjects about what's going on in Davos, because there's a lot of shadowy bastards over there, and they'll just do it. They make a few ball buffers, like, you know, and it's like, fuck off.
Is one of the Daleks called Davos?
Yeah, he is actually.
Yeah,
the leader of the Daleks.
Yeah.
Ugly bastard. Oof.
He's just sort of switched one addiction for another. Like, it's all centered around affirmation from the outside, whether it's from sex or from comedy or from social change. Like, it's guruism. Basically, yeah. Like, even the way he talks now, he talks like some sort of like enlightened convert. Like, I'm not really buying it. Like it's not about the world; it's about him.
George Brennan says, "Have you read Shadow Men, Martin? Good conspiracy read. Any thoughts on that one, lads?"
No, not read it.
Keenan Cummins says Russell Brand's hair smells lovely. I'd say it smells like herbal essence, but he's probably got really nice, expensive, like boutique style conditioners. You're like, ooh,
Timote.
I did read Bravo 20 by Andy McNabb. Which actually improves with every read.
It actually improves with every read. Tell me, Michael, what were your experiences like in the army? Oh, I've seen some terrible things in the army. I did. What, like 3 men burning in a tank going, oh. I tell you, I had a pet monkey once, my cat monkey. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I threw him in the sea. You throw a monkey in the sea? I ain't stolen my duty-free fags, man. Tell me about the lady boys.
My own personal tip is don't throw water on a chip pan file. Take your face off.
Alan's fact of the day. Cornflakes are made in America.
Is Alan just all of our dads? Is that who Alan is?
I think there's a lot of Richard Madeley in them as well, actually.
There is, but there's something about our parents' generation is just Alan. Like an inane quality. The great thing about him is he can't stand silence.
Yeah.
Like, he really can't stand
radio. He can't stand the dead air. Nothing worse than dead air.
But there's a couple of times where he turns himself off. Like, when he has that jingle in the morning about like the traffic jingle, he says, "Oh, it's just," he turns it off. And then when he's listening to his own "Letting Go" with Alan Partridge, listening to his meditation tape, he's sawed off and turned. Like, he kind of hates himself, I think, underneath it.
What's it? Dave Clifton. Bonjour, Monsieur Dave.
Yeah, in a fictional nightclub, sitting by yourself, which I've seen you do.
Actually, I tell you who did a really good performance in Bronson. Your man who is it Jamie who works in the door of the travel or in the travel lodge.
Oh,
Is that his name?
no, Lance. James Lance.
James Lang, because he was in Bronson as well as the art teacher. But he spoke. He had like this Scouse accent, like it was, you know, he was like talking a bit like John Lennon. He'd used obviously the sound of those old laid-back Scousers as his muse.
He was in.
Brilliant in it, and Super Hands was in it as well. Matt King.
Matt King, yeah, he was in. He was in Rock and Roll, wasn't he?
I didn't see that one, but what's your man's name? He's the guy who directed Drive and
Edgar Wright.
No, it's Refn. It's like, oh fuck it. He's Danish director. Refn. Hold on 1 second. He's a guy. He's got a proper style to him. You know what I mean? It's well 20. Nicholas Winding Refn. He's a Danish lad, but he does good. He does good stuff for Blazing.
Drive wasn't it just a remake of the Ryan O'Neill one from the 70s? Driver, it's basically the same film.
Ah, okay.
Wasn't it? Like,
yeah, it was a bit where he stamped someone's head in.
Yeah, like it was just I don't know. I found it was moody without much
substance.
Basically, yeah.
Very stylish. I like the soundtrack to it. I find it's a great soundtrack to edit things, but then I can't use the Cliff Martina stuff anymore because the YouTube algorithms always out to get you.
I think
up with Maloney's Digest. They took fucking Stateside Part 2 off, and that was fucking brilliant, man. Like they had Slip Inside with I used that by Primal Scream. And yeah, they took it off for that. But it was fucking brilliant when he got Stateside going. Me and my mate Danny Miller had wound up Stateside on Facebook saying that a cane toad would beat him in a fight. And then I did this like Photoshop picture of Clarence the cane toad versus Stateside, and I've got to find it, man. But there was a picture of like Jedwood down in the bottom, and they were like semi-naked with all chips and hamburgers in the background. I think it was hosted by Jedwood, and it was like Clarence the Cane Toad versus it was Clash of the Titans. Clarence the Cane Toad versus Tom Miller, and so in the video I'm like, so who'd win a fight out of you and the Cane Toad? And he's in the lobby of the Gateway Hotel in Swinford, and he's going, "See that fucking Cane Toad, Martin? I'll fucking squash it in my hand like that till white shit pops out of his head. And then I'll fuck it off the wall." And then you've got Carl Kelly, the guy who runs the hotel in the background going, "Oh, lads, come here, come on, keep noise down, you know, people got guests and stuff." But it's fucking brilliant. I use like, I had like little shots of him walking up and down hills. But you know the way in Predator, the soundtrack now and again just goes, wow. I just have him like walking up a hill. Wow.
He's a great character in that, like, just because it's clear that he doesn't really know when he's acting or when he's not. He's almost
Jedwood style, says Graham Russell. That's going up there, man. That's going up.
Like he's almost like looking at the camera sometimes. Like he's just tuned to a different frequency than everyone else.
The executive producers of the first series, they just didn't want him in it. You know what I mean? He can't act. Like the rest are fine. We don't want him in it. He can't act. I'm like, this isn't drama. It's not. You know, it is what it is. And the fact that he is the way he is what makes it so fucking good. You know, like for me, I would love to. Right, when all this lockdown shit is over, I'm going to make a documentary with himself and his cousin Chris, right? And what it is I want them, because it's almost like savant-like skills when it like those two guys are fucking amazing snooker players and pool players, and like, I mean, they've been doing this shit since they both own full-size snooker tables in their gaffs. Like I went into his cousin's gaff, right, and it's just like he lives in a bungalow, and in one room of the house is dedicated to the snooker table. I'm like, how the fuck do you get this thing in? you know. And but the thing is, they're like apparently they went on the piss with Jimmy White once. And I was like, how was he? I was fucking header, man. Like when you got stateside saying Jimmy White is a header, you better fucking believe it. You know what I mean? But there's a whole
Like-
subculture of like pool players and like quite high ranking pool players and hustlers in Ireland and in England.
I was actually at a thing recently. Well, before lockdown, I was in a like a shit.
Should I try and get
regional-
stateside onto this?
Oh,
Someone asked if I'd have him on the show.
Oh man, you should do.
Yeah, I did.
But be prepared to fucking either heavily edit it
I
or
can
put
talk
it into
to you,
private mode.
Like I can talk to you, I can talk to Salmon, Owen, whatever. I don't know what the fuck I say.
so the me or Cliff Thalborn. And if Cliff Thalborn backs out, you're up slack alley.
You're up slack alley. The thing is with him, right? You need to keep him on subject matter that he's well versed on. You know, don't let him stray off piste, man, because shit gets gnarly. So, like this idea I wanted, like I remember pitching this to the Republic of Telly back in 2011.
They're
I was like
powerhouse of
stateside.
innovation and creativity.
Oh yeah, they are. To be fair, like I mean, look at like hidden cameras. Fuck man, Bridget Neyman, all the
Bridget
good stuff.
Neyman is. Do you know what? That's just like my parents.
Oh, it's like the Steinbeck of parents.
It's just like it's like observational comedy. If it was just like fucking bloated and like just on a massive pension that it didn't need to care about how hard it worked.
Well, like Leinster Houseboys.
Yeah, basically, like entirely.
Stephen Leonard says, "Crash Bang Wallop, what a video!" When my
Lovely stuff.
Toblerone addiction started.
Was a shake? Not there was a Shakin' Stevens.
Shake. Do you ever see that Shakin' Stevens footage when he attacked Richard Madeley for no reason? So out of character. And this is the kind of thing I'd love to be able to pull. Like, there might be a way of me doing this, right? Because there's a share screen option, but I don't know how we would. Let me just fuck it. I'll try it, right? Share screen. All right.
Can we watch all the James Bond films back to back over a weekend?
1 second. You see, this is this fucking screen of death malarkey we have here. So your entire screen, application window. Okay. Don't want my emails in there. There's not really an awful lot going on. Chrome tab. Okay, what are you seeing on screen there at the moment?
A receipt for a Swedish-made penis enlarger.
Yes. How did you guess? Let me see. Let me see if this works. Shakin' Stevens wrestles Richard.
It's going to type in sex fetish into Google. Click on one at random. Oh.
Okay.
Right. Tell me in the chat if this comes up, because this is now.
Yeah, there's nothing on screen, Martin.
Nothing.
It's just the four of us. If you're using StreamYard, you're using that, yeah? There should be like, you know where you added this from. There should be a box down there showing what's going on your screen. Click on it and bring it into the chat.
So, really? I can do that?
Yeah.
Right, so what I'm looking at here is down the bottom, mute, stop cam, cam mic, share. Because lads, if we can stream shit in this, oh, I hope you're ready. Let me see. Fucking right, you can't see anything on this, no? Okay. I think this is the one to share. Brilliant. Oh, this is lovely. Okay, brilliant. Right. Tell me, can you see this on the screen? Right. So this is Shakin' Stevens. Here we go. Looks like fucking David St. Hubbins is with him.
It's Rick Parfitt from
Nigel
Jethro Tull.
Planner. Look how young Richard Madeley was.
He's just Alan.
It was a poor attempt at being edgy. Let's see if I can find Oliver Reed with Michael Aspel. This you have to see it, man. I mean, I don't know if it's as funny as I remembered, but you know, it's funny all the same. Oh yeah, this is the one.
That's for the Castaway film.
Oh, brilliant. Ah, fuck off.
I think you need sound, Martin. I think you have to enable the sound to be streamed too.
What'd you say?
I think you have to enable the sound to be streamed as well.
Fuck, so I was basically running that. How the hell do you do that?
Is there maybe a thing to click when you hit share application to share the computer sound as well?
Yeah, it should be in the bottom left if you got to do it again. So when a box pops up, it's in the bottom left. Share sound as well.
Ah, fuck it. Yeah.
I'll have to give you a tutorial.
Yeah. Fuck it, lads. We will continue on without. Yeah, tell us the crack. It'd be an easy touch, but yeah. Sorry about that, lads. I thought you could hear it. RTE motorized pub stool is a must. I think motorized pub stools anyway, man, is a must. You know, it's like, have you ever had anything so good? Just a fucking stool that you can drive home on it, man. You know, over here there's a lot of these rental scooters which are brilliant. Not Technicolor Dreamer says, Martin, not sure it's easily done on a Mac. Furdu's act out the sound. You know what, Sean? I probably could. I probably could act out the sound at this stage. I love this. John Joe McGonigal says, call Bill Gates. He will give you the walkthrough. Thoughts on Bill Gates, Andy?
He's a wrong one.
Yeah, I think the jury's out on that.
Too.
Jared, thoughts on Bill Gates?
No, I don't know. Is he dodgy?
Yeah.
Nice.
What's he dodgy for? I never look into him.
Put it this way, right? Put it this way. To get that kind of wealth, you have to step over a lot of bodies. That's all I'll say. As Eddie Bravo would say.
Look into it, dude.
No, I think he's a
5G. 5G
no, none of that shit, man. But he's buying up all the farmland in America. He's released a couple of million mosquitoes into the Everglades that are genetically modified, and like he said, he wants to depopulate the globe. you know, and it's like, well, hang on a minute, mate. It's not. I don't think it's up to you as a. But I think the way these billionaires look at people like ourselves, as in just like regular people running around, they look at us like a termite infestation. You know, where there's too many of us, and I think the more of us there are, the less for them there are. You know what I mean? I think like where the thing, a lot of us owning private property and this kind of thing is basically stopping them from having more. Because when you get rich, where'd you go, man?
I know for a fact that he owns the Vodafone shop in Dundrum Shopping Centre.
Fuck off.
I just made that up, but like,
has Bill Gates gone too far?
Yeah. You know, funny. I was talking about Dundrum. I remember once meeting
it's
Brian
absolute hell on earth. It's a horrible place.
Quite like the Nando's though.
Oh, they deliver.
When we were getting free Nando's, that was great. I mean, having to pay for it's a bit fuck me. It's like got a Pizza Hut. You know, it's like, yeah, mate. At the end of the day, Pizza Hut.
Was it a cheeky Nando's?
Oh, mate, it was like a cheeky Volvic.
Was it an impertinent Nando's?
Nando's.
What's the opposite to a cheeky Nando's? Actually, yeah.
A funeral Nando's. Just it's very sincere.
A humble Nando's.
A formal Nando's.
Yeah. A black tie Nando's.
Yeah, exactly. That's it.
You're hearing the verdict in the court. Eating Nando's.
Still, I guess you probably wouldn't enjoy it as much as you would. But I met Brian O'Driscoll in there once. I said,
Bod.
Yeah, Bod was in there. He's a funny old fucker. I met him a few times. I'd say he's sound, but he just, because of who he is, he can just, you know, fucking not participate in small talk with people he meets.
Really? Yeah, he strikes me as a nice fella now. Was he a bit kind of standoffish when you met him, was he?
But no, he just, like, we walked past him, right, in Nando's, we were about to talk to him, and he just went like this.
Really, yeah.
That was about 2010, and I met him at the IFTAs then a couple of years ago. And when he fucking ignored us in Nando's that time, he went, yeah, trying to do that now. I'm like, oh, you're cheeky cunts, aren't you? But then afterwards, we were, himself and his wife, what's her name again? Amy Huberman. She was like, "You want to come to Lily's?" I was like, oh, I had to go meet someone. So
no, thanks.
but it would have been good crack though. No, they seem like good crack. I'd say it would have been a bit of a laugh. But Lily's, man, that used to be a place that was, you know, in your like early 20s was like one of these. Wow, who's in there? Like Ronnie Wood and all these big shots. And then I met McGregor.
Eddie Hobbs,
seedy as fuck.
Eddie Hobbs. Man, it got pure dodge towards the end, like.
Oh yeah, well, I was only there towards the end. My memories of it though, I used to see Lily's house band play there. I don't know if you remember them. Used to play every Monday. They were fucking amazing. They were. Was
that Dave O'Connell, the lads from what was it, the Spring Break band?
Yeah, it was a couple of them lads. It was well, I'm not sure if it was exactly that band, but it was Jan O'Brien, Cathal Malloy, and Tom Domican. I don't know if you know any of them, but it was like the lad from Picture House. And two of the other lads from the wedding band, Pink Champagne. But together, it was a three-piece, and the singer was fucking amazing. But so I used to go out to see them all the time, and I kind of got a feel for what kind of Lily's was like, and there's a bunch of shit going on there. Like,
this has to go up, man. Tidy name drop, Martin, Amy Jab.
Tidy name drop.
But I was going to say, I hear Epstein is hiding out with Gail Platt and Gavin. But do you know Duncan Maitland, lads?
Who's that?
I worked with him before.
Yeah, he's a funny bastard, man.
Yeah.
He's. I remember years ago when we were doing my brother-in-law's house up, and we were all having a nice. Me and my dad, this lad called Brian Conway, was like an old hippie dude. He was like, Martin, you need to go fucking traveling. You're 19. Go off, see the world. When I was your age, I was sleeping under a flyover outside Hanover, and all I could hear in my head was like a Rolling Stone by Bob Dylan. I was like, yeah, that sounds class but depressing at the same time. But yeah, basically, with me, him, my dad, and Henry, my brother-in-law, we were sitting in smoking this green hash, man. It was brilliant stuff. It was just a pure, lovely, fun buzz. and we were watching Piranha 2 Flying Fish, and then Duncan goes, "Oh, I remember this bit. It's the bit where the fish comes out and bites your man in the neck." And sure enough, it did. And the guy died. Do you know what I mean? Like, flying fish. It's like something from fucking Super Mario.
I worked with Duncan about a year ago, just before lockdown, and he, I said to him, I sort of recognized him, and I said, "Sorry, are you Duncan Maitland?" And he went, oh, "Yes." like Alan being recognized in the Linton Travel Tower and thing, exactly like that. And I was like, and then I said to him, "Are you wearing Lynx Africa?" Well smelt.
Well smelt. Jan's got a Lexus. Lexus plural.
You could have sat in my one, sat in the passenger seat and reached across.
Lynn, these are sex people. Dan's wife was lovely, man. I remember like being, ooh. Good
Don't
time.
rub your fanny on me.
Such gaminess.
Here, lads, I'm going to head on. So,
Jared, thanks very much for sticking around, mate. It's been good crack.
Behave yourselves.
Hey, stay away from yourself. So,
Stay away from yourself.
The four horsemen of the. We're all musicians, lads. That's a great touch, isn't it?
Is that so? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking hell.
What's that supposed to mean?
Martin, on a scale of 1 to 15. How sick are you of people asking you about the Viper? 17, 19?
I'd say probably about a 9, man. Probably a 9.
A 9, yeah.
Yeah.
I can imagine that gets pretty old pretty quickly.
Yeah, but you know what? One of the most is like
do a podcast together.
How did it all start?
There you go.
Oh, there we go again.
So, like, did you meet somewhere? Like, were the two of you in one place at one time, and then you started communicating through words and language? Was that how it started?
Yeah, I've got a funny one. We were at the Jackass 3D premiere, and we got to meet the Jackass lads and go to this place called the Sycamore, which was really weird. It was bizarre night. We went in there, and it's like started off, and it was like everyone who'd gone to the premiere were there for the free lush. It was like, this is grand, man. But whatever happened over the course of the night, it turned into a full-fledged like gay bar. And I was like, where's, you know, the way when you go to, it's almost like when you have a dream and you still think you're in the dream and then you're kind of like, the dream has changed. Or it's like, if you go to a house party that's full of women, it's like, this place is brilliant, man. And you're chatting away and you're like, which one do I talk to? Which one? You know, there's too many.
No, I've never had that, but go on.
All right.
I kind of know what you're talking about with a dream.
There's too many interesting women. You're like, who's a potential match here? And it's like, but the thing is, it's almost like when you're playing Call of Duty and there's like too many people, like, oh, go for it, and then you end up getting fucking shot. But all of a sudden you look around and it's just like, there's no women left, and it's just about 30 lads. It's like, what the fuck? What happened here? Yeah, but then that's what that night was. It was like, it just turned from like all media people and all that to like there was just all women on one side of the room, and then men and like gay women and gay men, and I was like, where's everyone gone? You know what I mean? And then but yeah, it was a fucking random night, but. Colgan he got the opportunity to talk to Johnny Knoxville. He was like, I'm going to ask him a really original question, just a question he's never asked, just so I can get the crack going with him. So he's like, how are you, Johnny? And he's like, yeah, how's it going, man? He's like, so like, I was just wondering, how did the whole thing start? I think he said something like, was it good? Was being Jackass good, was it? Yes, it's good. Cool, I taught to you. One of the best nights we ever had, man. And thank you very much, Kieran, for the super chat there, mate. That's very kind of you. A 4-car packet for the road. Good night. Viper gets asked about you too when I'm on his stream. It works both ways. Versatile.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I do that as well.
Well, fucking keep on asking. You know, he is basically one of the main reasons why nothing's getting done, man. So like, put the pressure on him.
Definitely.
You know,
much anymore.
He's like the Richie Blackmore in Deep Purple.
Yeah, he is, man. He's like Richie Blackmore. You know, the thing is, man, I love working with him. He's a funny bastard. But he has it.
Tell you, are best of mates. Like,
yeah, but he'll do shit like where, if you're doing something like a Nixer or something, or you're doing a job yourself, he'll get his bit done, and then he'll be like, you know, it'll be my turn to go, but because everything's up here with me, it's like, oh, you haven't done any preparation, you know. It's like, nah, you know, it's really unprofessional. I'm out of here. And I was always like, why are you saying this to me? But then you realize, and then looking back, I was like, nah, he just wanted to fuck off. But instead of him looking bad, he projected it on me instead. So,
yeah.
But look, at the end of the day,
he seems very clever like that, all right.
Oh,
seems like he kind of knows the stuff like that, all right.
Yeah, I mean, myself and Andy we went in Westport like a year and a half ago, and I said, Andy, man, give him a text. He was only living like 50. I was doing a gig, and I said, just give him a shout, like, and tell him to come in. What did he say, Andy?
Oh, he used to be quiet, does he?
Are you muted, Andy? Yeah.
No, he went like that though.
Yeah,
in the chat here, I think.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I just fucking blanked us.
You were muted. Sorry.
I was muted. Sorry.
I thought you went like that. As if someone asleep or something.
You know, it's not for the want of us reaching out. You know what I mean? Like we're, you know, who knows what's going on behind a person's mesosphere.
You could
that's it, isn't it?
You could do.
You never really know.
You could do a duet of When Love and Hate Collide.
What, like the series?
No, the Def Leppard song.
All right. What about Let's Get Ready, Let's Get Rocked, or whatever it is? Def Leppard.
Where's me dog?
And Deck.
Yeah, Def Leppard would be the kind of thing you'd hear on Radio Nova. Do you know what I mean? It's like, just like fucking soft corporate rock. And if they were playing any Guns N' Roses, it'd be Sweet Child of Mine. Do you know what I mean? It'd be just fucking tired and boring fucking
flaccid cock rock.
In fairness to Radio Nova, you do catch sometimes. I find late at night, like when I would have been coming back from gigs before the pandemic.
Not good late at night, man. Do you know what I mean? Like I remember listening to it on the way to.
I mean, you'd catch a lot of Rory Gallagher on that, for example. You catch like the real good rock, but I agree with you. You're dead right. It's basically it's a pop station with like kind of electric guitars, basically, is what it is during the day. Anyway,
let me tell you. I'm gonna tell you straight. I think Irish radio is fucking woeful. It's some of the most banal shite you could ever fucking consume.
What about Dermot and Dave? They're absolutely gas.
I have to say about Dermot and Dave, I've been on their show a good few times. I know them personally, and they're good lads. Friends with them on Facebook. No, they're good lads. They're sound. Actually,
if you're friends with them on Facebook, like
no, they're sound. They're sound, man. They're sound. I don't obviously. You know, maybe I shouldn't be ragging on. You know, look, when I say that, it's basically it's.
We're at that point in the night. It's no holds barred now.
No. Look, in fairness, when I talk like Dermot's a drummer. Dave's an avid collector of guitars. I tell you who's mad into guitars. Your man Mark Cagney from the morning show or TV3's morning show, whatever it's called, Ireland AM. And like someone had researched. I can't remember what was going on, what the occasion was, but I was on there and he goes, "So you're Martin, I believe you're into guitars." And you know, I sold a beautiful guitar to the Edge. I said, "Yeah." So yeah, Rory, man.
To the Edge.
Yeah. He goes out and buys vintage guitars and he sells them. That's his side gig.
Mark Cagney and Lacey.
Cagney and Lacey. Actually, speaking of Cagney and Lacey, my sister invited me to a friend of her, Vanessa's was her name. They had a bit of a falling out in 2003 and never spoke again. But she had this night in the Olympia with Tyne Daly from Cagney and Lacey, and the name of the fucking play was called Mother Courage and Her Children. She had a son called Swiss Cheese. And
yeah, it's a Bertolt Brecht play.
Yeah, man, it was one of the most. I remember, like, it went on for hours and hours.
It's about 3 hours long, and it's one of the most depressing plays ever written.
Where's this based? Is this supposed to be in Ireland?
No, it was written in Germany during the Second World War, and it was this idea that like it was supposed to be kind of about the war during the war, but it was sort of outside the war. So it was it's weird, but like the whole point of it was just to kind of try and shock the audience. But it's really grueling to sit through. It's really
fucking boring it was. My sister Tricia said, "Oh man." My sister Tricia was there beside me, and she said I had the program, and at one stage she said I was 18 at the time as well. But she said at one stage, I just had the program and I was doing this.
Yeah. Like it's really
Well, it's the
tough
shock
to
value and how boring it is. Like,
Oh man, it was. And
no,
I
some
don't
of
know
the
what was
stuff
going-
is kind of
Tyne
shocking
Daly-
though. Like,
Mate, it's Tyne Daly, right? Cagney and Lacey, the dark-haired one. She was like this. She was going Swiss cheese, and she was speaking like. Do you ever remember that weird TV? It's going to be before a lot of people's time, and some people probably outside of UK and Ireland wouldn't get it. But there used to be this weird fucking TV show when I was very young on ITV called Pearls of Wisdom, and it had this like blonde woman who was going, "Oh, do you know the one I'm on about?" Andy?
yeah, I know.
don't know myself. No.
It was like she just sounded like that one. Yeah, what's it called? I think it was called Pearls of Wisdom.
She's supposed to be that character's supposed to be kind of like her voice is kind of hoarse from shouting. I think that's kind of the way she's supposed to be. But like,
it's called Teabag and the Pearls of Wisdom, and it was from 1990.
Yes,
but that was,
yes, is they on the magic carpet?
Pearls of Wisdom.
Teabag.
Gotta Google here.
Yeah, Teabag. I think. Yeah. I bet
there was
you. I bet
two
you
shows, though. One was a cartoon, one wasn't.
Yeah, that's right. It was out there at the same time. Supergran was out. It was like a Scottish nan who had like a tartan hat.
No, Teabag.
1990, is it?
She was a witch that had a magic carpet.
That's right, but I wonder what she looks like these days. Oh, she looks like my mother-in-law with blonde hair. Yeah, so
I remember it well.
Yeah, so she sounded like, oh, it was fucking. Did she have like a black spooky cat or something like that?
The idea with those, yeah, she does. But like the thing is that like, as soon as you're in there, you're fucking, you're captive. Like that's the kind of the way it's written. But it's like, and you don't feel great after either. It's like I've just been,
Swiss cheese got shot to death.
Yeah, like it's just and like
one sec, I'm gonna get a baby. 1 second.
Like it's just those things are like fucking yeah. I get it; they're important and everything, but like I could watch Heat with Robert De Niro and Al Pacino twice. And how long it would take to sit through that.
Is it more of kind of like a statement? Like, like some kind of pieces are just like a statement. As you were saying, it was meant to be shocking. Like, is that kind of just the point of it, or is there kind of actually a story underneath it all? Like,
no, there is kind of a story, but it's kind of like it's this whole like anti-war thing that's going on, which like, see, it depends on the context. Like, I mean, like if you're in a country that's at war or something, yeah, fine. But if you're in Ireland at the height of the Celtic Tiger, it's not really going to make a huge amount of sense, so like those things are a bit of a slog to sit through.
What's it called?
Mother Courage and Her Children.
Swiss cheese got buggered by a Rottweiler.
There's he did the Three Penny Opera with what's the guy's name? Kurt Weill.
Oh, I know him from War on Drugs.
No, the original one. He took his name from it's Kurt Weill, Weill. I think he just stole his name. But those things like that political theater is just like, yeah, I get it. Like it's just like it's not a good night out.
Yeah. Wouldn't know a whole lot about that now.
Yeah, you're not missing anything. I wouldn't worry about it. I had to teach that stuff years ago, and like I remember I met a student years after, and he said, like, man, you really didn't give a fuck, did you? And I was like, no, not really, to be honest.
Was this BM, was it?
No, it's in UCD.
Oh, right, yeah.
And it was just like, it's really clear you couldn't give a shit about that. And I was like, yeah, I know. I didn't.
Someone brought up Kelly Brighton. I'm just after Googling. That's the one who plays Linda in EastEnders.
It'd be funny if the podcast ended there with just.
You know, it's funny. My girlfriend watches a good bit of EastEnders, and I was like, "Fucking hell, what are you doing watching that for?" And then I'm just like, you know what? I'll watch it. It's funny when you get it's like something cozy about watching EastEnders when you're in Sweden. Do you know what I mean? It's like doesn't happen often. Yeah, it's just I think as we were saying earlier on, it's good to fill up the old subconscious, and it's balanced out with a good few movies. But she doesn't like movies in space. I was like, oh, you'll like this one. This is a horror. Event Horizon.
Oh, and yeah.
Seeing her face, man, she was like this. I was like, are you enjoying this? Yes. I was like, oh, fuck's sake. Yeah, watch one of the most boring movies. I mean, I fell asleep about 4 times in the middle of it. There's two of them. Two movies. I don't usually fall asleep in the middle of movies, but two movies I did. One of them was Bad Times at the El Royale. Have you seen that? Fuck me, man.
Yeah.
Someone on
Never heard of that
YouTube who recommended it. Oh, fucking hell. It's about 2.5 hours. So it's basically the mother courage and her children of modern movies. It had a good premise. Kurt Russell was it? Oh no, what's his name? Jeff Bridges was in it. Dante Wilder. I just threw that in for the crack. No, fucking Liam Hemsworth was in it, and he supposed plays it. There's like he comes in like the fucking third act, and it's just like a whole new. I'm like, mate, fucking Chris Hemsworth, Thor, Liam Hemsworth. What's his fucking name again? Thor Hemsworth.
I can't tell.
Thor Hemsworth.
Yeah.
Thor Hemsworth will do. He comes in fucking jacked to bits, playing some sort of cult leader. It's like, nah, mate, you're supposed to be some sort of fucking Charles Manson merchant, and you just look like a pro wrestler, like Jericho, and it was just bollocks. The other one I watched was this one with what's her name, fucking Emilia Clarke from Game of Thrones. She was in this film called The Voice from the Stone. Oh man, I can tell you the synopsis.
Yes,
a nanny goes into this gaff in Italy, right? She's traveling around, and there's a boy in it who talks fuck all, and the old lady has died of some mystery illness. So it's setting it up, and you're like, oh, this has got all the fucking ingredients of something proper moody, man. Bit of a psychological horror thriller job,
right?
But nothing happens.
So a film you might actually
That's
like.
awful.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking like four or five times. Tried to stay awake during that.
And The Guardian probably gave it 103% or something.
What is it with The Guardian, man? It's apparently Bill Gates is pumping money into the Guardian. You see, there's another interesting thing about mainstream.
It's always him, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. He's behind everything. And Soros as well. He's another lad who's fucking got his fingers in a lot of pies. See, this is the thing. You've got a failing. What you have is a failing source of news and information that will take money from people who have shitloads of like an endless supply of money to give, which basically means they control the editor and the narrative of these publications. And The Guardian is a fucking man. It's like I remember like when I was about 21, 22, I'd be like, oh, maybe I should start reading The Guardian because it's what all these young go-getters seem to be reading. Maybe I should inform myself on. I felt fucking patronized while reading it, man. I was like, going back to uni in September, what you need to know, Guardian edition. It's like the enemy of news. Do you know what I mean? There
was one thing, like the writers, the journalists are all like, Simon Wollstonecraft Shelley, like, whatever names.
Simon Wollstonecraft Shelley.
I just made that up. Like they all have those sort of names.
I thought that
but
was
like, but like,
brilliant.
Whatever.
It sounds like something from Hardy books.
But like,
Wollstonecraft Shelley's after you.
But like, there was one article with the culinary section. It was called "How to Really Make Toast," and I was like, "Yeah, you've jumped the shark at this point. Like, how to make toast? Like, fuck you.
How to make toast?
How to make toast? It was insane." There's two good Irish horror films that come out the last couple of years. One set in the west of Ireland.
Grabbers.
Yeah, Grabbers. Or three actually.
That was a film about Weinstein.
There's one called The Hallow, which is really good, which Michael McElhatton is in. Another called Hole in the Ground, and another one called The Lodgers. And I was really skeptical, but they're really good Irish horror films, which I never thought I'd say.
Would it be up there with Shrooms?
It's up there with Shrooms and and About Adam.
Oh, mate,
About Adam.
It's funny you say that, right? Because I was on a mushroom trip in 2005.
Every good story starts with that.
Yeah, but I was actually watching that film on Mushies in 2005, and it was the most depressing thing because I had doubts about my ex-girlfriend's fidelity at the time when I was like 22, and I was like going out with some hot goth who was a bit unhinged.
He drinks that yellow stuff in tins. He's an idiot.
Danger.
He's an idiot. But I just remember like being,
Hot
having
shots there, a bit unhinged. Danger.
yeah, dynamite in the
Sorry, go on.
sack. But yeah. So I was watching About Adam, and as like these this dodgy lad from Swinford and a few of his mates had taken these, I think they were Colombian mushrooms or something. And they're like, Maloney, take a few of these. And I was like, yeah, grand. We're going to town. I was like, but do I really want to be on mushies with these fucking headers? So I bailed out of it, and then I should have gone in with them, man, because it would have been a lot more crack than fucking watching About Adam. And I was watching this dude just pouncing about, tapping Goldie Hawn's door or Katie Hudson. You won Charlotte Bradley, who was in the Hardy Books, and some other woman. But I just remember, like, I don't know who
in Hardy Books. I don't even know.
Yeah, she was Noreen's mum. She was one of the women.
Yeah, I remember her, right?
She really seems like a theatrical actor. You can really tell from her.
Oh yeah, she's a pro, man. Like
she was great. Yeah.
I remember
I only watched that episode the other day, actually.
There's one character. She plays the nurse. I can't remember her name.
Sheila.
Yeah, she is really she really has theater acting chops.
She does. Well, she was studying in I think she was doing acting classes as well in Bow Street, I think.
Yeah, like she'd be really good in like Playboy the Western World or something.
She's a lovely girl, man. Sheila, lovely girl. She was the one who's like, well, Black Mamba.
Oh yeah, I think I remember.
Yeah, Berlin Ocelot's in the mix. Man, when he went for the Sunday roast.
That episode nearly gave me a panic attack myself. It was just so hard to watch.
Yeah, it was yours truly who scripted that one.
it was just the most awful nightmare of a thing sitting. Oh,
you know you have like extended family members. Like for me, for years. Look, the thing is, I think I was exposed to hard work too young. Like I'd be out.
What age were you working from?
Fucking 7, man. And my uncle my uncle would pick me up at like fucking 6:30, 7 in the morning, and then take me from like Wallasey up to like Yorkshire. You'd be looking at machines, and I wouldn't get back into like 11. You know what I mean? And like then when I was 10 as well, I remember like he'd get me up on a Saturday morning. Yeah, we had a puppy, our dog Bertie, who was the one in the Mitty Turbo Cup. But when he lived to a good age. But I remember like I'd have to go out with him every Saturday morning. He'd come like pick me up like 7 on Saturday morning. And I remember seeing like cartoons I never even knew existed, like fucking Camelot. You had the Knights Round Table, and they had these cool kind of fucking these banners that had these holographic. Have you seen it? King Arthur was this one that was out in the 90s. But yeah, I was watching all these cartoons, and then it'd be like, it would just be a beep, and my mum would be like, right, he's waiting for you. Here's your sandwiches. And I remember like seeing my mum waving Bertie's paw, and I was like, oh man, I really wish I could stay home. But yeah, so like I'd be doing that, and then I was 16. I went over for the summer, and it was like, man, we'd leave at 6 in the morning. Sometimes we didn't get home till 2. And then I was working 7 days a week with them. I said, can you at least give me 1 day off? So I was overexposed to hard graft.
That's far fucking too much. That's far too much.
So like for me, I was just like, fuck, I can't be. I had a bit of a fucking aversion to like regular work after that. But what was the point of this? Why did I start on this?
Just the horror of having the horrors in that situation where.
Oh yeah. So like people like so people like that, or like neighbors or uncles who come in and like, what are you working at now, Martin? And I'd be like, oh, I'm fucking not doing anything. I'm happy not doing anything. Jamming it up on the guitar and heading to Galway. So like anytime I did have a job, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm building stages in Sweden, or I'd have an answer. But it was that kind of shit where you'd have to make up an answer. I'm like, what are you working at now? Oh, it's bits of building. Chef work.
Is that actually doctor a real doctor?
No, he's a man who's like back pain's very hard to determine. That guy, he's a chemist.
Oh yeah, remember him?
That guy who's like he's broken up.
Sound man, he's fucking sound. He's a lovely body.
Yeah, that was a great scene.
I did an interview with a lady from Cork. I can't remember the name off the top of my head. When I was doing the gig, and she did a piece for I think it was the Cork Observer or something. I can't remember the name of it. But she was like, and so do you think you'll move away from the misogyny of the film and the Hardy books with strippers? And I was like, nah.
Good answer.
But
there'll be a bit more.
I don't think there was really any misogyny in that film. Like
this and that, says John Joe McGonigal.
Like the point of it is that the lads themselves are the subject of the joke, not.
Yeah, I mean, if you try and fuck with that, and you'll only fuck with the formula and mess it up. Like you start listening to people saying shit like that.
But the formula generally of comedy is that men are boys. That's one of the core things.
Look at men behaving badly. You know, that's the concept that worked well when, and you know, that's a BBC. It was late at night on a Thursday, and had some good stuff on there.
Like, I mean, but that was a real 90s lad culture thing. You know, like,
yeah. Well, it's funny because, you know, these are all things these are all trends and fashions that are dictated by those in positions to dictate to us. You know, it's lad culture was like Loaded magazine, FHM was, you know, the 90s. It was mid noughties, like, you know, and then there came like I think it was around 2013 is when the shift went from fucking people having a laugh to where this fucking activism journalism came. But it's not true activism, man. It's pure divisiveness, and it's outrage culture, and it's click fishing and clickbaiting. You know, it's like, I saw an interesting thing. There's this publication called the Slate magazine, it's not like the cool one that came out in Dublin back in the day, but there was this woman. Her name was Daphne Lishkin or something. I can't remember her name, but your man Luke Radowski. I was watching his video from We Are Change, and it was like the first one was talking about Brett Kavanaugh saying, you know, we should be alarmed at this guy. And then the same journalist in another shot recently was, maybe Me Too needs due process. And when it came to Governor Cuomo of New York, and it's just like, it's fucking insane, the hypocrisy of these fuckers, man. We're living in a world where basically, you know, if you look at the Bible, right? If any of us, whether you believe it or not, but if you manage to live, right, it's a very difficult thing to do in this age, and I certainly don't do it. But if you were, you know, it's funny, like Christianity really is like the fucking low-hanging fruit for like oppressive fucking, you know, it's always the Christians in popular culture they're always kind of painted out to be weirdos, misfits, nerds, fucking assholes, overbearing dads, you know. But really, if you could live your life by the kind of the code of the New Testament, it's you're not gonna go far wrong in life, man. You know what I mean? You might get people take if it's like, oh, if you got 2 tunics, give someone in need of a tunic your tunic. But we don't do that, you know, as people living in this day and age. Like, man, we've fucking, like, we might compare to other people. In comparison, we don't have a lot, you know. We're you know, but in comparison to other people, we're very rich. We have, you know, running water, food in the cupboards, even if it is fucking McDonald's super noodles. But the thing is, you know, according to the Bible, what Christ was saying in the Bible is like, if you got 2 jackets, give some lad on the street who needs a jacket, but we don't do it because we're like, well, I might need that jacket, you know. But if you could live your life by that, it's a very difficult thing to do, but you're not gonna fuck yourself up, because I know a lot of my pitfalls in life have been through my own hearing the warning signs in the head and being like, nah, I want to do it, or you know. But the essence of what I'm trying to say is the truth will set you free, right? And there's a truth is a fucking great thing, because the truth is hard to hear. And are you capable of seeing the truth, acknowledging the truth, even about yourself? I mean, I'll give you an example. Like, we would do fucking shit gigs sometimes when we were starting off with the Hobby Books, and we'd fucking die on our asses, and we had paying customers, and it didn't look good. But you would say afterwards, wasn't that bad? You know what I mean? We fucked up a bit here. But that's not the truth,
many
man.
shit gigs. I know.
Yeah, we all have.
I know that pain, all right. I really do.
We were thrown in the deep end, man. We had no idea about live shows, and in the beginning,
I'd say that was hard, was it? I'd say it was hard, like cobbling together like an hour long, however long your show was, to kind of like keep people there for an hour. Like, that's fucking hard.
Yeah, we were constantly fucking, man, we'd be fighting. I remember once flipping a table over. Me and Pete were gonna go fucking rooking. I want to fucking go, dear. And I was like, is this a good idea? But I was two of us star plans. But they were awful fucking stressful times, man. And then Chris would always be like, oh, I'm the Viper, I do my own thing. So but then he started helping us out. But for a lot of it, it'd be like me and the lads trying to do it, and he would just go and work on his own thing. Whereas I'd be kind of
his own act, would he, like his own thing?
Yeah, he would kind of do it separately. But sometimes like he would fuck up as well. He would go on too long, and like you go to gigs and see people fucking, like, we did a gig in Cyprus Avenue in like 2010. People were just walking out, man. Like, it started off full, and at the end of the gig, probably about like fucking 20 people left. And at the end, you're like, it was good, crap, it was good. Yeah, but we were literally thrown in the deep end with it, and we learned as we went along. But we lost a lot of people for a good while there, and then we got it back again when we'd finally cut our teeth. A lot of people started off in the toilet circuit before. We were getting fucking prime gigs, like supporting the Rubber Bandits and whatnot. And they had their shit together. There was only two of them, and they knew exactly what they were doing.
Yeah, they had a full show planned out.
Yeah. We were just fucking like, there was a lot, there's a lot of conflicting voices, but what I'm saying is, like, we knew we'd fucked up, and then you fuck up enough, you get your act together, and you have to, it's hard enough.
That's literally how you get good.
Yeah, thrown in the deep end.
Baptism but fucking up over and over again, and like making a balls of it just constantly until eventually you don't make as much of a balls of it the next time, then a little bit less, so you kind of get the hang of it, like.
Well, the thing is, if I go back to the truth thing, right, and contemporary times, what's going on, the truth will set you free, but you can't speak the truth. You can't actually, if you see something and you know it's fucking daft as fuck, everyone's kind of waiting for, it's like Emperor's New Clothes, and you're waiting for the boy to come along and go, man, the king's naked. It's just fucking gone. It's insane. I thought, like, when I was a kid and I was thinking about the future, I thought we'd be fucking knocking about in flying cars and having that shit from Star Trek where you press a button and some food magically appears out of the ether. No, it's not like that nowadays.
So in a way, you're sort of like the Jesus of live comedy. That's kind of what it is.
In a way, yes.
Here, I'm going to switch over to my laptop here. Right? I'm going to hang up this call and join in my laptop. Could you throw the link up there again? If you wouldn't mind, just because my
anyone else, making mistakes is the only way you learn, says Dave. Fair play to you, Dave.
Fucking dead right.
I'll read a few comments here as well.
Could you throw the link up there, Mark, if you wouldn't mind?
I've done that yet. I think.
Oh, fair play to you. Sound. I'll be on now 1 sec, right?
Comedy is very poor in pop culture these days. Lulu says, I miss FA Chairman Maxim. Comedy was killed by PC culture in circa 2015. Yeah, that's when all this shit really fucking took off. Zoo Magazine, and what was the other one? Nuts Magazine, Sean. I remember Owen had a Nuts Magazine thing of Jackie Chimp, who was on his wall of a chimpanzee dressed in a fucking gi, fighting some bald lad with a mullet and a mustache, and we got great crack out of Jackie Chimp. Rest in peace. I assume he's expired now and he's deceased.
Dispatched humanely.
He's been destroyed humanely. Anyone else want to join in? Like Lulu, Dave, Shawneen Thornton, Mark Costello. So Mark Costello, I put this up as well. It's an interesting one. The division is 100% manufactured, brilliant in how it's been achieved, whilst the many are lethargically inept from even figure. I've actually, it's a very cynical thing for me to say, and I do have faith in humanity, but in recent years, man, especially in this recent year, I'm just like, anytime you go on Twitter, man, it's fucking bad vibes, man. You know, it's like you can say anything about anyone. You know, you'd be like, oh, what's best fucking Iron Maiden or Led Zeppelin, and they'd be like, fuck you, your mum fucking gets bitten by an Alsatian. You know, it's just, and when it comes to political, there is literally no room for nuanced political discussion on social media these days, and it's just fucking, it's fucked us, man. It's completely...
the way Twitter is set up is so. The point is that you can't get nuance across, which causes fights, which develops the platform. You know, although lads are like horses' cocks.
Big when they're out.
Big when they're out.
Yeah, you know, here's another. Like, there seems to be an awful lot of fucking daft shit coming out on Netflix as well. You know, apparently there's a whole load of it on the way, and it's getting to the point where so many people are going to get cancelled soon that everyone who gets cancelled are just going to go, lads, come here, we're building this thing over here, and you can say whatever the fuck you want, man, and people will pay for it, and you get great, great audiences, and people are starved for it, man. You know, the war on comedy, I think, is especially insidious, because the job of a comedian is to break the tension with truth said in a humorous package. And when they start banning comedy, shit gets too serious. Like, for me personally, I get serious at times, but for me, I'm always messing about and having a laugh. And it's...
Where do you stand though on people like, whatever, Les Dawson or Roy Chubby Brown or people like that, which actually is just about kind of inciting basically racial hate. I think that's a different thing.
I think the thing is as well, I would never, certainly none of my family members would have been like, but you'd hear people in school when we were in England going, oh, did you see that Roy Chubby Brown made the joke about a bomb that went off, and it was like fucking I was standing outside, I went like an oven or something, some joking. That's basically lowest common denominator comedy. You know what I mean? That's for fucking, that's for the unwashed, let's say. That would be in today's kind of equivalent. I don't know, some shite you see up on, I don't know. Like, it was edgy, and it was, it was a different culture. You see, the whole phenomena of comedy back then. I mean, you had things like Curry and Chips, Spike Milligan, where it was like, if they all went back to Wogland, we get an extra hour daylight, and that everyone was kind of in on the joke. These minority groups who were in these comedies, they were in on it as well, because the culture at the time was post-war England, and the borders had been opened, and what you had was unprecedented times. You had people coming in from colonial territories like Pakistan, India, parts of Africa, that Europe, after post-war Europe, it completely changed. So for people who had grown up in a culture where it was a homogenous society, where all of a sudden dealing with Caribbean people, Pakistanis, Indians, Bangladeshis, Irish, Italians. So there was a whole kind of, it was a new phenomena. So I think it was of its time. It was basically like, if you look at your man, who was it? Fucking Alf Garnett. And he had this thing where he was living next door to
Love Thy Neighbor, yeah.
Love Thy Neighbor. I mean, that was huge. I mean, you're talking, I think they're like BBC productions. So back in the time, I think, there's a lot to be said for people just fucking dropping the serious shit, man, and just basically have a laugh.
Jam is an example of that, or Blue Jam.
With
an example of that. Yeah, that was deliberately put on at 2 a.m. and had no ad break. A, because no sponsor would touch it, and B, because they wanted it like to really catch people by surprise at night, and that was deliberately set out to break taboos. So like, it just had the most horrible subject matter, but yet like it's incredible. Like it's really amazingly put together.
Well, when the Brass Eye special came out, it was fucking crazy. You know, the to tackle paedophilia in a pure piss take fashion, and it wasn't making light of the reprehensible actions of nonces, but it was basically more of like the media outrage of creating fear. Like there's a bunty man about to jump out on a hedge. He's like, my kids are safe tonight, or yours. And this paedophile has disguised himself as a school. We really must get him. He really is a shit. And the thing is, like I said earlier on, media is the fucking virus. You know what I mean? It's like Jim Morrison said, he who controls the media controls the mind. And it's programming. Like you're being programmed to accept a certain agenda and information, and thinking is bad for democracy.
I think the rise of the right is a bit worrying in Ireland.
But it's the rise of both sides, man. Do you know what I mean? It's just that the right is more so focused on, because there's more. It goes basically when people talk about, like, it's very nebulous. It's like, because for me, I always consider myself, I'm working class, left wing. You know what I mean? But at the same time, I don't like the government calling all the shots. I think people should be allowed to make their own decisions and basically put their destiny in their own hands. And when you have a very big government that has special interests with big groups, you kind of think, I'd rather just be left alone. Like you got shit like plan the permission within reason. Obviously you don't want to build like a McMansion, but just how bureaucracy can really stifle progress. And I think left and right, man. Like when people, it's so simplistic to basically divide a whole swath of a nation into just two camps. You split those. It's complete fucking, man. These people are doing it. Like these media organizations are doing it for revenue. Like there was a couple of years ago, it turned out that the likes of Vice News, BuzzFeed, loads of these kind of online publications, Huffington Post, were being heavily invested in by venture capitalists because all they wanted was, here, we're going to pump money into this. You're going to get advertising. We're going to get advertising revenue back from the amount of clicks. So, it's like we were talking about Russia earlier on. There always has to be a bogeyman to pin this, to keep people on their toes, keep people afraid. And it's fear. Like when I had that court case thing a couple of years ago in Dublin, Tommy Boo's dad said to me afterwards, like when I got arrested, it was fucking double page spread. It was like, oh, dangerous. He's gonna get you. He's gonna. And then when it was lawfully acquitted, little piece, page 18, and I said, yeah. And
was that a criminal case or was that a civil case?
A bit of a fucking dust up of a few bounces in the big tree, man. It was like nothing. But those lads wanted a few quid out of me. And,
you couldn't have gone to jail though, could you?
Well, no, because the evidence was like my statement, fucking directly coincided with everything that was presented as evidence. But at the time, you see, this is the thing. The media, for me, was like, oh, these sentences could be, time in Thug Mansion. This could go to the circuit court, which means heavier, even a custodial sentence. So I'm looking at this going, some fucking scrap I randomly had has now turned into fucking looking at time in bloody Castlereagh or and this is the shit that then goes through your head, but completely engineered by media who want to make a few, they're looking to make stories. And when I was talking to Tom's dad on the way back to Mayo, he goes, yeah, Good news doesn't sell.
It's funny. I think we were talking earlier about like people being afraid of silence, and that kind of blank page thing. It's the same thing. You have to create noise out of silence, which is what news is a lot of the time. There's like we're not comfortable with silence as a culture. You need to create content and fill the vacuum.
Yeah, it's just if you look at BBC now, all it is pandemic, corona. Where's the fucking news? Like what else is going on? You know, fucking Prince Philip made the headlines yesterday. And 19, I got a neighbor who's 101 next month. If he goes in for a stint, is that going to make the news? But this dude who says he wants to be reincarnated as a deadly virus to wipe out humanity, all over the news.
Liam's new staircase made out of gear.
Shawnee Thornton, you're very welcome to the stream, lad.
Yeah, lad.
Long time listener, first time caller. No, you're not really. You've been
on. But on before, yeah. Enjoying the chat.
You're looking strong, man. You're looking strong.
Oh, just lockdown, not working on the sites are all shut down now, so it's just like, you know.
Lovely. Are you getting a few? Peter Shiltons into the?
Yeah, but you know, it's like just cracking up. Everybody's cracking up, I suppose. It's mad.
Are you on the goggle tonight? Yeah.
I'm on the Sidona. I'm actually off the drink for Lent, if you can believe that.
Fair enough.
Prove it. Sidona. You wouldn't. I tell you,
Hey,
it's hard going.
it's basically fucking Bulmer's zero alcoholic.
I hadn't drank it in years, and it's just like a drink, and it's like, oh man, that's Bulmer's. It's just fucking not getting nothing out of it. Like, it's just sugar.
Throw a few ice cubes into it, man. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, what are you thinking now? What's the crack with you, Shawnee? What's you know, who's your top boy?
I'm just enjoying the chat, lads. I just said I'd jump in for a few minutes unless somebody else wants to jump in.
Any other fucking shams out there want to join in? You're live on the air with Maloney.
Just about the court case.
Maloney.
Remember,
Give me a call, please.
Sorry?
When you're open court there, you know, like the bouncers were just looking for a few quid. Like that nearly happened to him in Dunphy. Do you remember, like some he was just joking around with a bouncer, and the bouncer said, "Oh," he said to his mate, like, "Oh, I'm going to say that I'm going to go to the papers and say he molested me." And his own mate, who he was working with, turned him in and said, "No, he told me he was going to try and get a few quid out of him." You know,
it's like Louis Walsh that time when
same thing, yeah.
But the thing is, don't never underestimate the fucking underhandedness of individuals. I mean, there are people out there that are they're predatory. You know, they are fucking scumbags, and it's sad that there are people out there who do prey on other people's fucking enterprising hard work, you know, and they're like, he's done a little bit too well. I think I might have a bit of that.
Yeah, like
maybe in Ireland that's stronger.
Yeah, speak up there, Mark. Kieran Cummins says, I wouldn't molest him in Dunphy for all the tea in China.
Yeah, Martin, did those bouncers, did they lie to try and get a few quid?
Yeah, they did, man. Yeah. And the thing is, like, they lied, they made up a load of shite, and they walked scot-free, where my life was fucked for about 4 years. Hardy Bucks, second movie, bye-bye to that because of that fucking incident. Wasn't just them. It was the, I'll mention his name, Eamon Honan, the Garda. He just was out to fucking do me, man. And, it was only after I fucking... Yeah, there's a bit of background noise there, Mark.
Oh, is there? Oh, fuck, right. I'll swap over to a mic here, sorry.
That old story
sorry
about, like...
I was muted for the past fucking ages there. Sorry, Tim.
No worries.
There's that old story about the American guy drives past this massive mansion on a hill. He says, you know, one day I'm going to be just like that guy. 10 minutes later, an Irish guy drives past, looks up and says, one day I'm going to get that fucker.
That's it.
I think it's pretty true.
Like if that bouncer hadn't have exposed his mate who was trying to just get a few quid out of Dunphy, or it was Dunphy, yeah. Like you know, Dunphy's name would have been like he would have had to go through the whole thing, and you might have to give your man a massive payout if the guy he was working with didn't just say no, he lied, he just made the whole thing up. He told me on the night, oh, I'm gonna go to the papers and get a few quid, like, you know. Some people just have no shame, like
have to move to Mexico and become a donkey or something.
Yeah.
You know.
I know, it's fucking mad.
Been a long old fucking podcast, hasn't it? Or an interview, and we still got 37 litigious cunts. I like that. Sorry for. I was trying to get my sister in as well. My oldest sister Trisha. She's like the modern day Maud Gonne. Fucking flame haired hard nut.
Martin, you know that? Martin, you know that? Oh, sorry, you go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, you know, you're
fucking polite boys.
Yeah, but that's because I'm not drinking, you know. Otherwise, it'd be I shot your fucking mouth, fucking. Anyway, but I was gonna say, that Sycamore Club that you said you were in and turned into a gay night, was that a rooftop bar? Was it in Temple Bar?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I used to work there. Yeah, it's Purty Kitchen. Yeah, it's fourth floor. Yeah, the open top roof terrace. Yeah, it was Purty Kitchen. Was it Purty Kitchen or Bad Bob's when you were in it? Do you remember?
It was called Sycamore, I think.
Yeah, but the top bar was just the Sycamore. That's
I remember
VIP club.
there was
Did you get an elevator? Yeah, to go up to it.
I can't remember, man. It was there was a lot of free alcohol around that night.
Yeah, Sunday night was the gay night.
Yeah, I just remember really being confused because this Brazilian woman came up and she was like, "Yeah, touch this." I was like, "Yeah, all right, fair enough." And I was like, "Whoa, it's cold, man. What's going on here?" It was just a night of confusion. It was a good crack, though. To be fair,
A friend of mine, Martin, swears that he saw you in Halfords having an argument over a discount on a tow bar with a manager. He kept pointing to your face and saying like 8% over and over again in a louder and louder voice.
is this a joke?
Yeah.
Nah, I was like, no, tow bar. I never had one of them. Don't bother thinking about. So, Shawnee, what's the crack, man? Where are you based? Maynooth, is it?
Maynooth, yeah. The
Can you crack there?
Hairdale Street, Maynooth. It's a ghost town. Like, yeah, man, it's unreal. Like, you know, I suppose it's with every town, but it's just crazy. Like, Friday night, Saturday night, and there's not a sinner in the town at like 10 o'clock at night. You know, it's crazy.
Have you PlayStation 4?
I do, and I'm playing Warzone. I don't have the online.
Get Days Gone. Get Days Gone.
We're saying that, yeah.
Fucking
I don't have
brilliant.
PlayStation Plus though. I don't have PlayStation Plus. So I'm just playing Warzone. Warzone's free. Yeah, Warzone's free.
Get it online. No, get Days Gone. Honestly, man, it's like fucking Sons of Anarchy meets The Witcher, but with a bit of DayZ.
They call it Days Gone because that's what happens just when you start playing it.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm bad enough at Warzone.
Yeah, I haven't played much Warzone. How is it?
Season 2.
They did a great job on Warzone when they brought Modern Warfare 2 into it. I mean, they could have just done Modern Warfare 2 again and put it online again and upscaled it. So I think I spent 3 solid weeks of my life playing that. I mean, I think imagine if I'd spent that much time, passion, and energy.
I know, yeah.
On like writing a film. Could have been the next Christopher Nolan.
Same like starting a new TV show. Whenever I start, when it's like, oh, for fuck's sake, that's like the next week or two in my life gone. I have to finish it, you know. So I started that show, Your Honor, with Bryan Cranston there. It's only 10 episodes now, but this is fucking shite, man. But I had to finish it.
Just to find out what happened.
Yeah.
I started
I had to watch I had to watch a load of reruns of Sons and Daughters. That show that used to be on ITV back in the 80s and 90s during the day. It was just I don't know what happened. Do you remember
I had been trying to talk there for ages and thinking that you were just all interrupting me there, but I realized that my fucking audio was off my laptop there. So sorry about that.
Now.
Sorry to interrupt there.
Mac, are you?
No, I'm actually using my old laptop here because my Mac, you know, the new MacBooks have them fucking USB-C things and you need a connection for them. The connection's broke, so the whole thing's pretty much fucking useless.
You know what? Like since Jobs checked out the Mortal Coil, man, it's just gone downhill big time.
It has, hasn't it?
Yeah.
I think I started last week. I started watching the news, but there's just fucking too many episodes to catch up on.
Oh yeah.
So,
I got the box set of RTE.
You were in RTE, Mark. You were in RTE earlier on tonight, yeah.
I was actually I was trying to chip in there, and I thought you just kept cutting across me, but it turns out my audio was off. But what were we talking about? Yeah, we're talking about the negativity in the media, and I was trying to say that, like, I was watching, like, obviously I was watching, like, we pre-recorded at 6 o'clock the show, and it was showing at like 10 o'clock or something, 9 o'clock or something. And I was watching it, and the first thing that was on was a child who had cancer. The second subject I had on was a child in a wheelchair who had who was doing some charity thing. The third thing was a person who went on a honeymoon with his wife. I think his wife got killed in some fire in Greece. It was just constant negativity, like one thing after
what are they
another
trying
after
to do to
another.
people, man? What the fuck is going on? Do you know
I
what
know,
I mean?
but they're just trying to capitalize, like, because you're like, oh, this is handy now, you know?
Yeah, look, it wouldn't cost them too much. You see, no one's got anything to promote.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You remember like Channel 4, BBC 2, about this. Oh, it was a bit late where I am now, but like late night Channel 4, BBC 2, you could fucking sit there watching for hours, and then Big Brother started then, and that was the death of TV. It's like basically you had
wasn't it?
Yeah, you had Brass Eye, Vids, this fucking great show. I don't know if you remember. It was the guy called Nigel Buckland and Steph Gardner. One was a small Welsh dude with bleached blonde hair, and Steph Gardner was this tall lad from Glasgow, and it's like, join us after the break for a bit of this. And it was like Adam and Joe show, Adam and Joe shock video. You had Crapston Villas, you had Exploitica. This fucking just great low budget comedy. You had, what was the other one? Bits as well. It was like these three women who were doing reviews of video games. And man, it was just, you were always in for a good time. There was Love's Like a Dog with Lauren Laverne. Like she started off on that. And
Glen Rowe.
Glen Rowe.
You remember the 11 o'clock show?
The 11 o'clock show.
Ricky Gervais and Ali G.
Yeah, and man, you look at Ricky Gervais show, right? Or Ricky Gervais on 11 o'clock show. You look at the shit that Ian Lee and Daisy Donovan would talk about on man, you'd be fucking done nowadays. It's man. I think people need to just draw the line in the sand, right? And just go, I've had enough, fuck it. I'm just gonna fucking go over the top and be like, nah, if this is fucking funny, man. Like at the moment, right? At the moment, there is so much fucking comedy gold. I mean, it's like,
man.
You know what it's like? It's like that scene, right, with Alec Baldwin when he comes into Glen Ross holding the Glengarry leads. Yeah, he's like, these are the leads. These are the Glengarry leads. But I wouldn't give them to you. Giving them to you is like throwing them away. And he gives them all to Kevin Spacey. The amount of piss taking and fucking comedy you can get today if you just fucking reach out, grab it, and then just fucking go balls to the wall and be like, hit me, bitch. You know what I mean?
With you more.
Just be like, yeah, fuck yeah. And
that's what I loved about the Hardy Books. But they did that.
But this is it, man. More people need to know that. It's just like, you know what? You have nothing to lose. You're basically going to get you're going to get slings and arrows from wankers, from fucking player haters, people who.
And it only makes you stronger.
Of course it does, man.
That's your second Hamlet reference.
Like people slinging shit at you only makes you stronger as a comedy actor. If you play it right, like the
showbiz game, you have to have tough skin. Showbiz game, you're constantly fucking judged. You're constantly doubting yourself. Man, if you've already done that, go for it. I mean, and this goes myself, and I should just stop fucking pushing the boat out. Why is comedy funny?
That's fucking.
Why
There's a question.
Whatever makes you laugh.
Yeah, but
like why is music groovy?
It makes the familiar strange.
It makes the familiar strange. Yes.
Yeah, true. Also, which is exactly what you need. It's funny
because it's true.
Yeah.
He's saying what we're all thinking. It's basically fucking rudimentary.
Absolutely.
Why was Hardy Book so funny? Because it was true. There was
that's exactly it, man.
How many people came up to go, oh man, that's just like me, man. I know fucking lads exactly like that. The whole, now it's gone international. It's people from fucking Tallahassee. It's people from Kentucky or fucking Inverness or Devon, fucking Essex. People are watching it going, fuck me, man, this is exactly like what we used to do. It's funny because it's true.
But it
And
had
if you-
heart
man.
too, though. Like
Because it's not tainted either. It's not tainted by any of this fucking corporate shite. It's so original and like, I'm trying not to use cliches here, but you know, it's like it's so what you would actually experience growing up. There's none of this kind of fucking corporate influence. Like,
well,
and I'm not anti-corporation or anything, but you know what I mean. When it comes to comedy, like it has to be kind of original, like you know.
That's it. Like
we met Dave McSavage, right? I met him probably about, I think it was 2010. First time I met him was on Grafton Street, and he just like, I had a quick word with him, and I was like, "Oh, Dave, man," and he was like, "Oh, well, 1 second, hold on," and then like he just had like a whole load of receipts in his pocket, and they just went and flew all along like the street beside, in between like Stephen's Green Shopping Centre and the Gaiety, and he was like, "Sorry, dude, I've got to get these fucking receipts. They're really important for VAT." And then just later was, "Oh, I'll talk to you again." So the next time I seen him, it was in Galway about a year later, and I said, "Dave, how's it going, man? I'm the guy from the Hardy Books." "Oh, you're the Hardy Books. You know what? You guys are fucking great. You really do hold the mirror up to society. You fucking turn up to 11. I fucking love it." And I was like,
right.
Nice one, man. Fair play to Dave.
He's dead right. Couldn't agree with him more.
But like, I mean, the thing about those
Honestly.
characters is there's a real sadness about those characters.
There is. That's actually one side of it too.
Well,
there is
it's
the sense
pathos.
of being trapped and never getting off the island. Like
There was a
you
guy
know?
called Moth Gimmers, right? He's a well-known blogger and music reviewer from Manchester, and I reached out to him and I said, "Here, check this. Could you do a review of this?" Actually, I'll see if I can find it. It was a brilliant review. It was of the internet stuff. But
it's my favorite, by the way. Actually, funny enough.
But he basically said that we were like trapped tigers.
Tigers.
Trapped. They were like men who were like trapped tigers.
Yeah.
And
well, man, I think that's how every Irish fan feels. I certainly feel like that. You know, I've always felt like that, and that's why I relate to it so much.
I feel more like a trapped
you're
leopard.
just like this massive bundle of potential with no outlet. Whereas you look at America and you see cunts like just going for it and being able to get what they put into it back at them. You know what I mean? And you don't feel that here at all. I find. You know what the
problem is with Ireland, right? Is it's basically the acceptance of mediocrity comes too easily,
and people judging you.
Yeah, we see the things that make Ireland.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, though
the things that make people thrive in Ireland is the fact that it's a close knit community and people are very willing to help out, and it's some of the most good natured people you could ever meet.
Yeah.
But conversely, there's also people who are fucking jealous, snipey, want to see you fuck up. You know, they don't want to see you really fuck up.
That's but so true, yeah.
You know, and look, I've fucking been guilty myself going, oh, fucking...
Same. Sure, I was only giving out about the Coronas earlier on.
And they're sound. You know,
I'm the same. It's programmed into me.
They're nice dudes. You know,
yeah.
And the funny thing is...
you're right.
There's another thing as well lately where it's like you see someone on social media like, yeah, fuck it, yeah, God. And then you meet them in real life. Like, really nice to catch up, man. It's good. Great to connect. Fuck, how have you been? Fuck, I haven't seen you for so long.
So guilty of that.
And you're like, oh, man, maybe I gave him, I gave him a bit of a hard time because the thing is, we're living double lives. Or I don't think I am because I don't really play into the whole social media thing. You know, I get, but there are people who social media has kind of turned people into micro celebrities in their own world.
Mm.
You know,
that's
it's
true,
like they create these avatars of themselves, which is basically like it's like there's a you know, my ex's sister or stepsister, her boyfriend, he's like, yes, he speaks like this, hello, how you doing? Yes, and it's really kind of like But his Facebook profile was him wearing a beanie cap with a lip piercing back in the day and a pair of aviators, shades looking like this. Yeah.
Oh, I'd say that was all the talk around the town, was it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I was just like, people putting up, like, I'm not going to mention any names, but a person very close to me was due to be a bridesmaid at her best friend's wedding, and you know, her mate was a fucking nightmare. You know, they went on a honeymoon to Greece, or like a sorry, not honeymoon, a holiday to Greece before the wedding, and she just fucking gave out, complained, cried, gave out about people they met, and at the end of it, like, but simultaneously on Facebook was like, look at this glorious sunset, cocktails. Oh, it's great. This is the best holiday I'm living. I can't get any better than this. And then so much so that the lady in question who was asked to be the bridesmaid was just like, "Nah, I'm fucking done with you, and I'm not going to be the bridesmaid, and I shan't be seeing much of you in the future."
Wow.
Yeah, you know, it's like the image, the public perception of who people are is actually more important to them than who they actually are.
Yeah, but you're also selling this to yourself. I mean, like, whenever you see people, like couples out who have nothing to say to each other, and they're on their phones, like they're taking pictures of their dinner and stuff like that. It's again, out of that silence, you need to create something. It's really like depressing to see. Like, I don't think I've ever taken a picture on a holiday because I'm there. Like, I'm not.
But that's a big thing, isn't it?
It's like when people go
you're sad when you want to look back and you don't have them, though. You know.
That's it, yeah.
No, I don't really.
Well,
think
I
about
personally would be. Not everyone, though. You know.
It's like going to concerts, right? And be like, "Fuck, I gotta film a bit of this on my phone just to prove I was there."
That's pointless.
It's like, yeah, or you could just go like, "All right, Foo Fighters at fucking Wembley. There's a DVD of it." Do you know what I mean? Or someone, any gig you go to now, someone's uploaded it to YouTube. Someone's put it up. It's there. You know, the pictures. You were there, man. Do you know what I mean? But it's almost like I remember doing this at Leeds and stuff like that. When I was a teenager, I was like, fucking Weezer, they're on stage. And it's like, I have this fucking disposable camera. It's just like fucking lads this big on a stage. I'm like, I was like, why didn't they put more pictures of people I met? You know, and
it's like there's people there that are hired to be the photographer. It's like, are you a photographer or an audience member? You know?
Yeah.
But I suppose it's exactly what you were saying. You're saying about the holidays. It's like, sorry, I didn't catch your name, by the way. Fella who taught in BIM. I didn't actually catch your name. Or
don't remember me. Don't remember me.
Man, I don't remember a lot of my lectures.
What? That's
I wasn't there most of the time.
Unacceptable.
I apologize.
Yeah, you have to. You
I'd
have to
inquire
contact.
what your name is.
Just David.
Oh Jesus, there's fucking tons of boys all of a sudden.
Shawnee from Chicago. We got Chris Pez back in the mix.
Harry's going dead, lads. Sure, I might jump back in. If not, good night, lads. Thanks for being great stream.
Oh, that's fucking Shawnee talking, is it?
Shawnee,
yeah,
you're a good man. You're a good man, yeah.
I'll charge the phone. If he's still on, I'll jump back in. If
Shawnee, good man.
I'll probably have to go to bed soon because I have the kids in the morning and they'll be like, where's the breakfast? I'm like, oh no.
Oh no, the doom.
I've got to split as well, but I've got to correct homework all weekend. So Mark, if you could have that on my desk on Monday.
I'll do my best, man. I'll do my best.
Because it's
a
3.
Fuck, I haven't even started that bollocks.
Yeah, well, it's 3 years overdue though. So I mean,
so I can kind of a bit of leeway, is there?
You've lost 3 grade points already. Like nothing I can do about that.
Shite, I've lost 5% for every year.
On as well, man. Mikey and Higgins jump into the mix, lad, and John Joe, fucking hey lads, jump into fuck.
Okay. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Johnny.
Good luck, buddy. Nice to meet you. Sorry, what is your name though?
David.
David. Nice to meet you, David. I'm sure I'll see you again on this. Best of luck to you, man.
Are you off as well, are you, Mark?
Yeah.
No, I'm not. No, I'm hanging around. No.
Yeah, I'm off.
I'm
David, it's really, man, it's really good to sit and fucking have the crack with you, man. You've always been a great source of intriguing questions. You know, your cerebral activity is on another level.
Sound, man. I appreciate it. Well, I always felt like I kind of definitely agree with you on a lot of things.
You're
are you talking to David?
No, you as well. Look, what I like about this consortium of heavy dudes is you know, there's a lot of talent out there among you all, and it's nice to see what your face, you know. Nice to put a name to the face or face to the name. You know? But
David has some fairly interesting insights there now. Definitely.
I just read them all off Wikipedia.
Did you?
Yeah.
Or the BIM curriculum.
Yeah, I've got that tattooed across my shoulders at the back.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of cool dudes in BIM in the workman's man are like, yeah, I'm doing it. Yeah,
That's
cool, man.
cool
Yeah,
dudes, man.
I've got placement in Windmill Lane. Oh, sure, it's fucking class, man. I got like
Fucking cool dudes,
Windmill
man.
Lane dudes. You know, like I saw the mixing desk, and man, Windmill Lane. I'm gonna be producing there in no time. It's a shame about Temple Bar Music Centre's gone, because a lot of good vibes down there, you know. But Grouse Lodge, you know, go up there, Paddy Dunning and the boys, fucking chill in the pool, man. You know, it's pretty
Dude.
sweet.
Not in a position
Paddy
to comment.
Dunning, man. If Paddy Dunning is listening to this, big shout out. John Henry,
Paddy
Johnny
Dunning
Hamby.
shot a load of fireworks at me one time.
Yeah, Paddy was a great man. Lads, would you do a gig? We do a gig here at this festival. I give you studio time. Like, studio time to do what? Like, I mean, the lads can't play anything.
All right, good
Dude,
night.
there's a lot of cool cunts in
Good
BIM.
night, Dr. Dave.
Ooh,
BIM, man.
you got the fucking skills there, brother, man. Okay.
Sound,
Yo,
man.
we got Chris Perez down here in the bottom left. And he's back again. Katie's been put to bed for the night.
She's gone. I did have a question though. What do you guys think about the UFC?
Johnny from Chicago here in the bottom right. We're on American time, man. I feel like a fucking traitor who's up all night waking up for the Asian markets.
Right, you're in Massachusetts. Is that
Chicago.
4 hours or 5 hours behind?
It's 9:33 here, 21:33.
9:33, so that's 5.
And I think this is officially the longest live stream we've done, man. We're up at 4 hours and 9 minutes. I don't think there'll be many replays on this one.
I don't think so.
There could be people who are like myself who are like, I'll fucking sit there and just listen to the lads waffle. There's a lot of
I find a lot of people listen to your voice as they go to sleep. I noticed on your Hardy Bucks book thing, a lot of people listen to your podcast. Apparently, you have a very soothing voice.
Thanks very much there, Christine Perez. You're a good lad. And down there, we got fucking, who's the lad in the fucking singlet down there in the bottom right? Scotty from Chicago. That lad is me representing the Dirkmeister there on Twitter. How are you doing, Sean? What kind of, what we got there, man? Is Chris, are you on the bowls?
Yeah, I just went to the dispensary the other day, got some Massachusetts Grown.
What's going on in fucking America, man? I mean, like, lads can just go and buy Chronicle, left, right, and center.
Yeah, I don't even have a medical card either.
It says here, Lulu says, ooh wee, them blue scales got me. Yeah, man, he's got some fucking nice chops. Great
sound.
tone. Hey,
you know,
Lou,
give
jump in here, man.
Give the video an upvote if you want more skills. You know.
Yeah.
I might, if this goes up to 65, I might give another lick.
This one goes 11. Do you know what?
You want to get given the video a thumbs up though, you know.
Oh yeah. Well, how many thumbs up we got, man? I can't see the thumb.
59 at the moment. So we want to get another 6 before we get another blues lick, you know.
Tell me this: can you please play "Benedict Used to Be I Used to Be" by Rory Gallagher?
What song is that? I actually don't know that song. I'm a big fan of Rory. I don't know that song though.
Yeah, actually, I was borrowing my mate Danny the Lizard Man's van at the moment for the moving, and he's got Rory Gallagher live in Europe in the he's got the van is loaded with choice tunes, man. He's left both the Use Your Illusions album by Guns N' Roses in the Rory Gallagher live in Europe, and fucking but it just has Rory, and he's like, yeah, if you want to drive back, because I had to drop him off. He had to drive into town. I had to drop him off. It's like a fucking hour and a half each way. And on the way back, I was actually listening to a Jordan Peterson seminar he did about Sodom and Gomorrah, which was talking about like, it's fucking man, interesting dude. I don't know why he gets so much fucking stick. Again,
I agree. I find him very interesting. I think what it is it's like a lot of people have a lot of stick with his political side, but the political side is the thing that interests me the least about him.
Yeah, like,
you know, I find when he's talking about psychology is when he's at the most interesting, but I'm not too interested when he's kind of tearing down the left. Like, and I mean, I'm not like, I agree with him, but I'm just not that political of a guy myself. Like, you know.
Look, at the end of the day, he was hired by Creative Artist Agency in Hollywood. They could
Jordan Peterson now, yeah.
He's been going with them for about two years, maybe. They sniffed the ball in the coin, right? They sniffed the coin, and they were like, "We'll have that lad." He, you know, I mean, if you know. You listen to it, it's like, fuck yeah, that's some good advice, man. I mean, it's like, fuck. Look, at the end of the day, some of my best friends, I'm fucking completely on a different level with politics. Just don't discuss politics.
Yeah,
take me.
I don't understand.
Like, why I don't know why people have just crystallized everything into what does someone believe political. You like the
Well, it's
same
less
music.
understanding. It's just people just become so single dimensional on every level. What's your sexuality? What the hell has my sexuality got to do with it? What's your political spectrum? What the hell's my political spectrum got to do with it? You know, what's your view on abortion? I don't know. Are you aborting me? I don't give a fuck. So
I agree. I'm just very like,
really moved.
we talking about pronouns and all that crack. You're just like, come on, like,
sorry, I
not interested in, like, as Limmy says, not interested. You know.
What was your one's name? McCafferty was Jackie McCafferty.
Jackie McCafferty. I was a junkie.
Yeah, did they ever tell you a story about Matty Pillow? Come on, tell us your story.
Matty Pillow.
Matty Pillow. You know, you get yourself a right proper nice pair of socks. A really nice pair.
Martin, how many accents do you think you can do?
Right. How much time you got?
You're hosting, baby.
Yeah, I'm actually.
Let's hear one. Let's hear a Balkan accent.
Balkan accent, even like this, and I can talk.
Yeah, you know,
I got I'm doing my impression of Jose Mourinho. It's the season this year not going so good, but you know we keep on Tottenham. We were first place, and nobody knows what the season holds. Liverpool not playing so good this year either. So. But he's
I have no sex with goat. No sex with goat.
Yeah. No, look, if you want to talk about Balkan accents, I know people over here, heavy people, you know. What's your hang? Says Bell and Ocelot.
What's your hang? Sometimes I like to hide in the fridge, out in the field. Oh, that's brilliant, that is.
They call them gooey bananas, because if you call it them, he fucking goes bananas.
He fucking goes for it.
I was looking at my shirt drying now, and it's like, George Asda. I was like, I bet all the other hangs in the kitchen are laughing at him, saying like, Georgie, Porgy, Pudding and Pie, you kissed the girls and made them cry.
Shuffleboard doesn't give a fuck about kitchen knife.
Looking around the hardest utensils in the kitchen, I was like, ooh, knife. I was looking at chopping board and I was like, doesn't he give a fuck about the knife?
Oh, that's brilliant.
Frying pan. I love the way when he starts getting.
Yeah, he's like, oh, this is getting a bit heavy for me.
He's so paranoid. He thinks all of the shit in the kitchen's out to get him. And he goes, on my way out the door to give the frying pan a wee dink.
Just in case.
If
anyone hasn't seen that now, you'd want to type into YouTube Limmy and then Dee. It's about this kind of stoner fella who's paranoid and trapped in his own head that he walks into the kitchen and he's looking at all the appliances and he's like thinking, what about the frying pan versus the kitchen knife? He's like, what would happen if they were to fight? And he started getting real paranoid and he's like, I just gave the fucking frying pan a bit of a knock. Just it's fucking brilliant.
Yeah,
so funny. Like,
where he's
I'd highly recommend checking that out.
Every one of those sketches when he's playing Dee opens up with fucking
it does, doesn't it? Yeah. And it just shows him like, and he's just off the fuck's sake. Sorry, I keep knocking over my phone.
They turned the stream against us.
They turned the leads against us. They turned the leads against us.
Has anyone ever seen The Scheme? Fuck me, man. Check the scheme, Chris. Man, you got to check The Scheme out. Basically, it's about a really rough housing estate in Scotland. I think it's like Glasgow, and it's just like there's one guy in it. He's a heroin addict, and it's years of it has ravaged him. So his arms are like fucking like this bit of his arm is probably like less than my wrist, and his whole
like emaciated like.
Do you remember the cartoon Doug?
Yes.
He looked like Skeeter from Doug.
Really?
The lad with the green upside down triangle head.
Jesus.
And like he's gone out with like an 18-year-old girlfriend, and he's probably about 40. And then he ends up having to go inside jail for a while, and he's got this dog called Bullet, and the dog, obviously the girlfriend's fucking off her head on fucking diazepam, and then the dog escapes one day, gets hit by a car, and has to go to the vet, and she hasn't got the money to pay the vet bill, so then the dog just gets taken away and rehomed, and he has no idea, the poor fucker. So when he comes out of jail, and it's like there's one lad whose mother is trying to buy him methadone, buying the gyms on the methadone. He's like, I'm trying to go off that, man. He's got
doing the dope fiend lean there.
Got a needle in the man. I actually seen a guy in Stockholm a couple of weeks ago. This is the dope fiend lean. It's
sorry. Before you
also,
continue, there, is that called The Scheme? Is it?
Yeah, The Scheme
on
HBO. That sounds interesting.
No, it's just a documentary from Scotland.
Yeah, I think here I googled it. It's on, or there's a show or a trailer that came out in 2020.
No, this is from 2011, I think.
Right.
Like a proper documentary, or like or a dramatization?
No, a series, like a series. But there was one episode where one I think it was your man who had the dog was going to court or something, or it was one of the women in it who was had a fight with a neighbor, and it was like the next 2 episodes of The Scheme have been postponed for the next 3 weeks because apparently it could have been used as evidence to contaminate a court case that was going on. Man, it's like, you know, there's like girls who are like pregnant at 14 and they're having kids, and it's fucking crazy. And you know, this is the legacy of modern day UK and Scotland, man.
Yeah, have you ever lived in Scotland, Martin? Have you?
No, I haven't. I've been there a few times. Like I've seen it. It's nice. Glasgow Press.
I hear it's a fairly grim place, is it? Glasgow, at least.
Man, there's parts of Ireland that are fucking grim. There's parts of Ireland and like even the States, man. You go to south of New York, man. You go through parts of New Jersey, you're like fucking.
Yeah. I've seen it, man. I've been to the south before, like the south. I've been to New Orleans and Tennessee. You definitely see some fucking grim places there to wake you up a little bit, all right?
I used to live in Tennessee. I live out on the West Coast, usually in north of Los Angeles, and you can't get off a highway exit without a guy standing there asking for money. Homeless population in Los Angeles is out of control. There's over like 170,000 homeless people there. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh, I heard it's outrageous in fucking Los Angeles. New Orleans was the worst I've experienced now. That was just ridiculous. It was just everywhere you went. It was like, what I found amazing about America as opposed to Ireland is in Ireland, people come up and just straight up ask you for money. But what people in America do is they spin you a massive story and then eventually get around to asking you for money. And then you're like, oh, you're just asking me for money. Like, that's what it is. It's like, he's like, man, what's up, man? It's like, nice to meet you, man. It's like, cool. It's like, how you doing, man? It's like, yeah, cool, man. Cool. It's like, yeah, cool. And then eventually about 15 minutes in the conversation, I was just wondering, man, you have $1, man. I'm just, my car broke down over there. I'm out of gas. You're just like, all right, you're asking for money. Right? Okay.
In tourist spots, they'll do that. But like a lot of times people will just sit. I was in Vegas a few years ago, and they have the bridges that go over Las Vegas Boulevard. And people sit there with signs. Some of them say they make more than 6 figures a year just sitting there on the Vegas Strip.
Seriously,
it's an entire world up there on the walkway. It's
or underneath Las Vegas has the tunnels, and a lot of people live under there. But like the Las Vegas Strip it's out of control. There's people selling stuff and all sorts of stuff, and then there's people asking for money and hookers, and then people handing out those little cards of the numbers you can call for the girls. Vegas is crazy.
Really?
You know the way people say, "Oh, I don't give money to the homeless people because they'll only go and buy drugs." Well, I'm like, well, man, if that's what you need the money for, fucking buy them. I remember I was outside the Globe one night with Gavigan, the henchman, and Danny Riley, and this fella comes up. He's like, "Yeah, man, gonna get fucking €5. You have a fucking hostel." I was fucking had a few drinks. I was like, "Is it for drugs?" He goes, "No, man, hostel." I was like, "Is it for drugs?" "Maybe." I'm like, "Yeah." I gave him a $5. Said, "Go and get some drugs." You wouldn't get much for a $5, like.
No, you'd be
fair play to you, man.
I don't know what the drugs is out there, but from what I've heard, crack is relatively cheap, and the Mexican heroin is not expensive. I watched a documentary about it recently that was filmed in 2020. So,
are they growing heroin in Mexico?
Yeah, it's like they're mixing it with fentanyl. Fentanyl's coming from China to Mexico and then getting shipped up through.
Yeah,
Mariana Van Zant does a great show on Nat Geo now. It's called Trafficking, and she did one and she followed it, like literally tailed the package up like a mile or so behind the car of the woman that was going through the border, caught up with her at the border, then they had recording the car with drugs in it go through the checkpoint and stuff. It was crazy.
It makes you wonder, like America is fucking great military prowess globally, but you're like, and they can't fucking seem to stop the flow of fentanyl and, everything else. It's like, what's going on, man? Like, the war on drugs is just
war on drugs is a failure. Right?
You might as well have a war on air.
I mean, Oregon just decriminalized a lot of drugs. Or you don't get arrested anymore. You got to go to counseling or treatment or whatever.
Yeah, the Portuguese model.
That's great.
Yeah, just like Portugal.
Apparently, they've decriminalized cocaine in Norway, which is surprising.
No way, really? That doesn't mean you can buy it, does it? It just means you won't be arrested.
Get possession of it, right? You're just not going to get.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't. I thought in Portugal, though, at some places they're not going to sell like crack and like heroin, but if you want to buy like morphine or a pill of MDMA or something, I thought you could do that there, but you can't do that in Oregon.
Yeah,
it sets up a weird logical pattern where it's legal to have it or consume it, but it's illegal to sell it. So, but at the end of the day, people are going to do it either way. So,
man, the amount of force like that, when you're in America that you see is quite scary. I find coming from Ireland, you just see that kind of just the amount of guns that the police have and stuff like. And just like how like they can just show up in numbers so quickly anywhere at any given moment. Like when you watch any of these police shows, like,
hi, I'm Sheriff John Brunel, and
what the hell's that asshole? What's the name of it? Like
Cops.
And that's not Cops. The other one.
Live PD.
No, it was like this man. This fucking guy was. Oh man, his name was Sheriff John Brunel. It was. Extreme police chases or something. It was like, I'm Sheriff John Brunel. He looked like Jim Carrey from The Mask. Like his teeth looked too big and white for his face. He had like a shock of white hair. And then they would do these.
Like that. Kind of like
the way Robert Downey. Sorry.
Kind of a bit coked out, like for a law enforcement guy. Just always sharp.
Yeah,
but
he was
criminality.
The way in Natural Born Killers when you had like Robert Downey Jr.'s character. He was doing all these like sensational documentaries about this is life in jail. And like that John Brunel character. Like I remember seeing one episode where he's like, I'm Sheriff John Brunel, and these cops are ready to go anytime. And he's wearing the police uniform and all that. He's just got like loads of cops set up, and it's like a real frantic walking talk. And it's like, woo! And there's like loads of dudes. Really proud like this, ready to go to action. I used to watch it, a lot of those cop things, man. I was always rooting for the lads who were being chased to get away. I was
always root for them. But that was one thing I thought was weird when I was in Dublin. I took a picture with two of the guards, and I was like, "So where are the guns?" And the guy was like, "They're nearby. Like if we need them, we can get them." So like, might not be out in the open in Ireland, but that's what he said.
That's a good point. I've been pulled over by the armed guards before here. All right, and they definitely do have guns. All right, and yeah, they do be nearby. All right.
I mean, I don't know why police have basically the same trucks that we used in Iraq and Afghanistan. Though I think that's like pushing it a little bit, but like, still, guns are just a thing. America was built on the back of a bullet, so what is what it is. Not
that's true.
Wasn't, but.
Yeah. So look at like at the end of the day, what makes guns dangerous is the fact that they're ranged weapons, which basically means
guns don't do anything. It's the people that make them dangerous. A gun will just sit there. Gun isn't inherently dangerous itself. It takes someone to use it.
Yeah, it's not like
if you're really angry, you might shoot someone.
It's not like fucking Maximum Overdrive with Emilio Estevez, where you just got like fucking machines and shit. sentient machines are just, you have those fucking turkey slices that you get, those double blade things that your mum will take out for like roasts. Do you know what I mean? It's not that they're just like flying at you. But yeah, at the end of the day, man, you can kill someone with a fucking dinner plate. You know what I mean?
True, yeah.
But what makes guns dangerous is the fact that you can have any old fucking shithawk who's soft as shite with the fucking dukes, and they can just basically.
Well, what happened the other day in Sweden? Dude just went off with an axe, and how many people was he able to whip off?
Oh, really?
You know?
Yeah, I heard that with my mate.
I didn't hear about that, but that sounds like
apparently it was an Afghani guy. But you see, the thing is, Sweden has a real problem with how it reports on the perpetrator. It's either that they're very, very fucking careful not to ruffle like people who get offended for some reason when you reveal the identity of a killer, or they don't want to fucking stir the pot. I don't know what
the profile in terms of profiling. Who
I mean, like, okay, look at it like this, right? The guy's gone out and he's fucking killed a lot of people.
Mm.
What the fuck does this guy look like? So
It'd be helpful to know if he's a ginger. Does he got black hair? Yeah, little things
Well,
like that.
that's his description, but you need a description to go after a guy. But
they don't give you they don't give you a prescription or a subscription. Fuck.
Description.
Sorry.
Description.
Yeah, I was getting late. Yeah, but the thing is, they just don't fucking report on crime here. Like let's say your man was Afghani, but the hoops the fucking media went through to not reveal that the dude was Afghani. It was like he was from the highlands of Smallland Hills. What does that mean? Like, what like who the fuck has just attacked someone with an axe? What do they look like? Where are they from? Is it a fucking terror cell? Are these fuckers ready to it's just they're fucking knobheads, man. You know what I mean?
That's weird.
The background fluff that they have to provide to soften
just
the blow.
fucking. You know what I mean? It's like imagine, you've gone to you've gone to a fucking doctor. You've been, let's say, for argument's sake, it's a diagnosis of, bowel cancer, right? And it's like, right, doctor, tell me, have I, is this serious? Well, the thing is, the thing there where where your stool is processed upon before. There's an area there that might be a bit kind of tricky, and things are not really the way they are, and it's definitely not. Well, it is, but I can't say because it's not good, but at the same time, it's not too bad either. You can sort it. What the fuck are you talking about, mate? You know what I mean?
Bedside manner.
Your cancer has achieved the sort of homeostasis relative to your current situation.
Where did this axe attack happen? Where did it happen? In a crowded area? Like no one got on the phone? What happened?
I don't know what happened, mate. I heard, I was just talking about it with my mate today, and he said, some fucking dude from Afghanistan apparently was in the educational system over here, and according to him, I don't know where he got his information, but there's a law here where, well, basically, he was saying that there is an irregularity here in Sweden at the moment with a hell of a lot of 17-year-olds, as in, they have way too many people within this certain age range, and it has been apparently, I don't know, I mean, I can't verify this myself, but legend has it that a lot of people who came from Afghanistan when the borders were open a couple of years ago, they just all say that they're 17. So you'll see dudes who are basically fucking 28 running along, running in traffic.
Conscription in Sweden, Martin, is it? Is conscription going there? Is it do you have to? Is that one of them countries where you have to serve a year in the army?
It used to be but it's
not anymore, isn't it?
There's with what you're saying with Afghanistan, Martin, I totally understand it. It's I've been to the mountains of Afghanistan. There's nothing there. A pen. Every child there, Mr. Pen, or chocolate.
Where is this? Afghanistan?
Yeah.
Really? You've been there?
Yeah, twice.
Wow. Have you served?
It's all they want is pens. It's weird. As a child, there's a first thing, a pen and chocolate. Every little kid there wants one. We used to keep them in our sleeves up here. and they would run up and try and take them out. Like if you had a pen, like a cap on it, and you know, it would like hang out, like if you put it in your pocket or whatever, they would just run and steal from you. They'd stick their hands in our pockets and take things. You couldn't put anything in your cargo pocket. Like it makes
That's
sense.
crazy, really.
During,
Did you serve there? Did you?
Up and yeah, war picked
Really,
up.
yeah.
in Iraq
Wow.
and started in 2003, and all those people, they were like, "Shit, there's bombs falling from the sky. We might as well procreate." So maybe they are actually 17. You know?
Yeah.
No, these dudes look like they're fucking my age. Saying that they're-
Martin, we've gotten up to 64 likes. Will I play another blues lick? Will I?
Oh yeah, absolutely, mate, absolutely.
I think it's time for another blues lick. What do you think?
We got people in LA watching now.
Yeah, I see you got a lot of love there from Jordan Winston and the boys.
Yeah, I mean, that's all. He's out there. So let's hear this drumming.
There's the blues now. We got up to 64 likes. I think it wasn't 65, but
Can you play Red House?
Red House, of course I can.
I'll sing it, man. I'll sing it. Ooh. Oh yeah. There's a red house over yonder where my baby stays. Oh, there's a red house over yonder where my baby stays. And see my baby 99 and 1/2 days. Wait a minute, something's wrong here. He wanna lock my door. Oh, wait a minute, something wrong here. He wanna lock this door. And a bad feeling. My baby don't live here no more. If my baby don't want me, I know his sister will.
Not shabby. Not shabby.
Nicely sang.
That was amazing.
Dude's
Mad
got
prop.
skills, man.
It's time for a bit of
went
blues.
to school and did it right.
Did a bit of study.
How long have you been playing?
Well,
Mark?
you can thank David for teaching me.
Yeah.
Bim.
How long have you been playing?
17 years now. I'm 27. I've been playing since I was 10.
Is that what you do for a living?
Say again?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that was amazing. Great work.
Thank you. Thanks a million, man. Was that yourself singing there, was it? I wasn't really looking. I could just hear a voice singing.
Yeah.
That was deadly. Yeah, that was really cool. It was like the delay was perfect. It was like a bar behind, but it was like perfectly in time, but a bar behind. So I could still kind of keep going, you know.
What kind of amp was that? Lulu doesn't want to be left hanging.
That's my newest amp. I got this about a month ago. It's Fender Blues Junior. It's a tweed though, so it's like it's the better version.
Effects into that, is there?
Say again?
Is there any effects in that?
Yeah, I have my pedal board down here. I have this
your
laddie in here.
Your rig?
Like fucking, I have my tuner, my overdrive, my distortion, my chorus. I had delay on here. I have a reverb and a big muff fuzz pedal.
Wow.
So
What's got a big muff on it?
The big muff, yeah, the big muff's the job. Like, I'll give it a proper look. I'm on full
I
screen
don't like much muff myself though.
Not into the muff, no. So you have the tuner, you know.
Maybe there's different meanings here.
Yes, there sure is.
But no, that's amazing. That was great.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, I think it was getting a bit political. We needed a bit of blues there, didn't we?
Yeah, man. You know, it's like basically it comes up in every fucking day, you know, and shit be what shit is. I was falling asleep there, just having a bit of a day kip, and I remember talking to someone in the dream, and I said, and this is one I came up with. This is a Maloney original. It is what it is, because it ain't what it was.
No, you fucking have it.
That's fantastic.
Look, lads, it's 4:04 here now, and
pretty late for you, huh?
Yeah, I'd say, man, you're pushing it with the time, are you?
Yeah,
like, because I always bear in mind you're an hour after us.
Yeah, and you know what, baby Quarto needs his walk as well. I got to pack all this shit down. So and I got.
So
kids.
was this the first live stream from the new place though?
No, yeah, that'll be another 2 weeks, I'd say.
2 weeks.
Martin, you hosted a great stream, and I fucking greatly appreciate you doing that, man. It was it kept me entertained all night. It genuinely felt like I was at the pub here. Yeah, so I really appreciate you putting this together, man. And
like we got people who've been with us the whole way through the show.
I know. I'm looking at the views here. 26. That's fucking great. Like 26 people stuck through us, stuck good at here. Like,
and I hope you made a little bit of coin. Hope you made a little bit of coin there. I gotta figure out how to hook up
the generosity of the Dream Dudes and a couple of the girls in the chat there as well. But again, this needs to be word of mouth, man. Just you know.
Yeah. You know, my partner in crime there, Martin. You know Andrew Keneally. You've probably seen him in the chat. He's my partner in crime now. He's working tomorrow, but he texted me saying, "Oh fuck, Martin's streaming and I'm in work tomorrow. I can't join." You'd want to see him. Like, he has hair down to here and a big 70s mustache, and he loves the music. Like, he would have loved to be part of this.
Crack, is he?
Say that again.
He into the Crow Black Chicken Crack.
Oh yeah. Like, he's another man now. So it's a shame he couldn't be here, but he'll join us again, you know.
Crow Black Chicken, man, solid bluesman.
Ah, Jesus! I tell you, he loves the blues as well. He's a fucking music head. We've been friends since we were about 3, like, you know.
You do get a
thank you, though, Martin. Thank you very much for fucking hosting this tonight, man.
It was a good time.
Good time, man.
Those other wankers on, you know, the boys from the Artie Box and, you know, the other geezers. No, you know, I'll put the word out there.
Did you call French Toast and say happy birthday?
You know what, mate? I don't think he's going to answer the phone at this time. You know,
Even I sent him a text and I've spoken to him once.
You know what, mate? You know,
he's too straight edge, isn't he?
He is. Listen, lads, I'll tell you this, right? Christine Perez, has been up my arse, mate. You know what I mean? It's been very difficult to even know what fucking day of the week it is. Never mind what day of the year. Do you know what I mean? Right, mate, I'm telling us for up here on boys, right? Fucking really crack. Scare crack when you got the mic in here. The ears and
your ear there, hey.
But yo, Chrissy Perez, man, hey, little Chris, man, shit, man, you know what I'm saying?
Shit, man.
Oh, Chrissy Perez, man, you know what I'm saying? He ring me up sometime. Man, can you talk about this shit? You got a cowboy there, man. Yeah, man. That motherfucker Stephen Kelly.
You got red facts, man. You got a little red facts in you.
I say, motherfucker came fuck my sister-in-law, man. You know what I'm saying? You come knocking, don't come rocking. That man was inventing the fucking rocking horse and shit all up in this bitch. Got Sean from Chicago down there, man. Shit, man, blazing up time buds. Shit, man, before 20 up somewhere all up in this bitch,
man. You 420 on that, man.
Don't worry. I know we're not talking about it tonight, but you're going to be over here sooner than later blazing with me, and we'll go live then.
Can I come over as well?
I'm trying to do a show about Irish history with Irish guys here in America. So,
man, them damn when I tell those Irish guys come over here talking about like history and stuff, man, come down here in Texas and hang out with the good old boys. Like Chrissy
If you need another skin to
to
come over now with your Martin there, I'll meet you over there.
Man, I tell you what we
Fucking
do,
go to a
man.
few blues bars and play a bit of fucking. We'll do a few.
Yeah, listen, Mark and Sean, I'll tell you something straight up now, right? Me and you were a couple of good old boys. Head out, meet Brett and Morgan out there, and them dang old
Oh yeah, man.
Go out there and go down, shoot some old armadillo down there in Lulu down Texas. Meet Ron Paul and the boys, and
we're going.
I hope you like gator.
Martin, if you come, we're going to go hunting outside of Nashville. So I've got that all set up.
Man, I've been in Nashville. Nashville is fucking great.
Nashville is better than Vegas.
Nashville.
Ask me. I love Nashville.
Oh, it's so much fun.
When I was
stayed around the corner from the Ryman Auditorium.
I've been to Nashville hundreds of times. I was stationed north of it, so we were there. I was there all the time.
I love Nashville. I stayed there for 7 days one time. It was great. I got such a good feel for the place. It's fucking amazing.
I think Martin's really gonna like it when we go down there. So like I think
you fucking love it, man.
It's just about
there in Memphis
at this point. Once Martin gets moved in, there's something in the works for Martin and Cowboy to come to America. Now the secret's out.
Well, look, lads, if you need a hand, if you need a solid skin there now, Martin, right? If you need a lad who's just a fucking solid old buck, you know who to call, all right? I'm always looking for an excuse to go to America. I always am, you know. So if you need a fucking
on Broadway,
solid book,
Martin can sing and you can play, and we'll make some money there.
That sounds like a fucking plan to me. It's up to the big man now, but fucking sounds like a plan to me. All right.
All right. Well, at Lights Camera Chris on Instagram, send me a message. We'll chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, do it. Why not?
Savage and Lights Camera Chris. Is it?
This isn't just some dude on the other side of the world. I'm like, ask Martin. We've been discussing this since December or November.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Savage, well, I'll add you. All right. Oh, Martin. By the way, I fucking Would you add me on Instagram there? My name's Mark Shortall Guitar. If you want, you don't have to obviously, but I sent you a video there of me playing guitar over. Do you remember when you were singing in a couple of songs a couple of live streams ago?
Sent me or Martin?
No, to Martin. You there, Martin? Are you?
We lost. We can't
I
hear
think
him.
his mic's gone off. Yeah, I think your mic's off there.
There.
No, still not hearing anything.
Do you know sign language?
Do you know Morse code?
How long have I been gone for?
You're back now. Yeah, you're back again. Well, you've been silent for a while there.
All right.
I thought you were just silent because I was suggesting to come to America, and you were just like, "Oh God, I don't know about this."
I've been talking pure shite into the mic, man.
Have you? Yeah.
God knows how.
I thought you were just like because it happened about as soon as I suggested to me coming over, as I was like, I'll go over to America. Then all of a sudden it went silent, and I was like, oh, maybe he doesn't like that idea.
Which Mark Shortall guitar? Grand jobbing.
Yeah. Give it out. And if you look in the messages there, I sent you a video a couple of weeks ago of me playing guitar over you jamming on the live stream. Just if you're interested, it might be a bit of crack.
Let me tell you this, right? I'm afraid of looking at my fucking inbox on Instagram because there's about 250 unread messages. I'm like, oh, it gives me anxiety, but it's just tapping away on the phone, man. Get back to people like this. My thumb's just on fucking cutting it. Do you know what I mean? Keyboard's different story.
Yeah, that's
I know, but also if you're just looking for a bit of a laugh and you want to see, I was playing the guitar over your live stream there. If you want to see a bit of fucking strutting around,
Yeah,
just for the crack,
Yeah. Actually, Just send me another message on Instagram, and then it'll be at the top of the zone.
Yeah, go on. Sure.
I'll check it
Yeah,
out.
I'll send it to you now. How are you, Martin?
Yeah, do that. Come here, lads. I'm gonna have to fucking sling me hook because I'm looking at the time here. By the time I pack this out, take the dog for a piss, brush the teeth,
Sun's
put the
coming
fucking
up. The sun will be
jammies
up in-
on. Sun will be up. Sun will be up in about 4 hours.
Martin,
Yeah.
fair fucks to you for staying on this long, man.
Really?
Lads,
Like,
it's
I
basically-
fucking that. What a fucking
as-
legend! Like,
it's
fair
as good as
balls to
being
you,
in the
man.
pub.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you.
Fair
That's it.
absolute balls to you,
You're
man.
welcome, lads. And thanks to
You
everyone
fucking
who's watched.
you absolutely made the night for me now. You really, really did, and I
Shut
really
up.
appreciate that, man.
Has to be fucking done.
And I'm sure these fucking 20 to 50 viewers you've made the night for them as well, man. Because I know, even though I don't go on the chat,
20 to 50
when I'm
viewers.
watching,
That's fucking generous.
well, so everything,
We got
you know.
Jade. Fair play. Jade, why don't you jump in for a quick chat? Just say hello. Just jump in here. A fast
Go on,
chat.
Jade. Go on. She's
Go on.
always there. She's never fucking.
She is.
You know.
And she's
Go on,
fucking
pop in,
sound.
Jade.
Like, she's a fucking sound. And Stevie Leonard as well. There's a couple. Lou. Fucking grasp
get
the
out of
metal,
here,
man.
then.
Jump
I'll
in.
let
Yeah,
some other
pop
people-
in every just
much.
even though we're finishing off, pop in and say hello. Like,
I mean,
it'd be nice to
what-
see the faces. Like,
Do you know?
I took the step.
Appreciate
Why
you and
can't
all
you
your
just, like,
work. Love you guys. Bye.
Good luck, buddy.
Essentially, what I could do, right? What I could do. Good luck, Krishy Paris. What I could do is, I'll go and get some stuff done, right? I get some stuff
Yeah.
done, and I can leave American Shorthall and Sean to pilot it. But the only thing is, I have to be here to be able to get people in.
Well, I'd
But,
say I'll probably jump off now soon enough now myself because I'm fairly dying for a
No,
piss
but
and a
the thing is,
smoke.
fair enough. But if you're enjoying the crack,
Oh, no, I
man,
can hang on, though.
Keep it rolling. Keep it rolling. The biscuit
Why would you
style.
come back? Would you?
I come back to say goodnight, but I'll take the dog out for an hour /eating. But if anyone wants to jump in,
That's grand, yeah.
Dave,
Yeah,
Jade,
come hang
Elvis, yeah, Lulu, Shawnee, and Taunton.
You guys
Fucking
have a
jump
good
in,
night.
man.
Be
So
well.
if anyone wants to jump in, so Shawnee, you're
jump in, sure.
co-hosting with Marky and Shorthall. So if anyone wants to jump in now is the time. Chris is back. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Chrissy's back. Chrissy's back. Chrissy's back. Where's Shawnee from Chicago?
Did he
So
jump
we
off?
had
Did he?
Sean. Yeah, come back, Shawnee. Come back, lad. You were fucking. You're missed. Desmond Wixt. How you doing, Desmond? We get Sean in, and if anyone else wants to jump in, just hop in on that now, and I'll let you in, and I'll let you boys fucking carry on anyway, and I'll fucking take dog out for piss then.
Now, well, I'll tell you what. I might
Go
leave
shave the
it
sack.
here now. I might leave it
Yeah,
here
fair
at Martin, just because I need to go to the Jacks and I need to go out for a smoke, and I'm probably going to hit the bed. All right.
Right. Well, you know what?
But-
We'll all fucking wrap it up here, right?
Yeah, I think it's probably best. I'd say at this stage, you know.
Dave's
Fucking,
come
what
through.
is it? Nearly, we're coming up on 5 hours here.
Mate, this has been the fucking golden jubilee. By rights, we
It
should
has.
should binge it out for the next 9 minutes, but that 10 minutes in the morning, man. Oh,
It makes the difference, doesn't it?
yeah. Sorry about that. Say Shawneen. Oh, we got Jade. She.
Do we have Jade, do we?
Elvis. Fair play.
Oh,
Here
sure,
she
go
is.
on. I'll stay on for
She
Jade,
came
sure.
in.
I'm having an
How are you,
Irish
Jade?
red. I'm having an Irish red for you, Martin.
Fair play. No better drink for no better man. How's our Jade doing? Good to see you.
I'm well. The family's away, so I'm bacheloring it up this weekend.
Lovely stuff.
Yeah.
Lovely stuff. And
Whereabouts
then
in America
Christian
are you?
Perez for play.
I assume you're in America, are you?
I'm in Missouri, in the middle of America.
Oh,
Wow.
wow, you near the Ozarks?
Yeah, a little bit north.
All right, I see. Wow, that's amazing. What's Missouri like? Is it a nice place? Is it a nice place?
It's kind of interesting. It's a red state, right? But I live in a blue pod inside a red state. So it's a little bit like Austin, Texas, right? So there's like culture and music and movies and festivals and things where I live. But if you go outside of that, it's completely rural.
Yeah.
Do you ever, when you're in the blue state pod, do you ever say blue moon?
Saw you crying.
What's the weather like over there, Jay? That's a real Irish thing. What's the weather like over there? I know we're
Yeah,
here in
that's a
States.
very Irish thing.
Well, they
It's
say
an
you could
interesting
have.
question.
They say you could have all 4 seasons in one day, which is nearly not too far from the truth. We had
Missouri?
snow. Yeah, we had snow on the ground a couple of weeks ago, and now it's in the 70s, and you're wearing short sleeves. So it changes on a dime like that.
Are you in Tornado Valley?
Tornado Alley.
Ali.
Tornado Valley. It's
They
the
usually
valley
don't go
where
down in the
tornadoes.
They usually don't go down in the valleys.
All right. Yeah. I mean, I was thinking, fucking
don't
hell,
go down the
what a
alleys, do they
valley
not?
that would be, man.
It's more like Kansas and Oklahoma is more the Tornado Alley.
Okay. Missouri. Let me just brush up on my my American geography here.
Did you ever watch Ozark, Martin? Did you?
I didn't. I always seen it on Netflix. I was like, what is this Ozark people are
Well,
talking about?
it's all these lakes basically. It's the south of Missouri, and is it on the border of Tennessee? Is it?
No.
Or where does it border? The
St.
Ozarks.
Louis. Okay, St. Louis.
Well,
Or
the
maybe I'm mixing that
Ozarks-
up completely.
The Ozarks is set at Lake of the Ozarks, which is called the Redneck Riviera. It's
Nice.
Yeah.
I say they like a bit of Hank Williams down there, do they? Bit of Hank.
I'd say so.
Country
happy
boy,
Hank
here's
Williams.
your pop. So St. Louis is in Missouri.
Yeah,
Hey,
I'm
but
in the
like-
middle. I'm in the middle, so I'm about the same distance from St. Louis or Kansas City.
So you got the Missouri River and Franklin Island and Boonville. I see a Pilot Travel Center and a Walmart shopping center there in Boonville, Missouri.
That
Got
sounds about
Boonville.
right. Yeah.
And then you got New Franklin. Have you been there at all?
I don't think so. I don't think there's much there.
I tell you what I like the sound of, Jade, is Big Muddy National Fish and Wildlife Refuge. Man, visiting them there parts around there, and if I could get myself a muddy catfish in the water. And Columbia, we got Columbia. There's seems like
That's where I
quite a big
live.
place.
That's where I
really?
live. Yeah.
Where, Columbia?
Yeah, it's a college town.
Hey Jade,
College
can you
town,
go to
right.
Pratersville?
It's
I
amazing that
wouldn't
there's
say
towns set up like that just around a college. I suppose it's probably some places like that in Ireland, but yeah, America is amazing like that.
I mean, then when you zoom out, you know that you got Columbia and Missouri, and you zone out, and you're like, a man could just do gigs around that town, and you'd be fine. Oh, it's south of Iowa, South Dakota, North Dakota. Wow, I never realized North and South Dakota was so high up in America. It's way ahead of, or it's way above Colorado. I was thought North Dakota or South Dakota were down like where Oklahoma is. But
Yeah, it
sorry.
borders Canada, isn't it? Like North
Yeah, I never
North
knew
Dakota.
that. Well,
Yeah.
tell you one thing: every day's a school day.
I
you're-
spend a
wow.
lot of time on Google Maps looking at America.
God, there's a lot to look at. To be fair,
It's true.
so I
was
probably would
going
have
out with a
flown
girl from
over.
Colorado there, actually.
So Jade, I would have
For a
flown
while.
over your state maybe because one second,
Yeah.
I'll get back to that. When I was going to LA from New York, and then like you're flying over and you're just like, wow, it's like you don't realize that there's a lot of America that is quite empty.
Well, that's literally why it's called flyover country, because you fly over these states,
Nebraska.
but you don't stop. You don't stop in any of them. You just fly over to go other places. So it is
Yeah.
called flyover country.
Nebraska
God.
really has nothing going on, doesn't it? Like that's the most
Yeah.
flyover state.
No,
There is.
Nebraska
What's
and
Or Idaho.
Kansas.
What's the main city in Nebraska?
Oh, what is it again?
Omaha, I guess.
Omaha, Nebraska. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's mad. Like you think about like bands like the Rolling Stones and these the British Invasion. Yay! Mick
I only
Jagger.
watched the documentary about Keith Richards traveling America today. Funny enough, it was
You know, you
amazing. He
just
started
think-
in Chicago and went down the Mississippi River.
Oh wow, that's interesting. Send the link.
It's on
when you think
Netflix.
about, like,
If you just type in Keith Richards in Netflix, it's actually brilliant. He's playing with
That's
Steve
nice, though.
Jordan and Chuck Berry and all in it. It's fucking brilliant. I'd
and
highly recommend that
Is
now.
it recent or is it from back in the day?
Oh, it's a year or two ago, past 5 years or something. But it's unbelievable. He shows off his guitars and all, and these are like priceless guitars. And like he's there playing with Steve Jordan and all, the drummer, and Chuck Berry and all shows up in it, and all, and like he goes to Nashville and all. It's really,
Wow.
really good. He doesn't make it
Um,
down to New Orleans, which is my favorite place in America that I've been, but he makes it nearly there. He goes down to Nashville anyway. It's fucking
But you know, when you
amazing,
think about it, like these lads, like the Rolling Stones or Ozzy Osbourne, a lad from Birmingham, just like, and then they would have like toured so many of these different little towns, like Omaha. It's like, got a gig on in Omaha tonight. It's going to be a big one, And it's like they get to. These are the people who get to. I always thought there was something really cool about doing an American tour where they do an extensive tour, and they're just out there for like a year, just touring. Because there's a lot, like even small towns in America would be like major cities in Europe.
Yeah.
I mean, just look at Dublin. It's like 1 million people living in Dublin.
You know, it's a funny thing actually, Martin, that I never actually mentioned, but there's a guy I played with for about 4 years there. His name is Brian Deedy, and he's become very good mates with Owen, actually. And they shot a music video together and all. And we were meant to fly over to Spain right before the pandemic, and I was meant to go over with Owen and Brian, because that's where Brian lives. He lives in Spain. We were meant to go over, and it's never panned out because of the pandemic, Right before that kicked in, I was meant to go over on a holiday with him for a week. Like, it would have been great, Craig.
I see Lulu says Andy McCoy is better than Keith Richards, unpopular opinion. Andy
better.
McCoy, man? I have a friend of mine called Andy Headcandy. I can't remember his real name. He's from Australia. And himself and this guy, Jake Faruga, he's a singer in a kind of a cool dude band. And they went to stay with Andy McCoy in Helsinki. And they came back with scabies.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
What even is scabies? It just sounds more vicious than rabies.
It's a mite that lives under your skin, and it kind of yeah. I had it once myself, and I was like, "Where the fuck did this come from?" But like, it's a pain in the ass to get rid of. One of those things. Jade will tell you.
Morton, I saw this film. I saw this film the other day called Gold.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I have to
Kenny.
ask,
That depends. Who's asking?
How did you get to be in a film with Arya fucking Stark?
Yeah, it's interesting. Very interesting to ask this question. Do you know what? Off the top of my head, I can't. Actually, I'll tell you what happened. It was when the Hardy Books film came out. Dan Hubbard, who is the casting director, he really loves the Hardy Books, and he would have been. His parents would have done, Roz and John would have done like Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, Father Ted. And they got in touch with myself, and they were like, "Oh, we'd really love you to do a self-tape for this film, Gold." I did it at Gavigan's Gaff, the Session Palace of Montpelier Hill, probably out in the night, having a few looseners the night before, and did the audition, got the part, and that was brilliant fun. Really good. That was like 2013 when that came out.
It was a nice little film, to be fair, and it had really good music in it. I noticed the soundtrack was good.
Yeah, it was great. Niall Heary was the director. Great film, and some really great, innovative little shots, and some of the post production he did was really good. Like, there's a scene. Even though it was filmed in Ireland, he would just put like a mountain that he'd taken a picture of when he was in Connemara and just dropped it in the back of the hospital. So it looked like fucking Montana or something, or Colorado. It's like, that looks like a hospital you'd see in Dublin, but then there's just like this cool mountain behind it. So he messed with the geography of everything. Apparently Colin Meaney was supposed to play Frank the Wank, but he couldn't make it, so they got Jimmy Nesbitt in instead. But yeah, I forgot about Gold, actually.
Where would I find that, Martin?
Where did you watch that?
I saw it on Amazon, Amazon Prime, I think. I don't think I paid for it.
Yeah,
I don't have that now. I have to on Netflix.
You can download it on Pirate Bay, because I had to do that for my show reel. I was like, Gold, 2014. Just fucking download it on the. You gotta do what you gotta do. Land Dormer, man, fucking hell, jump in. Jump in if you want, but we made it to the fair play to you, Jade. We were about to cut short of the 5-hour limit, and I was like, Jade Elwes, that's a girl I got to talk to. You know what I mean?
Well,
in fairness, I've seen you in the comments. Like,
if you If you end up in Nashville, I'm just a stone's throw from Nashville, so you may as well just come over to Missouri.
You know,
I'd love to do that. I just want
yeah.
to live in America, to be honest. I just can't figure out a way to get a visa.
If there was any lad I'd bring over to Nashville, it's fucking Martin Shorthall. We'll go over and do a bit of fucking blues rock.
Stick with me, I'll show you around.
Hey, wait, we just gotta pick the proper state. If you cut me in for half the royalties, we can get married, no problem.
I'd fucking you don't know how much I'd actually be up for that.
Well,
that's the thing.
We're now Instagram friends. We could chat on the side. See, Martin, you're bringing people together right and left.
Yeah, man. This is why I was trying to show my appreciation to Martin. Like, how much I appreciate this.
This chat is, man. You know what I mean? We got a lad in Boston. We got one in Dublin, one in Stockholm, and the other is in Missouri. Again, time is on your side in the two.
Show me state.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
What time is it there now? It's about 7, 8?
9:30.
Yeah, she's an hour behind me.
You're flying it. The night is young. It's like 4:30 here now. I know I'm going to pay for this tomorrow.
Top 3 here. That's grand. But half.
Yeah, you're doing all right. Yeah, it is rough. I'm going to be up about 9 now. I'd say. I was only supposed to jump on for like a half hour, an hour. But anyway, but you know what? This is the super marathon chat session. This is the Eddie Durkin chat party with Chat Muldoon and
in the Dirk Inn. The Dirk
Inn, yeah.
What do you got to do at 9 in the morning?
Well, kids, man, you know what I mean? They're going to be, yeah.
I don't know what you mean.
But they don't have school or anything tomorrow, do they?
Jade, you know the crack with the kids, don't you?
Yeah, mine's up at 5:30. It doesn't matter what time, what day it is. It doesn't matter how late you've been up the night before. It's 5:36 on the dot. You need to be up.
I'm blessed because my kids, you know, I've kind of trained them to get up around 9:30 on the weekends, but even still,
that'd be nice.
Yeah. Well, look, everyone. I think it's been fucking epic tonight. It's been a really long chat, and if anyone isn't watching this live and you have sat through this entire conversation, fair play to you. Yeah.
I'll tell you, Andrew Keneally tomorrow will probably watch all this.
Fair play to him, man. Well, he's got to mention a good few times. I'll even mention myself. Keneally, a fucking great lad. You know what I mean?
I'm telling you, people listen to you, Martin. People listen to you as we go, literally as we go to bed.
Mikey and Higgins is listening. Mikey and Higgins was on at the beginning, but he's back again. He was like, "Is this mad bastard still doing it?" So yeah, it's been an absolutely epic night of good crack. I've sacrificed some serious sleep, but
yeah, better stop bullying you and let you go to bed. Like,
yeah,
all right, yeah, gang of wankers, yeah,
yeah, gang of wankers, yeah.
What are you fucking saying? But good to close the show with yourself, Jade. It was a lovely little touch.
Yeah,
it
was lovely that you joined in earlier.
What beverage?
Your sheer endurance tonight.
It really is.
Fair balls to you, man.
So what beverage have you got there as well? Cheers, Marky. Jade, what's the name of that beer? Is it a local brewery?
It's from Missouri. It's called Logboat, and this is their St. Patrick's Day beer they put out every year. It's an Irish red.
Oh, look at that! He's got a hairline.
Yeah.
He's like an Irish Jason Priestley.
I'm going to be drinking in a field for Paddy's Day.
It's a collaboration with some band that I've never heard of. I guess there's a band called Falling Fences, and it's a collaboration with them because a lot of the lads at this brewery are musicians.
You'll have to reach out to those lads, Jade, and tell them to send over a crate of beer to me in Sweden, and I'll tell them the crack.
I'll fucking try it out there now. You will.
I told you.
Maybe we can work out a trade.
The address.
Yeah. Cheers to that, Chris.
Probably not to broadcast this to the world, but we can chat privately.
It's for medicinal reasons.
I mean, it helps me sleep. It is what it is, but still.
That's CBG, yes. CBG, yes, definitely.
CBD.
CBG as well. I was like, oh man, this is gonna be great stuff.
Just like Hurricane Valley. I want to say Hurricane Valley might be the line of the night. So thank you.
Hurricane Valley is the place to be. Tornado Valley.
Oh, I even messed it up. Jesus, look at me. We had a hurricane here recently. That's the crazy thing. So,
that's crazy to me. The idea of having hurricanes. That's just not something we have to deal with in Ireland. We don't have to deal with anything in Ireland, really.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you only see the sun like 3 weeks a year. So, I mean, I'll take a
judgment.
Say again.
Except for judgment. That's what we have to deal with here. judgment and shame. We've a lot of that blowing through the fucking countryside here. All right.
We're not only in we're not only in the tornado valley, but we're also on a huge earthquake fault. So that could go anytime too.
God. Really? Are you on is there a big earthquake fault there?
Yeah, it's called the New Madrid Fault, and it famously turned the Mississippi River backwards when there was an earthquake in the early 1900s.
No,
backwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ripples pushed it back
water
away.
flowed backwards. So that could go anytime too. So that's great.
Wow.
As someone who lives on a fault line, it's scary. Earthquakes are the scariest things I've ever seen, ever. Like, it's insane.
I experienced one in Spain, actually.
In LA and in Phoenix. They're everywhere. They're scary.
Yeah, I experienced one in Spain now.
Sorry for cutting you off. This sounds like a very interesting chat. And I'm going to go and take care of. The dog needs to go out, and let me take care of a few things. But keep chatting, man, and I'll come and say good night because the chat is nice, and we got people listening here, and I'm happy to listen to you.
You do what you got to do, Martin.
Yeah, I'll be back.
I'm curious to see what happens though when the star leaves. This is going to be interesting. I had to keep an eye on the view count.
I did one with Al Harris there talking about cars, and I said, look, I've got to take the dog out, Al, and he's like, what? I was like, yeah, you'd be grand. And then he hosted for like 10 minutes, and he came back. He's like, how'd you get on? That sound. So just like,
I'm watching the view right here. In fact, we've actually went up a view. We went from 17 to 18 here. So
that's
fantastic.
Right, I'll see you soon.
Can't go wrong with that, can you?
It's the womanly appeal, obviously. You had to have it was such a sausage party.
I think so, yeah. Yeah,
I knew the funny thing is,
off this, all right.
I was waiting, and I think you got in after me and came on before me. So yes, definitely was the womanly appeal.
He's watching these big swinging dicks all night. So,
well, I'd like to know how did you find Hardy Bucks? Netflix?
Yeah. I guess in like 2019, maybe I found it on Netflix, and I connected to it because I lived in Galway for a semester. I did NUIG.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I went to NUIG for a semester, and I lived with four lads until I found my own place. So crashing on their couch and like being in their world, and Hardy Bucks just kind of brought a lot of that back for me, like what it was like me being the American, foreign, strange person. Living with these four Irish lads of about that age group.
But the Irish love Americans, though. The Irish absolutely love Americans.
Not quite all of them. I was there. No, here because I went to Ireland because my middle name is Donovan. My mother's last name is Donovan, but when they came here, they lost the O Donovan in front of it from Cork or whatever. We went to Dublin, landed there, spent a couple nights there, and drove across to Galway. Only because the boys on Hardy Bucks were always trying to get up to Galway, so that's why I went. I had family in Belfast, but I chose to go to Galway anyway. Galway
I love Galway.
Apparently, it was the best. There was
to me, that's so funny that like because I'm from Dublin, it's like that's like from being from New York and like lads trying to get up to fucking Kansas City. As like the big shining lights of Kansas City. Right?
Well, I totally understand what you're saying now.
So it's even funnier for me. Like,
yeah, I mean, it was unbelievable. I found Hardy Bucks because on the front page of Reddit there was buzz on women. You know, he's talking to the camera, he's going up and down like a fiddler's elbow, and then she had this guy, and he looked like me, and we got to squaring off. Do I know you? Do you know me? You know, do I know he? I don't know, but I loved it, dude. I personally think it's better writing because of the small, like little nuances that are in it than like Trailer Park Boys or any other mockumentary. And I know Tordoff had said that Trailer Park Boys was kind of his like motivation, if you will, to get into it. You know, there's that scene where it's SIM card in French Toast when French Toast gives up the booze and they're like, "Oh, you're from Dublin or whatever." You like wouldn't understand. Life will be passing by, and then in the back, Salmon's there with his girlfriend, and they're making out on the right. Like literally, life passing by. There's little things like that.
Man, you definitely like. I watched Hardy Book for years, like since 2009. I've watched it, And every single time I watch it, I'm picking up on something new I never noticed. Like,
yeah, it's got that repeatability where you pick up on a new line or a little background detail that you didn't notice before.
It's just the subtlety in the acting, like especially with Martin. Martin, I think, is the best actor in all of it. Like, I know there's other people have theatrics, and I'm not just saying this, but I genuinely think he's the most relatable. Like, and he's just, you understand him the most. You connect with him more than anyone. Like,
I mean, he's technically like the protagonist of the whole show, because then you have like the Viper being the antagonist, and they're like kind of battling throughout the whole thing. At the same time, you have
what a combination coming against each other. Like, what a combination! Like Eddie on one hand and then the Viper on the other. Like, brilliant, isn't it? They're so good. Like,
I don't know how much of that was acting. If you see how they are in real life, but we don't talk about that. So,
have you seen them in real life together? Have you?
I've not. I've emailed because, like I told you, we're trying to do that show where we bring them to America here. I've out of every American, I guarantee you, I'm the only one that's talked to everybody except Mick. I've talked to basically all of them. I'm not even joking. I texted French Toast today, said happy birthday, Peter.
Peter Cassidy.
Met him, but like I just reached out through Instagram. I use social media for like what it was supposed to be to get in touch, because I'm telling you, Hardy Bucks is literally my favorite show ever. So like I tell everybody I know about it. I
find that insane that you used to in the middle of America, like fucking sorry.
I just graduated
in the middle of America. Like Hardy Bucks.
I graduated from the Academy, and I told every single person that I've ever met, like, look at what these guys.
Do you think if you hadn't been here that you would get it? Like, that your friends would get it? Do you think if you two hadn't been in Ireland, do you think you would get Hardy Bucks?
Yeah, because I watched Hardy Bucks before I went to Ireland.
Wow.
And that's what made it.
There's some bits about it that are universal, right? Like my husband, when he gets together with his friends from childhood, they talk exactly like that. They're from Kansas City. They quote movies. They take the piss out of each other. They're exactly like that. So there's some universal parts about it, but there's some that are very specific to Ireland that I think I might not have picked up on if I hadn't been there. But I think the lad culture translates over to a certain age group, right? Like,
all
18
men,
to 25 kind of thing.
18 to 45. Every man that I think, if you didn't grow up in like the city, like, but I mean, no offense, I know you're in Dublin, that is a city, but like I think in America, if you didn't grow up in like New York, LA, and I think if you're rich and you grew up in a major city, I don't think you would think it is funny. But for the everyday man, I can't. I don't think there's a better show. Like I really don't. Like
what I find amazing in it is that it's basically the whole show is based around a load of lads dealing with boredom. Because Ireland can be so fucking boring, and I'm sure it's the exact same, obviously, in America, in the country, and I think that's what makes it so great.
I mean, I live like I said, like I usually live outside of Los Angeles, which is like the city everyone wants to go to in the world. It's LA, fame, whatever. Place sucks, man. It's boring as hell. Like
It's boring, yeah. Even like except for the pandemic, not including that. Is it a boring place, even not including the pandemic? Like,
yeah. Los Angeles is not it's not the best thing, unless you want to go sit on the beach and spend $20 a drink, like in Venice.
Oh, that's what it's like. It's like to be honest, like that's one thing I noticed in America. Like the more kind of like Hollywoodized places you go to, the more money you end up spending.
But that's because of tourism, though. That makes sense, though. If you're going to go to the
it does. That's true. If you go to Temple Bar in Ireland, you'll pay €7 for a pint. €7 adds up to about $10.
That's
I don't know where. My LA experience was sitting in traffic. Like, that's all I remember. Was the fucking traffic. It was just a nightmare, and you can't go anywhere, and you just sit there.
Really?
What's the price of gas where you are?
The price of gas is insane. No, this is the worst country in the world for driving. Like, do you know how much like you pay? Like, you pay about five grand for a car. You pay $5 grand for a car. I'm not sure what you pay for tax, but you pay Like my brother, for example, when he started driving, he had to pay $3,000 for insurance, and that's not even tax. That's not even
That's
diesel.
for the whole year.
For the whole year, yeah. So he had to pay that,
that's-
and then the fucking petrol and diesel prices is fucking crazy here.
Well,
Like
what's
this
the
country is
price of gas in
not
Missouri?
designed for driving. It's because like we have a medieval city here. Like our
I know.
city is designed like in the medieval times, so
Well,
it's not
the
designed for
horse
cars.
cars. Of course, Boston's the same way.
Is
Like,
it?
The difference between New York and Boston is New York is all gridded. You know what I mean? Straight
Yeah.
road.
Oh, we're the
Boston
exact
looks like
opposite.
you took a handful of wet spaghetti and just threw it on the ground because it was all horse carts and the Indians and like it's old. That doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Like out west, everything's gridded. On the East
Is
Coast,
Boston not gridded? No.
Huh?
Is Boston not gridded?
No.
Like is that
at
not
all.
on a grid? No.
No. Like it's old. Like,
Wow.
For America, it's like the Pilgrims landed here. It's the oldest place. Like I was on earlier, the first call I was at, the house was built in the 1800s. Missouri wasn't even like there's 5 people in Missouri in 1800.
Missouri wasn't even a thing.
It was about
No
to be,
offense.
though.
So no, I actually had to look up gas prices because I've been working from home and I barely drive anymore. So I actually had to look it up. It's $2.40 here.
Okay. Well, in LA,
Type in Ireland there because you might get a dollar conversion there. Type in Ireland and see what the difference is. I know Ireland is way fucking higher than it's outrageous here. It's
I'm
like
willing to bet that Los Angeles has the highest gas in like pretty much the world because they have a $1 gas tax on top of everything, so it's close to $4.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, so that would be like what, €6.50, I think.
Yeah. But you know, it takes about a year to get a license here. Like between all the amount of tests you have to do.
Yeah,
like it's insane. Like I know in America you can just like you're 16, you can just get a fucking license whenever you want. Over here, like it's not like that. Like you
gotta pass.
It takes about a full year to actually get your like I'm 27, I still don't have my license. It's so difficult to get it here.
Where you live in
Like
the city though, you
So-
don't really need it.
In
No,
US
I live
dollars,
on-
in
I live
US
on-
dollars, it says in Dublin gas would be $4.78 in US dollars.
Right, and
Oh,
what's that like
shit,
compared
that's
to
more
you?
expensive than Cali.
It's the same as California, is it?
More expensive. That's insane.
Oh, we're here.
Yeah.
It's more expensive. Yeah. No, it's undoable here. You cannot drive it. Well, I mean, obviously some people can. No, most people can, but it's just like unless you're actually like in a really solid, brilliant job, you can't really do it. Like,
Well,
you know, it ends up like the amount of people I know that are like absolutely their car financially cripples them is everybody is like that over here. If you drive a car, you end up financially crippled after it, you know. And then on top of that, the rent is so high, it's insane. Like where I live about fucking 7 or 8 kilometers out from the city, and it's kilometers, say 6 miles maybe out from the city. Like, and the rent is just so crazy here. It's just everything is so expensive here. It's just so ridiculous. In fact, I'm getting frustrated even thinking about it. Like, you know, it's just.
I've heard Dublin's really mad for that.
It is. Well, the thing is, what's great about America is you can just pick up your bags and drive to another state. You can't do that here. You know what I mean? You're on an island. Like, there's nowhere to go. Like,
the rent in Dublin is, I'd say it's probably the equivalent to like San Francisco. Like,
easily
you get the
it
house-
is. Yeah.
I just want to ask
Easily.
you one quick question though. How do you feel about that whitewater rafting training center they're putting in Dublin there?
I mean, I'm happy because it's something to do. It's something to do, you know. And I mean, whatever, like, you know, it's something to do, and I'd be happy to have something else to do, but I can guarantee you, I'll end up paying for it. It'll somehow result in prices going up for me. You know what I mean?
Saying. They should be building more houses. I read a little bit more Irish news, not the politics, but like the goings on, specifically in Northern Ireland, because I'm waiting. I want to join the IRA. So anyone out there,
Oh, I don't know about that. That's a. I wouldn't recommend joining the IRA now. That's
yeah, I did it here. It's got to be a little bit different from here.
Well, look, if there's an American IRA, maybe fair enough, join that, but not the Irish IRA. That's.
Dude, my
we
dream
fought for years and years to get rid of that. You know,
we have
we're
our-
finally rid of it now.
We have our fair share of militia groups here.
Yeah, but I don't like
absolutely.
them.
I want a united Ireland.
Yeah, we all do. We're just talking about the IRA there, Martin.
You talking shit
Talking
about
the IRA
You're
there,
just
Martin.
saying up the raw.
And they both want to join the IRA, but I'm trying to explain that you don't want to join the IRA. Maybe an American version, but not you don't want to join the IRA here.
No,
it's funny. I noticed.
And then I want to.
I know what you're saying, though.
The American view of the IRA.
The IRA is a complicated thing, like, because there's the whole patriotism thing, and
I'm into it.
There's the old one and the new one. The old one fought for the rights of the Irish people, but the new one just goes and sets off bombs in the north to try and piss off the English, and ends up killing loads of people as a result. And that's not the one you want to join, because they're just literally a terrorist group, you know.
Yeah,
and we fought for years and years. Sinn Féin fought for years to try and take the gun out of Irish politics, and they eventually did. Was it the 90s or the 2000s?
Murphy, the old. He won.
McGuinness.
Yeah, Martin McGuinness.
He won like the MPC, but he like never went to, and he's still around now. But he says he was never part of the IRA, but everybody that he was with passed away.
Jerry Adams.
Jerry Adams.
Yeah. Well, as Eamon Dunphy says, they took the gun out of Irish politics. That's what Martin McGuinness and Jerry Adams did. In fairness to them, they did do that. Although a lot of people accuse them of, I mean, it's like fake news. There's always been fake news. There was always newspapers firing this and that at them. But at the end of the day, that's what they did do. They took. I'm not political at all. I'm really not. But they did take the gun out of Irish politics.
Before we get into that,
but it's complicated,
I think we should all go back and once again tell Martin, thank you for Hardy Bucks, because if not, none of us would have ever chatted, and it's been awesome. And how your show.
So agree. Yeah. We've had a fantastic chat here while you were gone there, Martin.
It's not an unpopular opinion. Hardy Bucks is better than Trailer Park Boys.
I agree.
Easily relatable.
Honestly,
I
watched all of it.
Something funny though about the American. Sometimes, like when I lived in Brooklyn years ago, like 2006. It was like, come for the IRA tailgate and barbecue. We got Sinn Féin the clown doing face painting. Come to the old family cookout with the old IRA fundraiser there.
Well,
we got Chance going up the rail, and it's gonna be a great day for everybody. And just come down, bring your kids, and then bring your wife and the daughter. But yeah, so that was the time. But look, it's it's nice that it is I've built a community around this page, and that's good fun.
And you know what? I do appreciate the sympathy towards the Irish cause, by the way. I definitely appreciate that. Sorry, just to go back to what we were saying, Martin, just before you finish up. Just before you finish up, I definitely appreciate the sympathy towards the Irish cause. It's just a little bit more complicated than just joining the rat.
Since it's happened, there are so many parallels between what happened during the Troubles and what happened in Iraq. It's really unbelievable. It's
sectarian, isn't it, man? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just it's not much difference. And then
at the end of the day, can we all get along?
I don't want
That's
to
it, isn't it? Can we all get along?
Car bombs and stuff, like it's unbelievable.
Chris, like I said earlier, man, unfortunately, the worst type of people become politicians. So, yeah, there's that, you know. Fuck it. At the end of the day, I think it's a bit late to be fucking talking about resolutions. But for the next time,
you're dead fucking right about that,
Martin.
It's a bit late for rat talk, isn't it?
I wanted to talk to Mark while you were gone, and then we just went off on tangents. So
hey, it is what it is. It do what it do.
You know, the rat always comes up, right?
Hey, look,
the IRA always comes up like.
That's right.
The point of the live stream is for chatting, man. You know what I mean? And it's let it be a place for people to enjoy the conversation.
Well, man, there's still 16 people watching. Like, I mean, that's after fucking 5.5 hours. That's good going, I think.
And the fact that they stayed on while we were talking without the star here, that's
right.
I'm watching the comments here. People are all like coming up the rat, which means people are still watching, like, you know. People are still following all this, like.
Lulu, shout out Lulu, because he's been going hard.
Weed vegan.
Good man, Tom
How do you
Joe.
say that? We Deegan?
Good man, Chris Paz.
My uncle was in the Provost back when they were sound.
Oh, well, he's not going to like us then, is he?
He's got the plow there as well for placement.
Yeah, Texans can join the IRA, by the way, Lulu.
Well, this Brexit thing was my one hope. It was either go back to Yugoslavia because war was supposed to start back up there with the Serbs and Bosniaks and Croats, and now we've got Brexit, and word on the street is there's a very unhappy Ulster Brigade because they can't set up some sort of trade thing or whatever. So it's interesting.
It'll be fucking sound. It'll be sound. Look,
Yeah,
there's an awful lot of fucking fear mongering going on. Look, it's going to be sound. No, like the majority of people don't want any more shite. They're happy with the peace, and it's been great for the North lately that people are fucking putting it behind them. There's been a lot of bloodshed.
Yeah,
people need to heal and move on. And honor those who have fallen.
Absolutely.
And
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, just fucking live life and just enjoy yourselves. You know what I mean?
Well, that's the thing, though. That's the thing. Let me ask you. This isn't about. Would you rather work your like average 9-to-5 job, or would you rather go and be like a part of something bigger than yourself?
9 to 5, any day.
Really, I'm the opposite.
Yeah, I only started because I only started an electrical apprenticeship there in October. I went from being a full-time musician to starting an electrical apprenticeship, and I realized I'd never done a full-time job, and I realized the value in doing that.
Oh, security, man. You can plan for the future. That's something I've learned.
It's not even that. It's just a self thing of just just knowing that you're being productive for 5 days, 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. There's something about that just fucking really settles you mentally. It just disappears. A part of that anxiety fades away. You know.
Exactly. Yeah. That's. I also see that. I'm thinking about maybe doing other things.
You're not doing anything until we film. You and Cowboy, at least. Everybody, come to America. We're going to do the Irish History Tour. We're going to go hunting. We'll end up in Texas. We'll do some crazy stuff down there. We'll go skydiving out on the West Coast. There's plans here. We just need a couple more dollars.
The only diving I want to do now, Chris, is dive into the bed.
All right.
I'm looking at this 5.5 hours.
Yeah, man, I'm fucking wrecked.
Thank you so much,
I feel like I just done Wembley.
Let's let Martin go to bed here, will we?
Yeah, go to
let Martin go to bed, will we? Look,
I would let you do it, but it's this computer. It's I'd let you chat all night and let people fucking jump in and out. You know what I mean?
I better go to bed too. It's fucking nearly 4 o'clock here.
This chat has started, so go get your rest, buddy.
Look, it was actually lovely chatting to Ollies. It was really nice chatting to Ollies. Okay.
Yeah, good to chat too.
And fucking Martin, again, thanks for hosting this, buddy. I
Very
fucking
welcome.
appreciate that a lot. It was fucking a great old hangout for the night.
I look like fucking Rasputin up here in the corner. But yeah, look at have a lovely night, and
look,
we'll do this.
Have one soon there, Martin. Will you? Whenever you get a free chance, I like whenever you do this.
Tuesday
I'll always be there.
Do another one Tuesday, but it can't be a fucking 5.5 hour job. But
no, of course not.
It's
look, whenever suits you, man. Whenever suits you. There's no rush, you know.
Yeah, we fucking plug away. Listen, fantastic talking to you. And Jade, great to see you. And you're very welcome.
Good to chat with you both.
Great to see you, Jade.
Yeah.
Good to chat with you.
And for everyone who's watched and those who've stuck all the way through, fair play to you. Hey,
19 people.
Yeah,
19 people, huh?
20.
Those poor fuckers have been here the whole time.
Sure,
fair fucks to them. Commenting the whole time as well.
Yeah.
In the Durkin. Right, I'm going to call it quits now, guys. Look, have a lovely night and get to bed, Markeen, and lay off the fucking... Get those hinos going, man.
Get the hinos. The few H-bombs, all right? Listen, good luck, Martin, right? Thanks a million again, buddy, right?
No worries, Markeen. Good luck.
Chat to you soon, man, right?
Our lore. Good luck.
Chucky our lot here, right? Good luck.
Chucky our lot to you all. Good luck. Take care. Bye-bye.
Good luck, buddy. Thanks, man.